get set up here. Again, you are just joining us for round 2. Thank you again for dealing with the technical difficulties we had. We want to make sure this was the best and highest quality stream we could show you. So we did fiddle with some of the settings, hit that little reset button, but we promise there will be no more resets from now, so you don't have to worry about that. We do have our featured duelists. We're waiting for them to come on down here, but that's going to be in just a moment. We've got possibly some really cool competitors that we're going to showcase from YCS Sacramento that went all the way from this scene to that scene and back again and did top. As long as they say yes, but we'll find out shortly. Again, you have that beautiful view. So it sounds like wave. Oh, I see it. I see. I've got a little bit of a direct feed, so I see it. I see what you see. So we'll go ahead and make sure that that gets fixed up. Clap. Okay, yeah. So if I go, that's interesting. I can outrace it. So yeah, we'll go ahead and work out the technical difficulties without restarting the stream. We're able to do that. But the good news is the featured match area now. Yes, there we go. Should be getting the deck lists here shortly, but you might recognize someone. And yeah, oh man, and the playmats. Oh, there's the top cut featuring Solaria, another versus Solaria, the brand new 8-star Pyro monster that we got announced and given away for the first time at YCS Sacramento. Oh, very cool. He's opening up Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron. Good deal, good deal. Oh, you're too kind, Lex. You're too kind. Sorry again about that. We just had a brief little interlude from our judges who were getting us all set up here. And yo, yourself. Really cool playmats there. We are fine with them using their own playmats again. Top cut mat. Really, really cool. And using the YCS Japan sleeves featuring Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. I wonder if that is a subtle hint in what our opponents might be using. And then just the really cool North American World Championship qualifier mat from Austin, Texas, featuring the awesome Vanquish Souls monsters there. So I don't know if we're going to see Vanquish Souls. And we might see some good stuff there. Again, it's really cool to see Solaria there. The latest in the Anotherverse. If you don't know what Anotherverse is, the cards that they give away now in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series are trophies in and of themselves, right? They don't have powerful effects, because that would feel kind of raw, right? If, like, you didn't get to use a powerful effect of a card that was only available to champions. And we had that way back in the day. I remember when Diablosis the Mind Hacker and so on and so forth were only available as that tournament prize. That'd be a little painful for those who maybe didn't win a championship. So now there are these really cool trophy cards. But I will say, specifically, the Anotherverse there is just so neat. Like, it's It is an 8-star Pyro, so it's a trade-in target, and it's good for a lot of different things here. Looks like our duelists are just getting ready there, using some great sleeves. And we are so happy, because again, you don't have to be on the featured match stage. You can also go ahead and, decline on that. But, those duelists who are here to duel for us, for you, the viewers at home, for those about to duel, we salute you because, we saw from our last duelist, Jose, a little bit of nerves. He was a little nervous. It's okay. It's kind of like a first-class seat when you think about it. Yes, it's being recorded. Yes, the viewers at home can see you. But you got your own judge. You have your own quiet, private room. So, hey, next time you get a chance to be on a featured match stage, say yes. Say yes. That is definitely YCS topping Zachary. Oh, wow. I love Sacramento Rodriguez. Yes. And that's why we wanted to feature him because, again, he's just been having such a great time here in these last couple of rounds. All right, careful, fam. You don't want to show those text messages to all of us. All right, good news is unless you're sitting upside down and have binoculars, you are probably just fine. All right, but we are getting set here. Now, usually we do have that neuron calculator on screen, but we'll get that back on the screen as soon as we can. All right, those are definitely some double sleeves. A little harder to get those pharaohs shuffled there, cramming them together. All right, so here comes the dice roll. Wow, Sacramento's just that good. 12. 12. I think he's not even going to try. Wow, okay. Well, his opponent, not to be, the understated duelist here, Samuel Young is running. We're going to see some really cool fire dragons again. It's going to be Tenpai versus Zach, who is bringing the ever-popular Snake Eye strategy, running Fiendsmith, Engine, and a little bit of Bestials as well. So Bestials obviously not as strong against things like fire monsters, but there's still plenty of cards in the format, including in a Tenpai Dragon deck, that will trip that off. And there's our beautiful neuron screen. So we are back to duel here. Now, interesting, too, deciding not to roll at all, just not giving your opponent any information, not trying to say, oh, you go first, right? I'm the duelist who won the die roll. You don't give away any of that Tenpai Dragon information. But it's time. So it looks like Zachary is going to start things off with a beautiful quarter-century secret rare Fiendsmith Engraver, but that will be met with Samuel's Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Speaking of Ash, we're going to normal summon the Snake Eye Ash, but that's equally met with an Infinite Impermanence. So nothing happening here. Looks like we are getting the technical difficulties fixed there on the audio delay. Certainly not anything we got to worry about right this second since we're just in Duel Town. But just a really quick frenzy of like, hey, I'm not going to make it. And just from there, we're already into the side decks. Shows you, if you have that stutter step, people say, oh, man, what am I ever going to do against Sinful Spoil Snake? Oh, it turns out just play a couple of cards that are pieces of interaction that negate stuff. And once you realize, oh, no, it's Tenpai time, well, it is. It's over. It's over. Now, Tenpai Dragon, just a really great set of cards and certainly an easy deck to put together, right? Obviously, we made the jokes about trying to find copies of, well, various Dragion monsters. Trident Dragion is very powerful. Don't worry, it's going to be reprinted next month in the tin of Dueling Mirrors. But before then, there's still a lot of great things you can do just with like the Sangenpai Bident Dragion and the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragion. I mean, yeah, top 4 Tenpai is a little difficult, Dan. We see and it is true that Andre from Sussex over at YCS Sacramento just showed people the strength of that deck, sort of bobbing and weaving its way to the top. But, conserving as much time as possible, Zachary, making sure that this duel is not going to go to time, just saying, you know what? Had a little bit of a stutter there. If I can't Fiendsmith and I can't Snake Eye, I don't know what Fiendsmith Snake Eye is supposed to do. So go ahead and conceding it there. Yeah, Lex, no, you're absolutely right. If you concede the die, or if you don't win the die roll, you don't have to give up any information, and then your opponent sees to see, oh, okay. Well, this is going a little different than expected. The duelists just getting ready. Both duelists presenting their decks here. Zachary mulling things over. I mean, he is quite the duelist. He's having a great run this year. I mean, topping at a YCS and then coming back to your, local regional championships here. Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good for a start to the season, by the way. Remember, this is just the beginning of the season. Even though the World Championship hasn't happened yet, and it won't for about, 2 weeks out? 2 weeks out from the World Championship. Well, these players are competing for their spot in next year. So any one of these duelists could be the world champion. That's the funny thing about early in the season. You really don't know. And Zachary probably doing very well in the world qualifying points. And we've seen duelists from Texas do great, right? When you think about Aditya, our North American champion, right from Plano, Texas. Zachary right here from the Houston area. And, Cameron Neal from the Ultimate Duelist Series. Texas is doing really, really well. So be proud if you're a Texas local. And if not, well, hey, you come down to Texas, you better bring your duel desk because don't mess with Texas. All right, so new hand, new duel. Let's see how this comes along now. All right, looks like let's try this again. Oh, no, let's actually try this again. All right, let's Poplar. No, okay, so we're fine. So it was a mirror image of the first part of the duel. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring stopping Fiendsmith Engraver's effect, but the normal summoned Quarter Century Secret Rare Snake Eye Poplar is going to get to use its effect. And let's see if we do Divine Temple. No, we're just doing the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. So going back to the beginning here, get ourselves a level 1 fire monster. But first, let's link summon into our Relinquished Anima. That'll bring the Poplar back to the field. We'll use original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye to send that card. Ooh, interesting. So it looks like we are going to be doing some fun here as we Psyframe. And we're actually doing Psyframe Delta here to negate the spell. So not only is that negated and destroyed, but that means play is passed again. So those are going to be banished at the end of the turn. It's not Psyframe Gamma, but it still works the same way. And now we're going to activate Sanga and summoning it. Oh, no, that's it. Oh, Zachary. Zachary certainly understanding what a Tenpai line looks like. Doesn't necessarily need to see more. What a duel. So our local legend, Zachary Rodriguez, coming right off of a great top finish there and showcasing all the cool accessories he got for his trouble. Unfortunately, falling a quick 2-0 there to Samuel. So, in the same way, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it doesn't, right? We saw a very grindy duel between Illusion Chimera and Tenpai last round. This round, just by luck of the draw, we saw Tenpai again. But if you're a Tenpai enthusiast, yeah, Tenpai just happened here, which is absolutely incredible. We're going to get our stage set up here. Go ahead and pull up an additional chair here so Samuel can go ahead and talk to us about just how it feels to go up against a YCS caliber duelist. And no, show him, hey, I got moves too. And sometimes that happens. Tenpai, pretty good. All right, speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a quick look to test out. We had a little bit of issue on the latency. Feeling? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we fixed it. Thanks again. If you ever see anything or hear anything that you're like, a little bit of technical upgrade, we've got a great technical support staff here at Game Guys, so we are happy to go ahead and fix some of those things up. But it looks like we are moving and grooving exactly at the speed that we should be. For the gameplay camera, it looks like the duelists are packing up there. Samuel will be joining us here in a moment. And probably feels pretty good, right, to just kind of have that sort of beautiful Tenpai opening. Get everything you want, be able to stop everything. Now, of course, we didn't get to see a super grindy duel with Fiendsmith. We might be able to in a future. Remember, this is only round 2. We still have 6 more rounds to go. Moving at a lightning fast pace here. And we'll go ahead and see Samuel Yang here in just a moment for our interview. All right, looks like the judge is chasing him down, so don't worry. Go to our break. Like waving here, you can actually be like, hey, Sam. Right this way, Sam. We love you. Big heart, Sam. Right over here. Just have to like get a little Texas lasso and reel this duelist right in. Yeah, if you want to come right this way, Sam. I've already got everybody waiting for you to hear just how good Tenpai was that. If you just want to put on the headset, we're already in broadcasting process. Just to kind of talk to you. So, gotta say, was that your first time on a featured match stage before?
Yeah, it was my first time.
Did you know that Zachary Rodriguez recently topped over at YCS Sacramento?
Yeah, I got top 3, top 4.
Any nerves there when you're playing against a duelist of that caliber?
Only when I'm about to, activate Sing and Summoning.
Oh, you did know. You did great. That's the thing about Tenpai. You might even see in the chat. They're like, "Oh my goodness, top 4 PTSD." What does it feel like when you're just sitting there as a Tenpai duelist? You're like, "That's everything. I don't even need to worry about this." You're just looking over the table and you're like, "Here's the Ash Blossom. Here's the Infinite Impermanence, and then there's all the Tenpai stuff."
Well, I mean, the beauty of Fiendsmith Snake Eye is actually that they could technically play through more if they have it. He just didn't, right? So it is what it is. But that's just the format.
Going into a format like this, there's obviously a lot of different choices. Why Tenpai specifically?
I think Tenpai has the best chances of being Fiendsmith Snake Eye, besides that deck itself, right? I think it has a lot of non-engine count that allows you to play very well. I actually think that Seal's Pass with 2 hand traps is enough because it gets you that 3rd interruption. So if they force you to go first, that's fine. And it's ultra consistent, right? Like you technically have 12 copies of almost every single starter because they all search and add each other.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So 2-0, right, as far as record? Hey, only 6 to go, man.
Yeah.
We'll let you get back to it, and we'll be back soon, right? We're going through a blistering pace here, but there's still 6 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left. So we'll see you soon. We'll be back.
All right, thank you.
15 minutes. So we got a little bit of time to hang out here. We're not just going to be staring at my face. I'll go ahead and put it back on the camera. But thank you again for joining us here at the Game Guy Regional Championship, where round 2 is currently in progress. We will still be having 6 more rounds of Swiss. We've got about 200-something players here, so it'll be an 8-round day. I've seen some cool matches so far. You can always scroll back in the middle of that VOD in order to see some very interesting Tenpai matches, right? We had that on game 1, where it was a very grindy, different Tenpai match. It's what happens when you have effectively illusion there, right? I want to punch you. Hey, I can't be punched. I'm an illusion. Where am I even going? But then we got to see the Tenpai special as Samuel Young went ahead and cleaned the clock of Zachary Rodriguez there in a very short 2-0 fashion, right? Because if Fiendsmith can't Fiendsmith, nor can it Snake Eye, then what are you doing there, right? And all you need is just that Sangen summoning activation, and that was enough. We're going to go ahead and bring it down to the... Since we're here already, we love Yu-Gi-Oh! We might as well. Hopefully you guys are doing well at home, and we will be getting our round 3 underway once they go ahead and call time. So as soon as I know, you'll know, and we'll go ahead and pick out some fun duelists there. We do have a sign-up sheet, though, so for those of you who are watching here from the venue, if you want to be next, just go ahead and sign up, and we'll try to put up the most interesting and diverse decks that we possibly can. Remember, we're still in progress on round 2. But once round 2 ends, then round 3 will begin. And you know what time it is. It'll be time to duel before you know it. So we'll be back with a break. And we're really going to break this time. All right, duelists, it is about that time again. We are just getting our pairings up for round 3, and pretty soon we should have, well, I don't know who yet, because we have a couple of choices. Just have to see who it is that says yes to that question when the judge taps you on the shoulder and says, hey, do you want to be in the feature match? And you're like, yeah, I do. So we'll see who ends up. We've got a good selection of decks, though. We might see some Yubel, might see some Millennium, might see some Evil Twin, Live Twin, if we're lucky. But there's a lot of cool decks here, and it's a reminder that the format really isn't figured out. Yes, there are decks that you can play, that other people play, that are probably pretty decent. But to each their own, right? When we were at YCS Sacramento, we saw all kinds of cool stuff. We saw light fiends all over the place. But there's a lot of light fiends, right? We saw Magical Musket. We saw Valmonica, Fiendsmith Valmonica. I don't think we managed to get on the stream, but just a cool concept in general. So it just shows you that, like, even amidst those decks, you're like, that's a Fiendsmith deck. No, there's no such thing yet because there's not really enough cards in the deck to be able to support it as just like a 40-card strategy there. White Forest would be really, really neat. I haven't seen anybody who signed up for it yet, but if we see some White Forest, we are going into those woods. Really cool deck for sure. Different variants. I played the Toy White Forest deck. There's also the Runic White Forest deck that we saw do just great numbers at YCS Sacramento. It's a deck that's definitely going to have a lot of life left in it. As we go over to... Okay, for real, when I look down at this, I want to make sure that you guys get to see it. We are actually getting to show off White Forest Runic, just like we talked about, but we're also getting to show off a really cool Fiendsmith Live Twin build. So I'm really excited to see just all the crazy commotion. I think our duelists should be down in the dueling stage. Pop over there. And they are. Okay. So we've got Latrell Jefferson there, and Latrell is going to be running that interesting combination of Live Twin Evil Twins. And his opponent, Jordan, is going to be running the White Forest deck. So a lot of fun stuff here. Hey, you asked for White Forest, and as it just so happens, just from luck alone, it's White Forest time. Now, if you're unfamiliar with either of these decks, Evil Twin Live Twin is technically a Cyberse deck that has some fiends in it, right? There are some light fiends. And on the flip side, after all those control shenanigans happen from things like Live Twin Sunny Snitch and, just sort of the linking back and forth, then on Jordan's side, you're going to be seeing just the powerful grind game of Runic White Forest. And this is actually really exciting because, like, White Forest, man, it's a deck that we haven't got to showcase much on the national stage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We've gotten a couple of, I want to say maybe like 3 total White Forest duels so far. All right, so looks like our duelists will be playing shortly. It's going to be fun here. Our judge just came by just to make sure that everything was good to go. We've got lots of applause there in the crowd. Believe we might be having a lunch break, but we'll get that information from you soon. That might mean there's a little bit of a delay, and if there is, we'll just gotta hang out. We'll talk to the locals. We'll just do some Yu-Gi-Oh! News you can use and see what's going on the beat. Right, we'll be the beat cop from the underworld. It does look like we're going soon. Oh, okay, we are going to start this off. So Latrell discarding the Fiendsmith Engraver to use its effect, and nothing from Jordan. Now, one of the things you see with the White Forest deck is it doesn't have a lot of monster effects that activate from the hand on the opponent's turn. It's mostly relying on the Runic Fountain's ability to make those Runic quick play spells active. So, similarly, no reply to the Fiendsmith Tract as we go deep into the deck for a light Fiend monster. Typical one is Fabled Lurie. And there's Fabled Lurie. Fabled Lurie being a fan favorite for this card because, you got to discard a card. Oh, what if I discard a card that just comes right back? Fabled Lurie has a mandatory effect when discarded to special summon itself back to the field, and it is a powerful level 1 monster, which gives you easy access to a lot of different things, including Relinquished Anima. Maybe you want to make a cool SP Little Knight, but it's also a light fiend, so it does mean you get to make Fiendsmith's Requiem. We'll go ahead and use Fiendsmith's Requiem effects to go ahead and go through the deck here. Take a look at our options, but it looks like Latrell smiling. Okay, yep, got it. Going to use my second Fiendsmith Engraver here. So Fiendsmith Engraver approaching the field. Going to go ahead and use the effect of the Fiendsmith Requiem because you got to pull that giant coffin on his back. It doesn't come from nowhere. That literally is the equip card he's got. So just thinking about it for a second. Oh, looks like we may have a Bestial. Yes, Bestial Druid's Worm. Getting rid of the Fiendsmith Requiem there. Oh, but it's the Ghost Spell in Haunted Mansion, stopping any effect that would tamper with the graveyard. She is the master of this manner, and she is not going to allow... Oh, but wait, there's more. Interesting. Going ahead and chaining the Bestial Magnum there, chaining and targeting again the Fiendsmith Requiem. So it looks like, yeah, Latrell smiling like, okay, yeah, you got it, you got it. So goodbye, Fiendsmith Requiem. Druid's Worm will not have any light or dark to gobble up, so it's going to stay in the hand there, but can be used later. And, of course, the Ghost Bell in Haunted Mansion only is going to have one of those effects be able to activate per turn, so we're safe from now if you're afraid of spooky ghosts and haunted mansions. So a little bit of breathing room there that Jordan bought themselves. We're going to go ahead and return some cards to the deck here because still Fiendsmith time, just without the Fiendsmith's Requiem. Now, Fiendsmith's Requiem, commonly only run at 1. Pretty difficult to deal with if it's gotten rid of because it really changes the structure of your plays. Latrell considering an Xyz summon, maybe open up the overlay network for a rank 6 monster, but decided no, that's not the direction we're going here. Maybe it is. Okay, there we go. There's the overlay. And we got to figure out what is... Yeah, there we go. So this zone at this time in this location. Interesting. So we're going to go ahead and bring out our Caesar. Right? Certainly a powerful monster in its own right. It's going to go ahead and be able to basically detach those materials to negate and destroy effects that cause special summons. A little bit of a built-in solemn warning there. So you don't necessarily have to worry about anything. You don't want your opponent to be special summoning too much more. But White Forest has a lot of different options, right? We are into the woods. There and back again. From grandmother's house we go. But Jordan's going to have to eventually jump into the duel here, taking a quick look at Maybe, I think that was a calculator thinking about that. Just a single set. So, got our hand here. Got to jump in the duel at some point. True, the Magnemite search. Yep, it is one of those things where it's optional. You can do it. You also can forget to do it. Let's go ahead and start with our Runic Flashing Fire. All right, let's see what he gets. Looks like we are going maybe in the extra deck, maybe not. All right, here we go. Finally getting in that extra deck. Took us just a second to figure out what it is we wanted to grab. A lot of different options, obviously, in Runic. Very powerful. We saw how good Hugin and Munin were at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. But this time we're actually bringing out Gary, the Runic Fangs. Giving you just a different profile of star levels here. Got a 6, and I believe Gary is a 3. All right, so now we're going to go in. Sending those monsters to the graveyard. And it is for... Oh, okay, so it looks like Gary, is a 4, actually. So we are going to bring out our Chaos Angel. Chaos Angel trying to use the effect to banish that face-down card. But while Chaos Angel does not care about monster effects when you use the right materials, it kind of can care about spell and trap effects. So it's going to be halved, shrink down a little bit. All right, so Latrell just trying to work through, but not down and out just yet. Obviously a big change there in terms of the attack points because of that. And looks like we got rid of a DD Crow, actually. DD Crow good, but not necessarily as helpful against this particular combination of cards. Now let's see. Latrell doing some verbal math here, thinking, okay, if I do that, then I do this, then maybe. Spirit Millennium Puzzle talking to Latrell, telling him, okay, this is our chance. Now is the time. It looks like he is just going to pass third player priority back over to Jordan. Jordan hasn't done a whole lot since that initial banish there. Obviously, it's a little difficult to get over. 3,500 is big. 3,500 divided by 2 is not big enough to get through the Caesar. All right. So we're going to use the Infinite Impermanence there. Going to go ahead and stop the column. So got to be careful about those imperm columns. Now, interesting. Not sure if the effect was already negated. Maybe we moved into a different phase because you should be able to negate a negated monster there. But our Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges are there, so hopefully they are making sure that everything is fair and on the up and up. Ooh, and now we are going to start actually summoning into the White Forest engine here. Oh, or not. Went ahead and crashed down with the effect failure there, so Astalar not doing a whole lot in her White Forest. Always neat to see baby Diabellstar and baby Diabells in their younger years, you know? Diabellstar babies, where Diabellstar dreams come true. All right, enough with some 1980s level references. We're going to go ahead and bring back our Fiendsmith Engraver by cycling a Fiendsmith Engraver. Fancy meeting you here, Fiendsmith Engraver. Back to the deck you go. All right, Lachelle going to go ahead and set that aside. Taking a brief look at the graveyard. Lots of lights, lots of darks. We know that Bestial Druid's Worm is still hanging out in the hand. Didn't get to eat. It might take a second bite at those light and dark monsters. And technically, a lot of different options here in the extra deck. But it looks like Latrell may be done. That may be just too much for him. Yeah, he's going to go and pack it up. unable to get through the Chaos Angel once it had its attack power restored, and a little difficult to combo off without Fiendsmith Requiem. You know, you see Fiendsmith the Graveyard, and you're like, oh man, what a cool dude. But he is also a cool dude that carries a very cool coffin-shaped attaché case of some kind, maybe a backpack, if you will. And without that backpack, without that Fiendsmith's Requiem, a little difficult to get around. All right, got to have a confirmation from our judge. It was an accepted game state there on the double negation. But also, Jordan did take game one. So went ahead and conceded there. So certainly, you know, it's going to be a long tournament. Both players are responsible for monitoring a correct game state, right? The judge is there too. The judge has a lot of responsibilities, especially in the stream station. And again, the tournament policy guidelines do dictate both players are responsible for maintaining that game state. But that said, we know that Jordan is up one game. Got a little bit of a preview there. And showed you that, like, yeah, you can really get through there. But yes, Jordan did take game one. Obviously, Latrell, it's, again, very difficult to combo off with Fiendsmith without the Fiendsmith Requiem, which shows you that we may enter a format one of these days where someone really has to cram those extra Fiendsmiths into the extra deck. Maybe an extra copy of Sequence, maybe an extra copy of Desiree, maybe an extra copy of Lacrima, because people are getting good, right? They know what to do against Fiendsmith, and all it takes is just Druid's Worm, Magnamut, DD Crow, and all of a sudden you may not have any backpacks to take on your next Fiendsmith adventure. If you ever hear me go silent, it's just because we've got some behind-the-scenes chatter. We want to make sure that nothing untoward shows up on stream. But speaking of stream, the streamers are here because Live Twin Lilla brings out Live Twin Kiss-a-Kill. Or actually, excuse me, Kiss-a-Kill bring out Lilla. All right, let's perform our first Link Summon of the Evil Twin Live Twins. And it is going to be Kiss-a-Kill. So, if you're unfamiliar with the Evil Twin Live Stream strategy, they are able to bring out the name that's not there. So, because there's, you can think of it just in colors, right? If you see a pink, that means a blue is coming your way. If you see a blue, it means a pink is coming your way. But they are light fiends. So check this out. Speaking of backpacks, right into the Fiendsmith's Requiem. What a cool way to have like this alternate way to get into the deck that really puts the pressure on your opponent to negate. And then you're like, yeah, that's cool. I've got a whole different game plan here. So right, we talked about that. So Kiss-a-Kill may be a light fiend, but the other one is a dark fiend. So we are seeing those slam down to the board. There is going to be an additional draw. Remember, if you summon Kiss-a-Kill, you do get to do the draw there. If you summon Lilla, you do get to do the destruction effect. So really great tech there. And now there is the Trouble Sunny. You don't get to see that Link for every day. Trouble Sunny, not something you see every day. Again, if you need a reminder of the effect, you just tribute it. You get to special summon up to one Kiss-a-Kill monster and one Lilla monster from your graveyard. And you can banish it from your graveyard to send an Evil Twin monster from your hand, deck, or face-up field to the graveyard. And send one card on the field to the graveyard. Notice I didn't say target. So really cool heads-up stuff. Speaking of heads-up stuff, here comes Yama, the Unchained Soul Lord. So just a really like roundabout way to get there, and I do think that you're going to continue to see all the creativity of duelists again. We've seen Magical Musket, we've seen Valmonica. I have never seen Live Twin, Evil Twin because of this unique interaction. But speaking of fiends, we know this one. It's the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage. Again, taking a look at that. You're like, whoa, okay. That's pretty good. Put that Trouble Sunny back in the graveyard. But here comes Chimera, destroying the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage. Just thinking, oh, so angry. But we're going to banish that evil... No, okay, we're not. We've got some multiple chain link effects, but we did banish the Yama. we are going to go ahead and return the Fiendsmith to the hand. And it's back. Wow, that's so crazy. Evil Twins, Trouble Sunny. If you haven't taken a close look at these cards, they are live streaming Rivals. And there's actually, and don't do this, there is a card where Trouble Sunny is doxing, that is posting the public information of the Evil Twins online to be like, they're not VTubers. They steal stuff at night. They're fiends. And that's pretty incredible. Art imitates life, imitates art, imitates life. And speaking of imitations, we are seeing the original here, right? Except no substitutes. Fabled Lurie is going to be added to the hand and discard, special in the field. Then we're going to see banishing the Fiendsmith Tract. And it's fusion time. So we're going to make the Lacrima here. And we get to bring back the Fiendsmith Engraver. So pretty decent sized field here. Obviously no cards in the graveyard on Jordan's side. Jordan taking the first game but hasn't played a single card on the board yet. For those at home wondering, by the way, we do have a left-hand accommodation for Jordan. Just ask your judge. They're fine. We're not trying to make you play cards with your dual disc on the wrong arm. Just got to ask in there, combining 2 6s. Again, little Nibiru insurance as we see the Triple D Wave King, or excuse me, High King Caesar. Now we're going to go ahead and, I think, bring out Fiendsmith Desiree. Those materials looking pretty strong with the Fiendsmith sequence. There's Fiendsmith Desiree. Non-targeting negation is pretty good. Definitely pretty good. And whether or not somebody opened their board with Fiendsmith Desiree has been a determining factor really throughout this format for those duels that are running Fiendsmith. Because we don't really have Baronne de Fleur, right? Ra Rest Its Soul, or Borreload Savage Dragon, you know? And some decks still have access to very powerful negation effects, even Voiceless Voice with Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice. But if you're playing Fiendsmith, the trade-off is that you really have Desiree as sort of your ace in the hole. And to a certain degree, yes, the High King Caesar will certainly help, but it's not the same. And speaking of that, the same, it's Dino Wrestler Pankratops. So a little bit of like the original Kashtira Fenrir showing up and being able to quick effect say bye. Going to go ahead and tribute itself to destroy a card on the field. So between Trouble Sunny, Fiendsmith Desiree, and the High Wave King Caesar, it's like we're thinking about getting rid of that Desiree. Jordan obviously choosing to run this very powerful card. Not sure if it was a main decked copy or it just appeared out of nowhere. But Pankratops is still very, very good. It does something a little functionally different than Kashtira Fenrir. It's a little bigger, a little scarier. It does look like we're going to tribute. So it's hard for Fiendsmith Desiree to negate anything when there's nothing face up on the field. So again, taking a quick look there. So we're going to go ahead and target the Desiree. Taking a look here. Any response from Latrell, considering his options. Only one face down card in the field, but several in the hand. Could be a call by the grave. Looks like we are going to lose the Fiendsmith sequence, likely the target of Dino Wrestler Pankratops, because now Fiendsmith Desiree is not really going to do a whole lot in the negation department, but you still have to worry about the High Wave King Caesar, or Wave High King Caesar. Either or, a negate is a negate is a negate. We are going to have to navigate through this if you're cheering for Jordan. As he considers that, seems to be an infinite permanence. Oh, no, it's evenly matched. We went to the battle phase. So now you can't negate it with that Fiendsmith Desiree, and you've really got to cycle this down. I think Latrell might just keep the Triple D Wave High King Caesar. Smile a little. It's a little bit of a predicament. But we're going to banish Trouble Sunny. Oh, no, I guess we're going to use its quick effect there. The least clear one card off the field. So tribute to the card, special summon up those Kiss Skill monsters. But if you special summon them, you're going to have to banish them too. That could be pretty rough. And because the location of those cards changed after the rule change in 2020, they aren't really going to get to activate their effects. So that could be very difficult. Now it's up to 1 and up to 1. So, yeah, they're going to go face down. I guess it's a way to get it off the field so you don't have to worry about not being able to use its graveyard effect and being able to have an untargeted send. And it looks like we were right here. Caesar stands alone. With 2 materials still remaining. Render that which is Caesar's unto Caesar. Well, it's finally time to get the Runic engine going. Jordan did take the first one, even though he seems like he's on the down and out. He is not. So we'll activate Runic Tip. We're going to add any Runic card from our deck to our hand, and then banish a card off the top of our opponent's deck. We're adding Runic Fountain, and banishing... Oh, no. Goodbye, Lilla. All right, so it's a little difficult here. Now we're going to have the Runic Fountain. Probably want to get that in the field spell zone, but we know what's going on. We know what's going on. So we do have Runic Fountain. Does change things up here. We're setting a card as well. Could be very interesting here, but we're passing turn. Latrell draws. Now, Latrell has to do something here. The Droll and Lockbird, obviously helpful, but we're going to go ahead and banish the Trouble Sunny here. Trying to use the send effect. Remember, we do get to send from anywhere. So goodbye. Wow, you don't get to see the actual evil twins, Kiskill and Lilla, that often. Hey, but another Fiend. Fiends are fun, this format. Taking a quick look. Non-targeting send, pretty good. And it's a send, too, which is very difficult for Runic to deal with. They have destruction protection in the form of Munin, the Runic Wings. But they don't necessarily have something here for non-targeting. That is, well, troublesome-y. All right, we'll leave the dad jokes behind as play continues. Trail having to consider the follow-up play here. But now there's new Runic Fountain. So here comes Live Twin Kiskill Frost. You might have thought it's a little too early to put up the Christmas decorations, but Latrell doesn't seem to think so. As he makes a Live Twin Kiskill. So remember, Kiskill gets to bring out Lilla. And then Lilla will get to do its thing. If you summon the evil twin, Lilla, while you have a Kiskill monster on the field, you get to destroy, but looks like we're going to go ahead and negate that with the Freezing Curse. Fire up that Icy Crossbow. Going to go ahead and negate that effect. And we're going to banish some cards. Speaking of doxing, I think I see the doxing artwork there from the Evil Twin Live Twin strategy. It's nice to have VTubers. It's just, you know, in Yu-Gi-Oh! We get a lot of different things. The fire department gets to battle VTubers. The police department gets to battle contracted demons. Now, those are those triple Ds. Looks like we're going to go ahead and return Fiendsmith sequence. Try to bring out Fiendsmith Engraver. Taking a quick look at the graveyard here. There's a lot of stuff in there. A lot of fiends, a lot of fun. But I think Fiendsmith Engraver may be coming back. Ooh, Bestial Druid's Worm to Jordan's rescue. Oh, but Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. Again, this is my manor. Stay out of it. This graveyard is well protected. So, Fiendsmith Engraver comes back to the field. And I think we might be performing another Link Summon here. Maybe the battle phase first. Oh, can't decide. It's very difficult. You found this brief little opening here. Doesn't seem like Latrell has any additional cards in hand. So this is it. Something goes wrong here, and that might be the end of the turn. But we did mention how very few cards that activate from the hand that a White Forest Runic deck typically has. They just don't necessarily get you into the game the way that just having a billion spell cards do. And those spell cards, hey, they pay your cost to your White Forest monsters. All right, well, we got to decide something here. In or out, right? Everybody's got that pet at home where they open the door for the pet to go outside. And you're like, come on, in or out? Well, are we going into the extra deck or out of the extra deck? Well, it looks like we're going in. And the monster we choose is... Ooh, it looks like it's another Fiendsmith sequence. Going to try to use the effective Fiendsmith sequence. Looks like it's good. So we'll go ahead and take a look over here at our Fiendsmith engraver, as well as our Evil Twin Kiss a Kill. It's so cool that it's a Light Fiend. Very creative there. And making our Fiendsmith's Lacrima. Lacrima, the bane of many existence, right? Able to fire its cannon off there for a crisp 1,200 damage. And looks like here we go again. Lots of fiends here. Looks like we may be packing that up okay. So Jordan possibly conceding that game. He's got a smile on his face. But it looks like we might be going to a game 3. Everything going Latrell's way. He smiles briefly at the camera. Looks like we're thinking about side decking. Yeah, no sign of the slip here, so we're still working things out. All right, so yes, confirming that Latrell won game 2, so we got ourselves a match here going into game 3 with very creative decks on both sides. Not every day you see Dino Wrestler Pankratops. Definitely not every day you see Evil Twin, Live Twin, but hey, fiends. One of my favorite things to do is to go into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Database and be like, okay, Light Fiends. Who is a Light Fiend? And then you're like, oh yeah, Theban Nightmare. That was a trip. But yeah, go ahead and do your dual diligence, you know? Crack them in a cold one at Duel Academy, do a little research, and be like, oh man, I love this deck. And I can play the new stuff. Okay, sign me up. And Latrell has definitely done that and fought his way to an evenly matched set here. We are one game apiece as we proceed. So Duel is just trying to figure out what to do with the side deck. This is the difficult part. You're like, okay, I beat him, but he also beat me. What do I do? Okay. Well, you got to figure out, you know, how it is that you're going to be able to come out of here alive. But lo and behold, we do got ourselves a match. Certainly something that I might have missed before are those great synchro sleeves that Jordan is running, right? We haven't gotten to see very much synchro shenanigans out of Jordan. I'm hoping that this White Forest turn looks like a White Forest deck. But the Runic stuff has really paid off, and it's because the deck is very grindy. But at the same point, you're just taking options away from your opponent. You know, many decks, they combat things by stopping the thing as it happens. Not the case with Runic. Runic's like, no. This is never going to happen. I'm going to peer into the future and just rip these options out of your deck. Maybe they deck you out, but more importantly, they no longer have to worry about each of those banished cards and get great amounts of information. So if you haven't given White Forest a look, you might want to. And it pairs great with Runic, although there's other stuff, right? Rage of the Abyss is definitely going to have an impact on White Forest as well. But we're going into game 3 here. Looks like we have drawn our hands, but I think Jordan's going to be going first. Latrell looking in the hand, shaking the head, looking in the hand, not feeling great about it. Same thing with Jordan. Taking a brief pause there. Which White Forest will start things off? Or, well, maybe it'll be a Runic card. All right, so Thought about that first play? Looks like it's going to be the field spell, Runic Fountain. Looks like it's good on Latrell's side. Now we're going to activate our first card here. And it's going to be a spell card, it looks like. Ooh, looks like we are going to be using a Runic card, probably to bring out Munin. We brought out Gary before, but this is just not the same situation. Yep, there's Munin of the Runic Wings. So, oh, we have to dig in now. So we're going to be discarding LZ of the White Forest, and that's unfortunate because it looks like we're a little locked up here on Jordan's side. And we're immediately going to be searching for an additional copy of that Runic field spell. And then we're going to probably cycle and just draw one off of the Runic Fountain. Of course, you can use multiple Runic Fountain effects in a single turn if you replace that Runic Fountain. So maybe just hoping, okay, got to draw something good. You got to draw something new. Let's see what we get. Jordan living on the edge here. Ooh, but we are summoning our first White Forest. Looks like, I want to say that's Sylvie of the White Forest. We are going to go ahead and replace. Oh, no, we're going to use that to send to the graveyard as the cost. What a great idea to go ahead and draw one new card. Jordan, puffing his cheeks out, though, doesn't seem to see what he wants. It would have been amazing to go ahead and get something like a Runic Tip to activate alongside that Runic Fountain in the hand. But it hasn't happened yet. Not to be discouraged, taking a brief look at the extra deck again. Has that 4-star tuner and 2-star monster. We might be able to see one of these fine White Forest Synchro monsters. Or we could just see something like Coral Dragon. All right, but it looks like we are going to send these to the graveyard. All right, going fast makes this feel alive. We're going to rev it up. And it is. I still got to confirm stuff. Don't want to miss out. And we made it, finally, into our first. So what's really, really cool about this deck is all of the Synchro monsters, at least from the White Forest side, except Yubel. So let's qualify that. Some of the Synchro monsters are also Synchro tuners. So you do get to do a little Axel Synchro. You also get to like refresh these Synchro monsters all the time, which is really, really neat. Just really, really good stuff. Great resource management, especially with that Archelia. Because if it's special summon, you just get to send one of those spells and traps. It looks like we dropped that Solemn Judgment. So we're going to pick up the deck here and add a White Force or a Light Spellcaster. And that's funny, too, because you can just add an effect failure. You're like, you know what this hand needs? I got all the gas. I have no brakes. Interesting just to see Solemn Judgment hit the graveyard that way. So picking up the deck in piles. Like maybe it's on this side. Maybe it's on this side. Both players run in a very slim package, but I'm noticing that's becoming more popular, not picking up the entirety of the deck as you're searching. Like, I don't know, maybe it's in this half. Why do I have to lift the whole deck? And there's that neat little sleeved up Yusei Fudo. Certainly the master of synchro summoning there. As long as you don't ask Jack Atlas. And so we are going to go ahead and grab our first White Forest spell card. We haven't seen too much of that in the White Forest deck. But it is going to be Tales of the White Forest. Let me go ahead and use that because you control the right cards. So we're going to use that to go ahead and grab that LZ of the White Forest. Thinking about LZ, we might be climbing all the way up to Diabel, Queen of the White Forest. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yep, reveal. We are going to go ahead and send a spell or traps. Oh, man, the Call by the Grave seems so rough, but sometimes you just got to get over it, you know? So that is going to grab our Sylvia, the White Forest. So we already had our Archelia. And now Synchro Summon. This has got to be Diabel, the original master, the Queen of the White Forest. Powerful card. Certainly, if you do an Axel Synchro, by the way, you do get to grab that spell and trap back. I would imagine it's a toss-up between the Solemn Judgment and the Call by the Grave, although... Oh, and there is the Infinite Permanent. So it's a toss-up of nothing. We can only wonder. But you could send a spell or trap. to go ahead and chain that to bring out one of those synchro tuners. Special summon it back, but chose not to this time. It's going to activate the Runic Fountain. Take a look at the graveyard. Would have been nice to grab some Runic cards, but a little difficult, little clogged up, unfortunately, because of all the negates in all the right places. Shell just taking a brief moment to converse with his opponent. Okay, looks like we're going on the next play, and it is Live Twin Kiss Kill. Turn on your broadcast and start subscribing. And joining us in our cast today, there she is. It's Lila. So our co-casters are present, and they are ready to go somewhere new. Looks like we are going to activate Runic Tip right this moment. So Runic Tip's going to go ahead and allow the search of a single Runic spell. Looks like it's going to be the Runic Flashing Fire. Going to go ahead and cut that deck there. And maybe you need to just put the pedal to the metal here. Don't have a lot of time. I might have been Freezing Curse, excuse me. With Freezing Curses, nice little effect negation there. Trying to activate the effect. There's the Freezing Curses. Now, it is a light Fiend, though. You still are going to have to face that Fiendsmith Requiem. You are going to banish those cards. And pretty good banishes off the top there, including Triple Tactics Talent. Going to go ahead and recycle. Need to get everything you can. So it's going to be 1 and 2, so we're going to try to draw 2. Oh, and then we're going to send. So that's interesting. Using the Ghost Bell to try to stop the Field Spell. And then just chaining to special summon here. Oh, the Zapper Shrimp. Interesting. Zapper Shrimp, certainly a really cool play. That's not exclusive to White Forest, but like Zapper Shrimp showing up out of nowhere feels pretty cool. Gives additional body on the board. Doesn't do too much else right now. Obviously, it's hard to flip monsters face down when they're link monsters. They don't have a defense position. But now we are seeing the Triple Tactics Talent. This could be bad for Jordan. We thought we had seen the last of it when it was banished, but you are not seeing double. There are 2. Kind of locked in there without the Runic Field Spell. So it looks like we are going to take Yubel. Like, I'll take that. Seems like a pretty cool monster. Got lots of stars. It's light, but it isn't light Fiend. We are going to go ahead and bring out the Fiendsmith's Requiem. Fiendsmith's Requiem is going to go ahead and swap out for the Fiendsmith Engraver. Fiendsmith's Engraver getting ready to do its thing as well. Taking a quick look at the extra deck. And we could Fiend Lock ourselves. Taking a quick look at the Muckraker of the Underworld there. And checking the graveyard to see what kind of Fiend monsters we might have at the ready. Charles just confirming some information. Jordan doesn't seem to have anything. Known or unknown. Going to go and return Yubel back across the board. She can go back to the graveyard, maybe take a little brief respite before she trains Astelar to be Yubel Star. Oh, I think it is Muckraker time. All right, get out your microphones. We are reporting the Yu-Gi-Oh! News wherever it happens. So should be discarding a card then if we want to go ahead and bring back a Fiend. Yeah, looks like we are going to bring back the Evil Twin Kiss Kill. Now we're going to use the Fiendsmith Tract. And there's the Fabled Lurie. So Fabled Lurie is likely going to be discarded here, appearing on the field. So many materials. Could make it even up to a Link 5 at this point. Now, from Muckraker's effect, we should be locked into Fiends. So unless you're a Fiend, I don't think we're going to be seeing you appear on the field. Latrell, just thinking about a little bit of the graveyard, asking a few questions. Just want to confirm there's nothing wrong with asking your opponent, like, hey, you know, what's going on information-wise? As long as that information is publicly available. Just taking a quick second to ask the judge what's going on. But yeah, we are locked into Fiends here, which is fine as we banish Fiendsmith track and perform a fusion summon, likely of Fiendsmith's Lacrima. A little bit of Lacrima here. And we're going to go ahead and bring back Kiss a Kill, going in and out of the graveyard. All right, so let's go ahead and advance. Wow, you do not get to see the actual live twins that much, or the evil twins, I should say. Clutch your purse. They are here to steal some stuff. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Evil Twin Live, it's been a minute. You know, they saw some play during, like, Sprite Runic format, which was really neat. But, again, if special summon, you tribute 2 Link monsters to get there, and that's how we got there. If you control, excuse me, if your opponent controls 3 or more cards, they must send cards to the graveyard until they only control 2. And while you have Kiss a Kill and Lilith in the graveyard, gains 2,200 to be 4,400 attack. But it's already off the board here as we get into our Fiendsmith sequence. And speaking of sequencing, looks like we're going to go ahead and return some cards. So bring back that Requiem. Put the backpack back in the stack. Now it's some fusion time. So we're going to be returning Fabled Lurie, Fiendsmith Engraver, and Fiendsmith Lacrima. Oh, no, I guess we're actually going to reset the Kiss Kill there because we got our Fiendsmith requirements. Of course, it's all in resolution. You're not declaring targets, so we're good so far. And there's Fiendsmith Desiree. Fiendsmith Desiree, again, very game-defining. Not format-defining, but in an individual duel can really make an impact. All right. Drawn for turn there. Not a lot of resources left. Took a brief look at that extra deck, put the hand there, but maybe it's not time to rev it up. Looks like we're going to start with the Flashing Fire. Ooh, going to go ahead and negate that. Latrell smelling blood in the water, thinking that's probably the only thing you have, and then it looks like we're just setting a card and passing for turn. Jordan grimaces and takes a look at his graveyard. Latrell draws, does the same. Just going to go ahead and attack. Oh, man, there goes Sylvie. Set a card. And pass again. Pretty difficult here. Going to go ahead and take the damage, so shaving some life points off from the Fiendsmith Desiree's direct attack. And don't worry, by next round, we should have our life point counter back on the screen. All right, so we do have a Bestial Druid's Worm. Going to try to banish somebody. Get rid of that Fiendsmith Engraver just to stop the flow of bleeding. And now it is time to return a Synchro Monster here. Kind of the neat little hidden effect of your grown-up White Forest cards, right? The 4 stars are to recycle those Tutor Synchro Monsters. And then now it should be Chaos Angel in defense mode. So it looks like going to go ahead and just banish since you cannot target that one. You're going to get rid of the Fiendsmith sequence. And now Desiree stands alone and without any effect. Well, any meaningful effect right now. Ooh, Cosmic Cyclone going on the face down. Do we chain it? We do not chain it. All right, quest continues here. So certainly Jordan showing the resilience of this deck, but absolute powerhouse of engines here. So many little light fiends. We wish you a Merry Christmas because here comes Kiss Kill Frost. But will a happy new monster appear on the field? Looks like certainly a few options. Not doing a whole lot with that Fiendsmith's Desiree without any equip spells. Monsters they might have been. Take a look at the Chaos Angel. Believe it was made just with dark materials. So because of his dark materials there, it's going to have some fun effects there, unable to be destroyed by battle. Protecting all synchro monsters. All right, we got to figure out what we're doing as we link off. There we go. So, here comes Evil Twin Kiskill. Evil Twin Kiskill say, hey, Leela, it's cast time. Get in uniform. Immediately shows up onto the field and is linked away. All right, I'm in uniform. Where do we go now, friend? Well, we're going to go ahead and bring that out. Let's cut. Very good sportsmanship there to make sure. And then we get to draw one off the top because Evil Twin Kissicle was summoned to the field while Lila was present. Now these two combine. Oh, and that's the handshake. Knowing what's going on. That seems to be it. I believe Latrell might have this. Smiling to himself as our judge hands it off. Signing that sacred slip. It's always that feeling, if you haven't been to a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament in a while, you hold that match slip, you check yourself off as the winner. Doesn't feel too bad. So Latrell shaking it. Jordan, go ahead and sign off, and we'll get a moment here to talk to Latrell about just how cool it is to play live streamers on the live stream. Go ahead and get set up here as he does the same. Because, yeah, what a match, by the way. We were clamoring for White Forest, and you really get to see the flexibility of White Forest. But it wasn't enough this time. Got us to game 3, but eventually just was able to get through. And you see some of the side deck options there. Just really cool stuff. Board breakers like Evenly Matched, Harpy's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, Cosmic Cyclone, I'm coming in. And none of those cards necessarily were the thing that made the impact. This was just kind of a grind of a game until eventually one duelist stood triumphant. That duelist appears to be Mr. Latrell. 3 solemn judgments and a skill drain. Just some great stuff. This is probably my favorite part of a duel where, somebody won, somebody lost, but you become friends, right? You've spent like 45 minutes with this person and you both have dedicated your life to the same hobby. And you're like, so what did you do? Oh, I tried this. Oh, that's cool. Well, then I tried this. Oh, man, yeah, that would have gotten me. Didn't make an impact this game, but yeah, good stuff, good stuff. So pretty soon we'll be able to have our winner here. But I love that, like, he's giving Jordan the interview. So I did this and I did that and then I was going to do that. But, well, I guess it was not to be. Certainly cool, though. Remember, you've got skill drain there. You can use skill drain, and then you can use your White Forest monsters to literally use skill drain to pay the bill. You're like, oh, I can't use my effects. What if I just pay the cost? And that'll get you back to the game in no time. So really cool stuff from White Forest. It's definitely a deck that I'm working on right now. So learned quite a few things from Jordan. Some really, really neat stuff. Well, if you rewind your YouTube VOD, you might actually be able to just get the deck profile from there, but we'll hear directly from the duelists themselves shortly. Just really cool stuff, like really cool. Latrell definitely feeling himself. He's got a smile. Even the hardiest of duelists will eventually crack a smile once they've won a duel. You'll see that. You go back and you watch and you see these stone-cold duelist individuals. And then they win. They're like, yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. No one is immune. No one is immune from the feeling of victory. Even the stress relief, right? Even if you don't care about the win, you don't have to worry about the loss anymore. You made it. So just some great stuff. So yeah, in a moment here, we are going to have our duelist Dugil. Looks like he is being ushered on in. So we'll go ahead and trade off some deck lists so I can speak with Mr. Latrell Jefferson. Right over this way, sir. Right over this way. Here, if you want to put on your headset, we are already ready and live just for you, man. Looks like we're having a little bit of an audio desync, so apologies to the viewers at home. We'll get that fixed in a while. If you wonder what that is, if I wave my hand, you can see that's waved there. But just bear with us. That was some really cool stuff. I have to say, I totally forgot that Kiss a Kill is a light fiend.
Yeah, that was it was actually some random like Facebook video that I saw of Lacrima summoning back the Link 4, and I was like, that's kind of silly. I want to play that.
And some really cool stuff. So when you were putting the deck together, was there ever any like different versions? Because obviously Live Twin, Evil Twin has a lot of different directions to go. Cyburst or Level 2, maybe a little Sprite Runic. How did we come up with this combination?
Mainly because the Fiendsmith stuff, I wanted a deck to play it in that was like that genuinely had synergy and not just like any two bodies make moon and go off. But also I used to play the Sprite variant, and I just felt like I was ending on not necessarily worse boards, but it like lost to more relevant things, like board breakers and such that people are running. But yeah, that was the main process behind putting it together over any other variants.
You definitely have a lot of experience with the deck. I think my favorite play watching was when the Evenly match came down and you traded out the Trouble Sunny to be like, no, I'll just bring out a Lilla and a Kiskill. Those could be banished, but this stays in the graveyard. To get that level of comfort, are you just grinding the deck like every day, just play?
More or less. I picked them up like maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, and that was when I was still playing the Sprite version. And honestly, the Link 4 is probably my favorite monster, so I make sure if I can to make it, and I know how to like save it in terms of stuff like evenly.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. So that's 3-0 right now so far, right? That's some good stuff. I gotta say, we were chatting about it on the stream, just like, wow, it's the live stream deck on live stream. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Well, we're going to go ahead and get some of the audio things fixed so you guys can see it straight. But we wish Latrell best of luck in the last 5 rounds here, and we'll be back right after this, fam. Take care. There we go. We actually got that fixed. We are trying to determine right now if there is a lunch break. We believe there's a lunch break. We're just trying to figure out what time everybody should be coming back. But we'll just hang out just in the meantime. But enough of that chair. There we go. Jokes aside, really, really interesting stuff. And I know there's some people who are like, I want to play next Yu-Gi-Oh! I need to have a new format. As you can see, we are actually still exploring this format. I think if you made like a time was Imagine it's the 50th anniversary of Yu-Gi-Oh! And you're like, what? Because it's been the 25th anniversary of Yu-Gi-Oh! All year. And we have a Time Wizard 2024 August. That kind of format, honestly, would be pretty interesting because we're seeing some really cool stuff. That deck that Latrell was running was just insane. Like the Evil Twin, Live Twin vibes, obviously a duelist who really does. I'm still like Trell's still here. But just some really, really cool stuff. So it shows you that, like, even if you think there's only, like, 2 decks to play. Like, I can play this deck and this deck. Wrong, because we've seen way more than 2 decks. Not only at the YCS, not only here, maybe even at the World Championship. There's a lot of cool stuff still to explore. So you just have to, like, figure it out. And yes, to a degree, that does mean you have to sleeve up a deck that maybe you're not confident with. You're like, oh, no, what do I do? What do I do? But that said, there's still amazing stuff. And the only way you get that experience is you have to play it out. It looks like we will be coming back at 1:40 p.m. That is 1:40 p.m. So if my watch isn't wrong, looks like it'll be about 23 minutes. We'll hang out a little bit here. Maybe we can get some other people on the cast just as we're waiting. But most importantly, round 4 will start at 1:40. That's 1:40 p.m. So you got some time. If you guys want to ask us any questions here at the Game Guys venue, we're going to go ahead and turn the camera around so you can just There we go. There we go. So we have picked out probably one of the coolest deck lists I have ever seen, which I'm going to go ahead and flip down so you don't get to spoil it as a surprise. From our table 1, actually. We're so happy that they were able to join us because this is going to be weird. This is going to be wild. We're going to see. I think I'm seeing a little bit of that lag stuff. So we'll keep working on the technical issues as we go along. But this deck, how many cards is this deck? Has to be, yeah, it's 60. Okay, there's no way this isn't a 60-card deck, so very excited. We are just getting at the end of our lunch break here, so we are very excited to showcase some stuff. Let me see if I can get our major camera back on before we get started, so I will be right. All right, so it looks like we are going to be getting back into things pretty soon, and very excited to see, again, all the cool stuff that we're about to show you. So we're still looking at stuff. Oh, we will get that fixed in just a second. Don't worry, don't worry. But this is going to be just a wild deck. I cannot believe the names I am seeing here. I'm not going to spoil any of the surprises until our duelists are locked in, because my mind to your mind, this is insane. And the opponent's actually playing a really interesting deck, too, so this is going to be a great matchup. I cannot wait. So let's go ahead and get onto the gameplay screen here, because our duelists are getting ready, and they are locked in. So, yeah, let me tell you some craziness. Okay. So, you recognize the duelist, Robert over there. Robert is playing Yubel, Fiendsmith, Adventure, Horus, Millennium. And I'm looking at the deck list, I'm like, yeah, this qualifies as all of that, and some very small packages of some other stuff, too. His opponent, not to be outdone, Trevor, is running a very popular variant that we saw at the Asia World Championship qualifiers, and that is going to be Rescue Ace, Kashtira. It's still a really good deck. Both of these duelists are completely undefeated. We are going into round 4 here with just some great, great matchups coming our way. But good stuff. I mean, all those different decks combined, that 60-card stack is, that's a pile. That's, what are we playing? We're playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. But here we go as the duelists are getting ready here. I'm speechless, speechlessly excited here, because it's going to be cool. It is going to be cool. Again, you know, some people are like, I want to have a new Forbidden Limited list. And I'm like, no, there's still so much. Let them cook. Let them cook on this list, because this is so cool. So much cool stuff here. All right, so we're getting a little bit of info from our judges. Looks like they will be ready to start shortly. And the quest. Literally the quest, because we are adventuring here. All right, so little die roll there. Little die roll there, using some very minute die. I think that was doubles both times, so it was 4. Looks like we're going to roll again here. And it appears that we have decided, I think you can tell that 60-card deck. Oh, my goodness, what a giant stack there in front of Robert. So that's how you know that Robert is on the top in the blue chair, and Trevor is going to be in the red chair just from the size of the stack. Again, there's still so much Yu-Gi-Oh! To play. All right, so looks like we're going to start off with a simple wanted of Seeker of Simple Spoils, grabbing the Diabell Star. And then we're going to go ahead and bring out Kashtira Unicorn there. Get a little insulation. I'm already seeing a Lava Golem with a hand and Azurine statue. Oh my goodness. What a deck Robert has. But the Lava Golem is really going to pay dividends there. And I think I also saw, is that Speedroid Terror Top? I didn't even list out enough deck types. All right, but we are seeing another Wanted Seeker of Simple Spoils go to the graveyard to bring out Diabellstar the Black Witch, activating its effect to go ahead and set a Sinful Spoils card. She is the Seeker after all, and she is probably going to be seeking the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye there. Mention we'll probably see that flipped up soon. And we did mention this is a Rescue Ace Kashtira variant, so we will probably be seeing Goodbye Black Witch and hello Rescue Ace Hydrant. Glad to see that there are some fans in the chat. Cheer on yo homies. All right, so as we continue deep into the deck here, the Rescue Ace Hydrant going ahead and adding another card here. Clutching that emergency. Kind of close here. But it looks like actually we're going to grab the Rescue Ace Airlifter. And we haven't normal summoned yet, believe it or not. So here comes Rescue Ace Airlifter. Going to go ahead and use its powerful effect to get one of those Rescue Ace spells. And it's going to grab the alert. Using the alert immediately, remember that it does have that boosted effect because of the fact that Rescue Ace Hydrant's on the field, so it gets to be a little bit of a reinforcement to the army. And we are grabbing another one. So really cool stuff off the bat. Like, this is a great opening, but you have to wonder, you're looking at a 60-card deck. Could you even imagine what it is that's coming your way? Oh, we're going to uncut the deck here. Just crazy stuff. All right, so drawn. Looks like we've got a single copy there. Oh, hello, friends. No, we've got a single copy of Effect Failure we drew off of the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoil. And now, going to go ahead and combine these two monsters for our first Link summon. So Kashtira Unicorn no longer sort of threatening the extra deck. Now we've got an SP Little Knight. Kind of a modest board here. You know, we haven't seen any points of interaction, so obviously this combo must be going somewhere. Looks like we are going to go ahead and banish two. It's Rescue Ace Turbulence time. So, getting rid of. Looks like Alert and Rescue Ace Airlifter. Go ahead and put that Turbulence in defense mode. The fire department's here. Might be setting 4 cards from the deck from the Rescue Ace strategy. Let's see what he gets. All right, Emergency. Remember, one of these can be activated because Rescue Ace Hydrant's on the field. Right, we're also seeing Rescue, Extinguish, and Contain. All right, just taking a quick look here. Like, wow, is that everything? Yeah, Monster Reborn for both sides in a quick play. And maybe we'll do some negation and destruction, and you can't use the effects for the rest of the turn. Maybe we'll do some negation. And you won't be able to use it as a material. And maybe we'll use Rescue Ace's Emergency, calling in somebody new and special summoning somebody old if a preventer ends up there. So we're just going to set this in no particular order. Maybe something here, maybe something there, maybe something there. And oh, there's the Kashtira Birth. So using Kashtira Birth, going to go ahead and bring back the Unicorn there in defense mode. That Lava Golem never looked better as it moves its way to the front of the hand. But now it's time for a little bit of a powerful Link summon. Oh, okay. It's going to be possibly a 3-material Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. It is. So 2,400 attack. But unfortunately, not knowing that the Lava Golem is coming down. That's down to 2 monsters. So we may be saying goodbye to those cards pretty fast. So yeah, Judge very smart there to say, hey, you can't use dice. We know you would love to keep track of it. You can have written notes. So those students at Dual Academy at home, you can always write down Appaloosa's attack. But you cannot use dice because that could be confused for another game element like counters. Speaking of counters, I think we're about to see a counter punch here as we drop down Lava Golem on top of those monsters. All right, so got a little bit of information from the judges. They are good to go. But there's that Lava Golem just gobbling up everything that's important, right? We love the Bow of the Goddess. We love the Rescue Ace Hydrant. But a bigger fire monster has appeared. Now, we are going to see Rescue in the open game state here. using that to go ahead and bring out the Rescue Ace Hydrant. So now all those effects are back online. Certainly helps. The Appaloosa expensive, but I'm not down for the count just yet. Now we're going to see so many different starters in Robert's crazy deck here. Starting off with Speedroid Terror Top. Going to go ahead and try to grab some monsters here again. Speedroid Terror Top going to be one of the quarter-century secret rares off the Yubel, not Yubel, what am I saying? Yu-Gi-Oh! Tin of Dueling Rares. Or I got Yubel on the brain. Who doesn't in this fun format? But looks like we're going to say no to that. And because the hydrant's on the field, it cannot be used as materials. You're containing it. Keep it locked into that spot. No effects and not going anywhere. And that can be difficult. With so many starters here, looks like up next, we're going to discard Fiendsmith Engraver. So the Fiendsmith Engraver, going to go ahead and grab that Fiendsmith Tract. Haven't even seen all the craziness yet. But let's push the envelope a little further as we activate Fiendsmith Tract. Got that effect filler in hand, but not too much else you're worried about. So emergency. Emergency. All right, so going to the deck. Robert certainly has the crowd support here. And may earn a few new fans from how just incredible the spread of engines being run there. We are going to go ahead and bring out the Preventer. Get rid of an extra Rescue Ace Hydrant. Just going through that deck. Luckily, there's the Lurie. But just trying to be like, hey, what do I even run anymore? That's a Winged Dragon Raw Sphere mode we just saw. It just shows you like how much is going on in this deck. All right, so Fabled Lurie coming out from the discard. Now we've got 2 materials on board, but we're not going to do anything with that Speedroid Terror Top because it's been contained. But Fiendsmith Requiem, large and in charge. Might be time to go ahead and tribute it with its quick effect to bring out a Fiendsmith's Engraver. Fiendsmith Engraver feeling pretty decent right now, but would be kind of on its load, so that Terror Top is just kind of here. Hello, friends. I'm a top. I have Terror. But unfortunately not going to be used for any Synchro or Exceeds summons of any kind. Fiendsmith Engraver does appear here. Always a little bit more difficult to shuffle a 60-card deck. Build some good dual disc muscles having to pick up all those cards. Right, so we are going to see, the Extinguish. And very well timed because that means that you won't be able to use any of those effects in the graveyard either. Extinguish does extinguish it. Stay down. And that is going to be difficult because you think, hey, I've got all these great ways to power on through. The Lava Golem, hugely successful, allowing you to activate all these monster effects. But pretty much every card in this hand is a starter. So here comes the next one. We're getting rid of Crystal Beast, Sapphire Pegasus. Ultimate Rare. For a quarter-century secret rare, Imseti, Glory of Horus. To go ahead and grab that King Sarcophagus. Not only showcasing lots of great Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but also great Yu-Gi-Oh rarities. I think the King Sarcophagus was quarter-century secret rare QCSE as well. All right, so take a look at the extra deck here. I did see a Moon of the Closed Heaven. And a Phantom of Yubel. Lots of really different things here. Robert just galaxy brain level plays. But Trevor certainly has been hanging in there. Just consummate plays when it comes to Rescue Ace. Just perfect. Absolutely great sequencing. Really showing that a linear deck, it's got a strategy that's just straightforward. Never misses. So Robert definitely still has his work cut out for him as he activates King Sarcophagus. Has one Horus name in the graveyard. Goes ahead and brings out Imseti. Feel that slam on the table like in Master Duel. Just when that summon happens. Going to go ahead and discard again there. And goodbye, Wedju Temple, the Millennium strategy. We'll use that to send another Horus monster to the graveyard so that it can use its summoning procedure to splash down onto the field as well. I think it looks like we're going for Hoppy. Taking a second to think about that. Well, if I get that out, what could I pull out? Maybe a Link monster? Maybe an Xyz monster? Certainly a lot of great rank 8 Xyz. But it does look like Hoppy hits the grave. And Hoppy's back. So hopping right into this duel. Still 2 names left in the Horus family that we haven't seen, right? Dwamutef and Kibi Senoweth. Strange as that may sound, that is its Egyptian name. Speaking of Egypt, Horus continues. King Sarcophagus discarding that angel statue Azaroon. Now we're down to Dwamutef and Kibi Senoweth. Oh, interesting. Okay. So swapping over. Lots of powerful Horus monsters here. It's a really interesting deck. You know, you think, wow, but all these free level 8s are so powerful, but I haven't necessarily seen it make that much of an impact on this format. So it might just be all's fair in Love and Yu-Gi-Oh! But just putting some very powerful monsters here. But it looks like we're going to use the effective Rescue Ace Preventer to flip that face down. So Dwamutef striking a pose there. Hoppy still on the field. Seti just sitting down, so 2 monsters down as materials, not yielding too much there. Haven't seen Kibi Senoweth yet. But without any cards to discard, not a great way to get into the graveyard, at least for now. Did see a lot of numbers I recognize there. Hope Harbinger Dragon, Titanic Galaxy, very powerful to deal with some of these spell effects. And certainly can change the direction of some of those attacks. It looks like we're just going to the battle phase first. That definitely felt like a possible attack there from Robert. Thinking about it, thinking about it. Got to go left to right. Looks like we're going to go and attack into the Rescue Ace Preventer. The Rescue Ace Preventer does have a powerful effect when sent to the graveyard. Takes a look at some of those banished monsters, so grab that Airlifter and put it in defense mode. Airlifter was special summoned, so we're going to go into the deck. Again, just 2 very great duelists playing 2 very different styles of dueling. Trevor, a master of a very precise, calculated Rescue Ace strategy, right? Don't want to do too much, just need to get through this. Going to go and add that Rescue Ace HQ so we can recycle our cards. Very linear game plan that gets it done anytime it's able to be executed. Conversely, Robert's just like, hey, I brought my Yu-Gi-Oh! Trade binder in a deck. Now, that joke aside, it is incredible to see all these different cards mixed and matched and how much extra deck access they have. And there's certainly some commonality, right? We got to see Wedju Temple, which will put some of your monsters in the spell and trap zone. And, you know, Crystal Blue Sapphire Pegasus might do the same. But it is a field spell, which is searchable with the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. So just great integral stuff here. And speaking of integral, looks like we've got our number 90 Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord. So Photon Lord does have that powerful quick effect to negate. And that might be what gets us out of here. Looks like we're going to go and shuffle and draw for turn. That is all she wrote there. Interesting, we may not have seen the Terror Top attack. But it's still in attack mode, so some light point damage may be hitting there. Speaking of hitting the field, comes Rescue Ace HQ. Thinking about that number 90, it looks like Robert's going to go ahead and pass that off. It's good. So, Let's recycle some cards here. Preventer, Airlifter. And it looks like maybe Extinguish and Contain. Going to shuffle those back in the deck and draw one new card. And of course, Rescue Ace HQ does let you get that additional normal summon. And we're still staring down the barrel of that Rescue Ace Hydrant. Able to hose things down. Cool this duel by searching out another Rescue Ace from the deck to the hand. Aww. A little bit of support from the chat there. The emojis are just melting my heart. But don't worry, I'm not getting cooled down because Trevor's heating things right up. Reinforcements of the army. Looks like it is going to grab that Rescue Ace Airlifter. You know, it's always great when you love a duelist. It's better when that duelist loves you back, isn't it? But as we proceed here, Trevor is going to go back in using the effect, I believe, of the Rescue Ace Hydrant. Still haven't seen that Kashtira Birth. Do believe we have a Kashtira Unicorn still sitting in the graveyard. But this is a little difficult here because you're still having to deal with the Photon Lord. The Photon Lord can happen at any time, so maybe Trevor pushing the envelope here by summoning the Airlifter, sort of asking Robert, like, you going to let this resolve? And unfortunately, Robert does have to let that go through. All kinds of great Yu-Gi-Oh scenes from all over Texas here. Again, Texas Yu-Gi-Oh is at an all-time high. With our national champion being from Plano, we've got great duelists from all over the scene. So whether you're from San Marcos or San Antonio, from Austin to Amarillo, there are some crazy duelists from all over the state who have congregated right here to be the regional champion of Game Guys. But we don't get there until we finish this duel. Emergency bringing out another Rescue Ace Preventer in defense mode. And we'll say goodbye to that Airlifter. Our noble Rescue Ace monsters taking the hit for one another. It is an emergency, though. And it looks like we're going to link off. But first, let's use that Rescue Ace Preventer to try to get Photon Lord to turn off. You can use that negate if you want to, or you could just let it go down and save those materials. Certainly hunting down, scoping things out, taking a little peek over the edge there. Because that's the thing, now that the Photon Lord is face down, it's not doing a whole lot of hunting. Taking just a little nap there. And maybe this was not the time to snooze because the fire department never sleeps. And Rescue Ace Turbulence is here for the low, low cost of banishing two of those cards. And there's that Kashtira Unicorn we were talking about. Kashtira Unicorn back on the field here from that Kashtira Birth. Just reminding you, it's Watchful Eye is here. You will not get away from me. That extra deck, I'd love to put my paws on it. But let's go ahead and link summon. Speaking of paws, we'll pass that card back over to Robert. Here's your Lava Golem back. Thank you. It's a great card. But I need to use it as a link material for IP Masquerena. So it is the fire department. It's not the police after all. So we might have a little speed demon whiz on by down I-45 here. Careful, though. You don't want to wreck the car. Well, motorcycle in her case. But we're going to go ahead and use the effect of Rescue Ace Turbulence to bring out, again, Contain, Extinguish. And also, we're going to use Emergency. Now, it is up to 4. Up to 4. So, just going to mix those up and leave that one slot open. Hey, there's plenty of decks that's still around. You have to remember, there are like 13,000 plus Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And if you put the lab time in, you too can get some amazing stuff done. But we will see that IMSA T go to the graveyard. And the IMSA T, obviously, powerful as it may be, it's face down, so doesn't necessarily trigger off the King Sarcophagus in that way. And we do have that 500-point attack boost from the Photon Lord. Defense is not quite as big as you think whenever you've got big monsters there, 3,500 apiece. And Looks like we're going to go ahead and maybe flip one of those over. Remember, you can use that with Rescue Ace Hydrant. Cards set by the effect of a Rescue Ace card can be activated, but looks like he's going to hold that off. Doesn't want to give away too much information. Rescue Ace did some great numbers, by the way, in the Asia World Championship qualifiers. So this deck is not down and out. So Robert looking into the extra deck, all those different options. Certainly still has the King's Sarcophagus. So we could just see body after body after body hit the field. Happy Kibisenoef, Dwamutef, Imseti. But nothing just yet. As he ponders that last card, does he want to trade that in for a Dwamutef? It's the one name we haven't seen yet. Actually, excuse me, Kibisenoef is the one name we haven't seen yet. Wow, we are normal summoning the Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere Mode. A little bit of a rise from the crowd there. Just to be like, you know what? I love your fire attributes, but check this one out. Divine. One of the few divine cards in existence. An attribute reserved only for the holiest of holy, the Egyptian god cards. So I'm going to pass that over. No monster effects activated here, so nothing to do. And it definitely changes things. Might want to go ahead and use emergency to bring out... Oh, thinking about it. Yeah, this might be an emergency. We're going to go ahead and activate it. This Rescue Ace just bringing it down. Trying to make sure not to falter here. So Rescue Ace Preventer back in action. Going ahead and tributing off the Rescue Ace Preventer. Going to use Rescue Ace Preventer's effect in order to special summon the Rescue Ace Hydrant back to the field. So now you know those traps are still there. Contain, extinguish. But the fire department is much more effective when they are parked next to that hydrant. Just makes life a lot easier. That means that we do get the extra effect of each of those trap cards. So not just a destruction, but something that turns off those effects. Not just a negate, but something that turns off the ability to use it as material. Speaking of material, our first Horus material hits the board as Imseti, Glory of Horus, appears. Will we see the blessing or the guidance? Well, only one way to find out. Looks like we are going to go ahead and negate and contain that. It isn't going anywhere, but it's basically just a big monster that cannot be used as material now. Still a Horus, though. Speaking of Horus, here comes our next name. Looks like Hoppy this time. Thinking about it? Yeah, we gotta. Let's go ahead and extinguish that. And forever shall you stay in the graveyard. At least this turn. So certainly one more Horus monster. Brings out our Dwamutef. But you can't use both of those as materials. Maybe going for a Typhon here? Little reminder from Trevor there, like, hey, that Imseti, he's stuck. He's contained. Wait for the arson report to come down. Maybe we'll let him be used as a material next turn, but not right yet. Now, with all the crazy cards that Robert is running, you do have to ask yourself, does he have the Winged Dragon of Ra? Because if he does have the Winged Dragon of Ra, that's going to be interesting. It looks like we are going to use Fiendsmith Engraver to put back that Fabled Lurie. And so now at least there's more monsters on the field. Maybe get into a Link summon. But not an Xyz summon because of Imseti's containment. Try to use the Fiendsmith Requiem from the graveyard. And it's good. So Fiendsmith's Requiem is attached there. Fiendsmith the Graveyard feel a little bigger. Looks like we're going to go ahead and try to get rid of Turbulence here. Using the effect of the Fiend Smith's Engraver, just hurl that backpack right at him. And that will get rid of Turbulence. Just incredible play here, by the way. And remember, we are still in game 1. All right, but looks like it's battle time. It's going to be sent to the graveyard without any damage because of the effect there. And it's same deal. Let's go ahead and get rid of the Rescue Ace Hydrant. Can't do anything about the Winged Dragon Raw Sphere mode. You need to remember the anime here. You just can't get to it. We'll see if the Great Winged Dragon in the sky hears Robert's cry. But in the interim, let's use Fiendsmith's Sequence to recycle Fiendsmith Engraver and Fiendsmith's Requiem. That'll yield out what appears to be a Lacrima. Yep, Fiendsmith Lacrima. Let's go ahead and cycle some other Fiends here. Fiendsmith Engraver maybe appearing back on the board. Got that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Not quite ready for it. Looks like the other card was a Pot of Prosperity. Certainly a lot of consistency. Benefits out the Rescue Ace engine. It's definitely looking to get set up. And we have definitely seen Trevor do exactly that. But it's Robert's turn to play, and he is piling the cards on the board there. Multiple materials. Playing around his quote-unquote useless Imseti Glory of Horus. Don't worry, Horus fans. I didn't mean it. I just meant the fact that he was contained. We are going to go ahead and combine. Ooh, into our Triple D. Wave High King Caesar. So a little bit of negation there, certainly important, especially since there's 2 opportunities to use that. Could come up with a Cashier of Birth. That looks like Trevor's going to draw for turn. Not a lot of resources left on Robert's side. No cards in hand, it appears, as he stares down at the playing field. Asking the judge some kind of questions. All right. Got to be something. Looks like we're going to use the Pot of Prosperity here. So we're probably not going to end the game this turn. Interesting that we didn't see the Winged Dragon Ra Sphere mode pass back. Powerful card. Should be the end phase of this turn that it passes back. Until then, it's just a big old body that got rid of a heck of a lot. At the cost of your normal summon. With a deck like that, you kind of don't need it. So many ways for Robert to get to the game. Not normal summoning makes that a very powerful card. But here comes Prosperity. So we only banished 3, so we get to see Fenrir, Unicorn, and Triple Tactics Talent. Cashier Bird does have another effect. It might have been a while since you played against a full power Cashier, or maybe 10 minutes ago if you were playing Master Duel. But you do get that level 7 normal summon without tribute. Looks like we're going to use the Rescue Ace HQ, maybe cycle some stuff around. That way Trevor has even more resources and 1 additional card. But before then, we're going to replace it with the Pressured Planet Raitsoth. So let's go ahead and dig deep in the deck. Trevor looking for a Kashtira monster. And it looks like it's going to be another Unicorn. Are we going to normal summon the Unicorn then? Interesting. Got to be very careful here, considering the threat of the Wave High King Caesar. Being able to attach its materials to negate and destroy special summon-based effects. And the card attached to them. Summoning an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Let's go ahead and combine. Certainly no episode of the anime prepared us for this. The Winged Dragon Raw Sphere mode and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And it looks like we're going to try to make a Nightmare Phoenix. Nightmare Phoenix certainly a powerful option here, right? 2 cards with different names. We definitely got that. And for the low, low price of a discard, we could say goodbye to Imseti's, well, signature card, the King's Sarcophagus. So not co-link, no draw. We're going to go ahead and let that. Got to pitch something. There we go. So goodbye, Unicorn. Still got a monster on the field. Definitely powerful. Gonna try to use the effect here. Oh, interesting. Gonna use instead Imseti to take revenge. Getting rid of the Kashtira Birth. It kind of looks like a little bit of trouble now for Trevor. Doesn't quite feel like a holiday here with this few cards on the board and no way to bring out that additional Kashtira Fenrir that we know is in the hand. Thinking about it? You could technically crash, but it looks like you're just going to get rid of the Fiendsmith sequence here. So a little bit of extra damage due to all the different attributes on the field. 100 for each different attribute, of which we have water, light, dark, and fire. It looks like did not get the best turn that they were hoping for. Trying to fight back as hard as they can. Remember, it's still game 1. Doesn't matter if you're a fan of either of these duelists. We got plenty of time for game 2. Hey, maybe a game 3. Should have about 8 minutes left on the clock, I would say. We started just around 1:40. But we do have a judge in there with a separate timer. We're considering his options there. Very few left. Every single card counting in this pile of a deck, including Fiendsmith's Track. We already know the Fiendsmith Lurie's there, and that's all Trevor needed to see. Knows that probably not going to survive with just a single Fire Fiend on the field. Nightmare Phoenix is good. Not enough to withstand the onslaught of a full Fiendsmith combo. So a lot of smiles there from Robert, managing to squeak out of there. Wow, I saw Secret Village of the Spellcaster in the extra deck. Lots of cool stuff. Or side deck, excuse me. But just some interesting stuff here. Also think I saw a Dark Ruler No More maybe come in there. And that can be helpful to just say, hey, no effects. Now it's my turn to play. Because you figure if you are Trevor, you probably are going first. And if you're going first, you're probably going to set up a pretty decently strong field containing, you know, maybe some Rescue Ace cards, maybe some Kashtira. The Spell and Trap cards, obviously, you're not going to Dark Ruler No More. But you might get lucky. You might just, you know, Feather Duster, Dark Ruler No More. Set up your turn. Smooth move, duelist. We are seeing some things like Lava Golem come out. Obviously not as strong when going first. Although I did see Robert pass one of those Lava Golems. Oh, and a second Lava Golem, leaving 2 out of the 3 in there. But just shrinking that package down just a little bit. 3 Lava Golem in the main deck. Holy moly, though. Definitely coming in with Merrick vibes. But there's still a lot of dueling action to be had. Both of these duels undefeated. Currently sitting at table 1. And with good reason, because as long as that game was, and yes, we could only crown one winner, both did an excellent job just keeping each other really well paced, right? You're going to do this? Okay, I'm going to do this. Well, you're going to do that, I'm going to do that. But after some quick side decking, Trevor is already ready to go. Mathematically, we don't have the timer on the screen, but we started just at about 1:40, which was 40 minutes ago, so we're probably sitting at around 5 minutes left. Judges have a separate timer and are in the room off camera. So once time is called on their timer, they'll go ahead and begin end of match procedures. Remember, this is a Swiss tournament, so there is a possibility of a draw right? You get to the end of the current phase, compare life. If one person's higher, that's a win. Then you compare wins. And it could still be a draw from there, so it all really just depends. But I think we should have about 5 minutes left. So we won't have enough time for a game like that. This is possibly going to be a little bit more swinging for the fences. Both players just try to, well, wreck face against one another. Friendly duelists, but they're going to let the cards do the talking for them. Do see a hand of what appears to be Fabled Lurie, a Fiendsmith Engraver, some other stuff, but Trevor's going first. Haven't conceded. So, Trevor starts with the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils, probably in the draw phase, I would imagine. Searching out Yubel Star the Black Witch. So, Yubel Star in hand. Looks like we're going to pay that cost. And we are getting rid of another Yubel Star the Black Witch. So keeping the pace of play going. Setting that original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. We've seen some crazy stuff this tournament. I don't think anyone was expecting that prior round side frame delta right here, but it looks like no side frame deltas, even in that 60 card deck. All those cool cards. So, gonna go ahead and bring out Rescue Ace Hydrant. The low cost of getting rid of those two cards. Gonna go ahead and banish the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Go ahead and place the original Sinful Spoils, Snake Eye on bottom of the deck. Draw a new card. Looks like a Pot of Prosperity right off the top. Gonna use the effect here. Get to shuffle that deck up a little bit. Move the placement of that original Simple Spoil Snake Eye. Using the effect here of the newly normal summit Rescue Ace Airlifter to add a spell card as he parachutes from the sky there and grabs an alert. Alert very powerful with Rescue Ace Hydrant. Again, you can treat it as a reinforcement to the army for Rescue Ace. Only adds from the graveyard to the hand without the hydrant. But if the fire department is plugged on in, the waters flow and they can even grab somebody from the deck. And the one they grab is Rescue Ace Impulse. So definitely taking advantage of the fact going first. Getting set up to have that tribute. Great little quick effect to bring out some additional monsters. Speaking of additional monsters, it's time to Link Summon. Goodbye Rescue Ace Hydrant and Rescue Ace Airlifter. And hello to SP Little Knight. Well, for those duelists who maybe haven't seen this, let's talk a little bit about the themes of these two particular decks. Right now, you're seeing Rescue Ace, a combination of warriors and machines themed around a fire department. The deck really circles around Rescue Ace Hydrant and its ability to make each of those Rescue Ace spell and traps that you're seeing right now emergency, extinguish, rescue, and probably contain. There's the contain. They all gain additional effects. Seem pretty crazy to show off 4 spells and traps? Well, that's the powerful effect of Rescue Ace Turbulence, that if it resolves, it gets to set up to 4 different Rescue Ace cards with different names. So the strategy of this deck is to get into this position and let your giant Rescue Ace Fire Truck do the talking, right? Because you have all these power effects. What just happened? Basically a quick play Monster Reborn, quick play negation of an effect, and the ability to destroy and finally summon something out from the deck. You've also got SP Little Knight that at a moment's notice, whenever your opponent activates a card effect, can bounce up to 2 monsters off the field, including one from your own. So we get to see Rescue. Rescue's going to bring out that Rescue Ace Hydrant. And remember how I just said all those cool effects go online when Rescue Ace Hydrant is there? Well, that Rescue Ace Hydrant is there. So we'll get all the powerful effects there. Seems powerful, but well, Robert across the table is no slouch, piloting so many different strategies. Starting off with Foolish Burial Goods. Wow, I think I'm going to send the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, so Crystal Beast fans, pay attention. Yes, and it is. This powerful trap card allows you to banish it from the graveyard, to add from your deck to your hand a Crystal Beast and a field spell. But before doing that, decide to discard Fiendsmith Engraver in order to add one of those powerful Fiendsmith spells or traps to the hand. Looks like we're going to add Fiendsmith Tract. Hopefully, though, new duelists at home can follow along. Doing our best to narrate this like the anime, so that you too can be included, even if you are just showing up and maybe haven't been keeping track of the format. That's okay. We're not like, do your Duel Academy homework. No, this is your Duel Academy first day in school. And then, hey, school has just started, so welcome back, students. Grab your pen and paper. It's time to begin. So, discarding Fiendsmith Engraver, and that's going to let you grab the Fiendsmith Tract there. Oh, looks like we're banishing the Rainbow Salvation. Yes, and getting Crystal v Sapphire Pegasus. Gorgeous ultimate rare there, too. But also getting the Wall there. The Walls of the Imperial Tomb. Field spell that counts as King Sarcophagus. But also lets you get some of these great cards. Now, this deck just does so much. There is no word for what Robert is playing. Robert is playing Robert's deck. With 5, 6, maybe 7 different strategies. And that might catch on. Like, hey, what do you play? I'm playing Robert's deck. Oh, yeah, that's some good stuff. So, speaking of good stuff, Imset Glory of the Horus will use its effect to discard itself and one other card, Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus. That'll allow Robert to add from his deck to his hand, King Sarcophagus. And this is where it gets fun. Up to 4 times in a single turn, you could discard a card to send one of those powerful Horus monsters from the deck to the graveyard. But why would you want them in the graveyard? Well, when the King Sarcophagus is on the field, you can special summon them. Basically for free, but only one of those names each turn. Hey, that works, Clovertastic. That works. Crystal Beasts are good still to this day. But let's go on a little adventure. Wow, we were actually activating the Rite of Aramasir. Summoning a token. Looks like it was from the prior event, maybe the NAWCQ there. Playing Fateful Venture on the field and getting a 2,000 attack, 2,000 defense token on the field. Now, you don't get to use anything with a normal summon effect this turn. But that's no problem when you're just special summoning and oomph, hits the field there for free. Because remember, Imset T can be special summoned when King Sarcophagus is on the field. And the Walls of the Imperial Tomb do count as that King Sarcophagus. But we've been talking a lot about Robert. Let's talk about Trevor for a moment as he activates Emergency. So he does get to special summon from his deck a Rescue Ace monster and then tribute a Rescue Ace monster. It's going to tribute that Rescue Ace Turbulence. And he does get the quick effect now of the Rescue Ace Preventer to flip a monster face down. It's basically a pocket Book of Moon. Just some interesting stuff, right? Pulling everything out, open up the kit. Go ahead and lock the secrets inside. It looks like we are going to use the effect of SP Little Knight to go ahead and banish the Horus and SP Little Knight until the end of the turn. Got to make sure those come back, but that is one way to deal with it, right? You don't want that monster on the field. Just say, hey, you and I are going to take a quick break outside of this duel. We'll be back in just a moment. But don't go anywhere. There's more. We do get to see the Draco back actually hit the field again, going ahead and equipping itself to a normal monster. That normal monster is the Fateful Venture token. It's so great because all those adventure cards have this choose your own adventure first person perspective. So why not use a token of yourself as the adventuring token? For those of us joining us from the Canadian Fan Expo event, actually does have the token booth. So we are actually having, sometimes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game booth may not be there, but the token booth is actually starting to travel now. So maybe at your next convention, you can make yourself an adventuring token. And for everything else, you can always come to the North American World Championship Qualifier, San Diego Comic-Con, New York Comic-Con coming up in October of this year. But that's how you make yourself into a token. But we're not done yet. Draco back very cool there, able to bounce cards off the field and prevent that token from being destroyed by battle once. Oh, wow, and that's something we haven't seen in a while. The Griffin. Wow, okay. It is good to see it. It is a little pocket negate there, too. Able to jump back in the deck to negate the activation of a card. But it looks like we're going to say, no, we got to extinguish that. We can, no. And the chaining there too. So not only is it going to be extinguished, but the chained activation to negate the effect is also going to be negated by infinite impermanence. So doing a great job there, and looks like that's all she wrote on that one. Able to get through there. A little smile, but I believe that was time on the round called. That does mean that there was one more win on Robert's side than Trevor. That duel went just a little too long there for us to have anything other than a photo finish. So pretty soon we should be able to hear from our winner here. So we'll be going ahead and setting up our stream area here for a interview with those duelists. Just some cool stuff, though. Really incredible play. And shows you that this format is not figured out. Everybody's saying, like, I need a new Forbidden Limitless. When you see decks like that, there's more Yu-Gi-Oh! Left on the table, although I am just as excited to see what you viewers at home do if we do get a new Forbidden Limitless soon. So I'm not saying there should be a new list. I'm just saying there's great Yu-Gi-Oh! To play here. Great Yu-Gi-Oh! To play. But it does look like our winner here is going to be Robert. So we will hope to see our winner here shortly. But just some really cool stuff there. Really, really cool stuff. And hopefully the viewers at home are able to follow along with all the madness going on there. Again, we'll get a chance to talk. You can see Robert smiling ear to ear there. Trevor did a great job, though. It's one of those things. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a two-player game. It's still a game, though. So you can make some plenty of great memories and friends here. But we could only have one winner, especially in the single elimination brackets. But we're still in Swiss. So the way it works is you end the turn. You compare life points at the end of that phase. So if we're in the main phase, you go to the end of the main phase, life points are even. Well, that would be a draw for that game, for that duel. But then you compare the number of game wins, and Robert did win the first one, so that will close things out in his favor. With all those cool cards and with all the slinging back and forth, the spell, trap, monster effects, sometimes that does happen. No slow play in here, just a lot of plays. We don't have a word for that, much play. But good stuff, good stuff. Again, this is round 4 of 8, so we're about to hit the halfway point. As we get down to the wire, we had about 250 or so duelists enter, which means we're going to have top 32. As we get a little closer and closer, we'll start to feature duelists who don't exactly have a sparkling clean record, because those are the ones who are really trying to stay in. Then, as is tradition of game, guys, we'll go to the number 1 table for the 8th round. But this was actually the number 1 table, and we see both of these players just incredible. I would not be surprised to see them at the top tables of this tournament and any other they enter as time goes by. It's like we got some duelists cheering there. Just some crazy stuff there. The crowd loves him. But know who else loves him? We'll get Mr. Robert right over here. Robert, if you'll just have a seat next to me. Because that was insane. We got to explain all of that to the crowd here. So, yes. If you'll go ahead and put the headset on so they can hear you. So everybody's saying, man, where's my new Forbidden list? And then we see a deck list like that, and you're like, no, there's still Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to play. Let me ask you, how did you decide? I won't give away all the spoilers because there's a lot of the tournament still left. But we sure did see Horus. Yeah. We saw Rainbow Salvation. We saw so many different things that were going through the deck. The Winged Dragon Ross. What makes you decide to just be like, oh, this Trade Binder is going to be my deck today?
So, one of our decks that my buddy Corey and I, we love to play is, it's called Trade Binder. It was Horus Die Bellstar, Fusion Destiny, Branded Fusion, and it worked surprisingly well. The Horus engine just constantly recurring itself. Fiendsmith nowadays, it just feels like Horus 2.0. To be honest, I played it because my buddy Corey, I was just going to come here to help or to support some of my friends, and he goes, I'll give you a deck to play. And so we worked on this. We've been working on it for like a week, and we were just laughing hysterically as we're playing it, and people were just like, I don't know what to do. Where do I hand trap? And said he? Okay, cool. He has more.
I will say at the very beginning of the duel, when the Speedroid Terror Top came down, he was like, "Oh, you gotta stop the Speedroid Terror Top," and I would have done the same thing. But has that been your experience as you went through the tournament, that you just play the next card and they're just like, "Wait a sec, what?"
Yeah, so my round 2 opponent was Lab, and I go do one engine. He's like, okay, horse. Then I do like Yubel, and he's just like, okay. Another engine, adventure. He's just like, every single time his eyes just pop out of his head.
Good stuff, good stuff. Well, we're at the halfway point, so you're 4-0, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's only top 32, but with a record like yours, I think you may very well make it. So good luck at the rest of those rounds in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go ahead and cut to a break, but don't worry, we still have those 4 rounds for you guys too, so we'll be back soon. about to pay up as we always do. Again, going into the next round here, have some interesting stuff. Obviously, that last deck list, that was quite the show. But we are going to go ahead and get this seat warmed up because we still have to go ahead and go into our next round, shall we? So, going on in here, our duelists are rocking out some really cool stuff there. Oh my goodness, seeing that amazing Dogmatica custom mat there and the Infinite Forbidden as well. Exodia, the Unstoppable Exodia card. It's been really cool to actually see the Millennium Monsters used. We got to see flashes of them in Robert's deck. Hopefully we'll get to see them again sometime soon. But up next we should have a strangely silent competitor, right? We've shown Tenpai, we've shown Fiendsmith, we've shown Rescue Ace, shown a lot of different looks from the tournament format, but I believe, although I do not have the deck list in front of me, that we should be seeing Yubel. Yubel being very strong this format. Fiends, obviously very good, but the original Fiend themselves, Yubel, well, it's been 16 years since we saw support, but once Phantom Nightmare dropped in February, we haven't looked back since, and it is such a great, powerful deck, and has continued to get better as it receives wave after wave of just like these one-card supports that make it better, right? First, there was the Yubel cards, and that was good. Then there was Nightmare Throne, and that was better. Then there was Spirit of Yubel, and, well, honestly very good. Then Phantom of Yubel, Battles of Legend Terminal Revenge. And I do have our confirmations here. Oh, interesting. Okay, yes, we are going into Yubel Town. So we will have Vulis. Vulis is going to be running a sort of chaos build here. A little light, little dark. No, I'm just teasing. Just bestial Yubels. And then their opponent, Riley, is going to be rocking out some Illusion Chimera here. So Illusion Chimera back in action. Ready to brawl with the best of them. And our duelists are ready to go here. So let's see who got to go first and how we're doing. All right, well, it looks like we are through the standby phase just fine, on to the main phase. Gonna paw through those cards. It might be time to get things going. Setting a card, setting a card. Wow. And set with just an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Not too much to say there. A little difficult of a start there. Possibly those were two set infinite permanences, but the cards were clutched close to the chest. But we are going to see Riley get into the duel here by starting off with the Illusion Chimera's favorite monster there. Going to be Gazelle, the King of Mythical Claws. And I think we might be seeing that infinite impermanence. Yep, that's going to block off the middle column. So be very careful there. All right, activating as far from the imperm column as we possibly can. Looks like we're going to see Fright for Patchwork, adding a polymerization and a Fright for monster of some kind. Oh, but Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring just saying no. We did see it in the opening hand, so it is coming down now. 2 negates down. Only so many to go. Riley considering options here. Lisa's done just a great job of, well, you know, maybe it was a sort of a modest start, still going through, but here comes the triple tactics talent. Oh, just a single cross-out designator being placed back into the deck, robbing any options there. And it means that if there's any point of interaction on Riley's side, Riley will be able to slow things down to a crawl. Getting rid of the Infinite Impermanence himself in order to bring out Nightmare Apprentice and get to search out any illusion monster. And see some cool choices. I swear I just saw Diabells in there. Interesting to see the original Sin Keeper used. I always thought that Diabells was going to be a much more popular card. Card that you could use to perhaps get all of your combos started by saying, hey, I see your Snake Eye over there. Why don't I go ahead and capitalize on that? But speaking of capitalizing, we are seeing Mirror Sword Knight added to the hand, and then Chimera Fusion drop down. Going to go ahead and fuse off an Illusion and a Beast monster for Chimera. Oh no, actually it looks like we're going to get the Baphomet, the Mythical King of Phantom Beasts there. Does mean you get to activate the effect of that Gazelle, the Mythical King of Claws. So Illusion Chimera actually proving parity popular here. The way we have been choosing our feature matches is typically by one duelist, not necessarily by a matchup. Might take a little long to review all the deck lists here. But we have just by chance seen quite a bit of Illusion Chimera, and I think it's got a lot of stuff going for it. Doesn't just immediately lose to Tenpai, can grind out plenty of great games with some of the slower decks. And, oh, we got that Evil Hero Sinister Necrom hitting the graveyard. Remember, you can go ahead and banish Evil Hero Sinister Necrom to special summon an Evil Hero. And there certainly is a Light Fiend among them. It's Evil Hero Adusted Gold. But we're going to go and add Chimera Fusion back to the hand. And there's the Sinister Necrom turning into Evil Hero Adusted Gold. So Adusted Gold going to the graveyard for the Link summon of Fiendsmith's Requiem. Wow. So neat to see all the different Light Fiend creativity. We know there are Magical Musket decks out there. We know that we got to see the Evil Twin Live Twin stuff. And now we're getting to see this too. This is really neat. We saw shades of it in the last Illusion Chimera deck, but never actually getting to see this happen. And now we're going to go ahead and Link summon to a Fiendsmith's sequence. Here are some of the announcements in the background. We have our side events starting, which is really neat. But now we're going to go and return the Adusted Gold and return the Fiendsmith's Requiem for the fusion summon of Fiendsmith's Lacrima. So really cool that we're seeing unexplored cards return. Evil Hero is very popular in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, actually, but didn't necessarily see as much Sinister Necrom gameplay in the trading card game. But now we are. And now we're seeing Magnum the Reliever there, and that is just enough. Vulis has seen all he needs to see, is going to go ahead and pack up his cards and go ahead and return over there. And that is all she wrote for that duel. So again, Riley taking game one with Illusion Chimera. So it just depends. Not sure what all you in the chat would run for the tournament after seeing some of these cool featured matches. A lot of different stuff out there in the format. Again, people were just like, oh, you know, there's a lot of different directions you could go. Maybe you want to run some sort of Valmonica Turbo. We got to see a lot of that. The YCS Sacramento, there was a couple of those decks floating around, and really neat stuff. Great access to a lot of different things, and yeah, Fiendsmith's Track will actually grab you Valmonica di Mono. But so many Light Fiends, so many different directions to go. Now our players are just side decking here. Certainly a confident start there from Riley. Didn't get to see nearly as much Yubel. We'd hoping to see some Yubel, but just didn't happen there. And it can be difficult, right? You draw your cards out of order. We do shuffle our decks after all. Looks like Vulis is ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and begin the traditional pile shuffle here. More of a Pharaoh shuffler myself. Pheromone jokes. But, yeah, just, you know, to each their own. As long as you're following the rules of the tournament. Counting things out, making sure that all the cards that were supposed to be in the side deck made it back to the side deck. Don't accidentally want to present an illegal deck to your opponent. It is a long day. Remember, you know, some people are like, oh, wow, why did they do that while they watch the stream? Well, put yourself in the driver's seat, right? Say hello to your fellow duelist and think about, oh, no. They had to get up like 6 a.m. and then drive to the venue and then fill out the deck match slips and all this stuff. You know, a lot of paperwork, a lot of registration, a lot of energy. So sometimes we're all just human here. No artificial intelligence duelists here. This isn't Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains. So yeah, sometimes a human just makes a mistake. That doesn't mean that it is the end of your tournament career. Doesn't even mean it's the end of your tournament. It's just a card you may not have wanted to play. But focusing on the cards we do want to play, looks like both duelists are passing those decks across the table. And it is time to duel. You imagine Vuli's probably choosing to go first. Get a powerful Yubel board set up. Now, went first last time. Didn't necessarily help out there. But hopefully we can get it going this time. Pretty decent hand. Looks like we're seeing Fabled Lurie. I think I saw Crossout Designate, providing a little bit of insurance there. But we're just going to normal summon the Fiendsmith Lurie. Well, I shouldn't say Fiendsmith Lurie. It's Fabled Lurie, but it feels like a Fiendsmith, considering it goes right into Fiendsmith Requiem, meaning that Light Fiend requirement. So going to go ahead and use the quick effect there. Riley just taking a second to crack open a drink. That might need a little bit of a boost, a little dual fuel for you. Now we're already sending into Fiendsmith Engraver. Going to carve ourselves a tournament record out here. Bring back the backpack. As, ooh, I think we're getting a Necroquip Princess. We are Necroquip Princess, a contact fusion of sorts, requiring one monster being treated as an equip card. Actually, excuse me, one monster that has an equip card on it, and one monster card that meets that requirement. So yes, you can use the Fiendsmith's Requiem from the Spell and Trap Zone. Makes it very powerful. Going to see the Fabled Lure placed back in the deck. All those put in the extra deck. That's why we have mismatched sleeves there, just to make sure you don't make that mistake. Brings back Fiendsmith Engraver. Now we got 2 level 6s on the board. Do we Link Summon, Xyz Summon? It looks like we're thinking about it. 2 cards placed on top of each other. Doesn't always mean Xyz Summon, because these are going to the grave to make Fiendsmith's Sequence. Now time to sequence some plays here. Riley taking just a second. Sort of be like, maybe telegraphing an Nibiru at the ready. Nibiru definitely would be difficult here, but also be difficult to include in that illusion package, right? Not exactly a lot of space for rock monsters. Speaking of rocket monsters, though, here comes Aerial Eater, able to send a fiend to the graveyard here. Maybe this is the point where the Yubel starts to happen. Wuli's considering the options there, but there goes Samsara de Lotus. The original 1/1. All right, so going to go ahead and use the effect of Bestial Druid's Worm, banishing the Necroquip Princess to special summon that powerful card to the field. So even more monsters on the field now. And it looks like we're going to perform a Link Summon, getting rid of Aerial Eater and Fiendsmith Sequence. Thought about moving to the Closed Heaven for a second. We're already pretty deep here. We're going into the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama. All right, so Yama is appearing there. All right, so now we've got the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage. Taking a look at the graveyard here, thinking about it. All right, so let's go ahead and destroy this face-down card. Goodbye, Crossout Designator. Hasn't done a whole lot in this game, but there comes an Unchained Soul Lord Sharvara. The Soul of Sharvara making its appearance on the field. Now we're up to 3 Fiend materials worth of Link summoning here. We could just do a Link too. Druid's Worm, obviously powerful, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and get rid of it. But we do get to bring back a Fiend with the Yama, which means now we can go ahead and tribute the Samsara de Lotus for its own effect. Doesn't seem like there's any disruption coming down from Riley's side of the board. So Spirit of Yubel finally makes her appearance. Spirit of Yubel activating its effect to go ahead and set that powerful card. Nightmare Pain. Yubel infamous for making sure that anything bad that has happened to Yubel, it's going to happen to you. And so we activate Nightmare Pain. Going to go and use the effect to destroy the Spirit of Yubel. Go ahead and grab another friend from the Yubel family, Infernal Grave Squirmer. Spirit of Yubel's effect activates then. That means you get to special summon. And by the way, this is not once per turn. Get to special summon Yubel. Very powerful combination of cards. You can continue to recycle this to make multiple copies of the newer fusion card, Phantom of Yubel. And then just destroy Spirit of Yubel again to bring out Yubel. So Yubel, she's going through many phases, and you get to live with all of those on the board, and then some. Speaking of then some, we are going right into the deck to bring out the Yubel Terror Incarnate because Infernal Grave Squirmer destroyed it. So there's Yubel Terror Incarnate. Level 11 Dark Hole Walk-In. We're probably not going to leave that on the field. We don't want to destroy our own feed monsters. Not like this. Not like this. All right, so go ahead and grab that extra deck. And I think it's going to be a fusion deck as far as we're concerned. I saw multiple copies of Phantom Yubel in there. Phantom Yubel, if you wonder why it's so powerful, the way it works is you can return its materials, meaning one Yubel monster and one effect monster, back to the deck. And then you get to special summon Phantom Yubel. Now, Phantom Yubel on its own is very good because if they try to use a monster effect like Nibiru the Primal Being, you can change the effect to be destroy one Yubel from the deck, and Yubel loves being destroyed. But more importantly, even though you can only use that effect once, you can keep special summoning Phantom of Yubel, which means you can return the Yubels to the deck to special summon it, and then destroy Spirit of Yubel to special summon Yubel to return that to make another Phantom of Yubel. So great resource management. When you think about it, Yubel is really good at balancing her deck book. All right, dad jokes aside, we're going to keep the play going, and now we see a link summon here into Moon of the Closed Heaven. And it's co-linked. That's not every day you see it co-linked. Our arrows combine. We are going to banish that Infernal Grave Squirmer to bring back Yubel. And we've got multiple Yubels on the field. Could use this to make a multi-material Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. And it looks like there's at least... Ooh, that looked like plenty of link materials. And so it is, Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. And we haven't seen the bear artwork in a while. Riding that road to victory atop whatever green grizzly that is. But now we're going to see the power of Phantom Yubel that we mentioned. Going to go ahead and return that and bring on the Phantom of Yubel. Now don't touch that dial because there's still plenty of turns that are left. We've got the Infernal Grave Squirmer, or excuse me, Sum's Ready Lotus. Going to go and hit back there. And I think that's going to be all they wrote. So Yubel's just going to naturally drift off to the graveyard. So happy with just the effects we have. Phantom of Yubel able to change things into Destroy Yubel. Please, and thank you for that next Yubel form once it's destroyed. And then the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess has 3 materials worth of negates, right? It's 2,400 attack. But, oh, it's evenly matched. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. And I think the only thing we're keeping is the face down card. So what could it be that you would be willing to get rid of that many monsters with that many powerful effects? What could that face down card be? All right, looks like we are going to see, first off, a normal summon here of the Mirror Sword Knight. Little 1900 illusion monster, never hurt nobody. Although Riley taking a moment just to look, make sure there's nothing too weird about that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and tribute to special summon or not, because Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring lets out a giggle and says no, but she ain't laughing now because the Fiendsmith Engraver is discarded to use its effect to bring out something. Oh, wow, but we are chaining. Wow, okay, so we are seeing the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained to special summon from the graveyard the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage. And what that means is now you've got online a quick effect to link summon. Of course, you get to use your opponent's monster too. No, it's got to be a dark monster. But there's plenty of dark link monsters out there that'd be great, including SP Little Knight, who would be using one of those sacred materials that would allow it to banish a card when it shows up on the field. Oh, but we're first going to use Dark Ruler no more. Sorry, Unchained Soul Lord of Rage. Calm down. No need to rage. Just watch these plays for a second as we go Fiendsmith's Track to add a Light Fiend, discard Fabled Lurie. Special summon Fabled Lurie, link summon into Fiendsmith's Requiem, meaning that one Light Fiend material. Use the quick effect of Fiendsmith's Requiem. Tribute it, send to the graveyard. And here comes right out of the deck, Fiendsmith Engraver. Going to go ahead and equip that to it. Then use the ability there to toss that backpack at that tiny little dog. And unfortunately, Unchained Soul Lord of Rage has been sundered. All right, so Now we have another Fiendsmith Engraver hitting the field. Taking a look at the graveyard, what's there, what's been used. So many resources down, but don't worry if you are cheering for Volis. No battle damage this turn. Because of that Dark Ruler No More, you can see third card off of the graveyard there. Such a powerful card. When you think about those 2019 10s, Dimension Shifter, Nibiru, Dark Ruler No More, every one of those TCG World Premiere cards is still used to this day. And speaking of doing a little bit of reusing and recycling, we'll see Fiendsmith sequence there, creating a fusion by shuffling those materials back in the deck, bringing up Fiendsmith Lacrima. And hey, hello again, Fiendsmith Engraver. Those 2 level 6 monsters will go ahead and open up the overlay network. We're going to Xyz summon into Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, detach the material, Fiendsmith Engraver, to send a card from our deck to the graveyard. And now we get to see if this is going to be one of those turbo-powered Beatrice combos. No, this time it just looks like we're sending Big Winged Baphomet from the deck to the graveyard. Oh, and immediately linking it off, just using it for that. Wow, and those 2 monsters form a link of themselves. It's Muckraker of the Underworld. Get your microphones out because we're discarding a card to interview our latest fiend here, Big Winged Baphomet. Now, we are locked into Fiend monsters. That should be the only thing we see from here. But because that's been summoned, we get to go ahead and add the Chimera Fusion and Gazelle, King of Mythical Claws, from the deck to the hand. Lots of resources here with very little on the opposing side. But remember, no battle damage. This is not the end of this duel, not hardly. Riley taking the first game, in a great position for the second. Setting a single card, passing the deck to be cut. That may be all they have. But did a great job of clearing out all those Yubel resources, leaving his opponent with just a single card to draw. Taking a look at the graveyard. Maybe that card is going to help. It can't be Monster Reborn, but it might be. Wow, opening of the Spirit Gates. Going to add a Sacred Beast or a card that mentions it in its card text. Now, what I mean by Sacred Beast is the following 4 monsters, right? Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder. Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames. Or Ravia, Lord of the Phantasms. Or Armityle, the Chaos Lord. Or just any card that happened to say any of the words I just said. But it looks like we are going to have, wow, looks like the Chimera Fusion. And that's going to bring out the Baphomet, the Mythical King of Phantom Beasts. A little bit of an insurance policy there. Going to go ahead and use that effect. And this effect, and that effect. So Gazelle, the King of Mythical Claws, Big Wing Baphomet, and Baphomet, the Mythical King of Phantom Beasts. Nice to literally order your chain links in that nice little stack there. Shades of Master Duel. Taking a quick moment to read that Big Wing Baphomet. And then taking a look at the next one there. So 2 Baphomets. Yeah, sure. What do we got on this Gazelle, King of Mythical Claws? Powerful effects, lots of addition, no subtraction. More resources. Certainly do love me some fusion decks because you pour in all your resources. Maybe you get a rebate. Looks like we're adding to the hand the Nightmare Apprentice. Also take a look at the deck there. As we send some additional cards to the grave, including Gazelle and Baphomet. Now the Mirror Sword Knight's going to tribute itself to grab another powerful illusion from the Illusion family. So wandering onto the field is Big Wing Baphomet in defense mode. Also, since it's been summoned, get to add Chimera Fusion and another Gazelle, the King of Mythical Claws. And we did see a Dark Fusion there. So really neat that that's become not commonplace, but at least not unexpected to see Dark Fusion, Sinister Necrom, and Evil Hero Reduced to Gold. Definitely the GX stan in me is, well, the heart's beating just a little louder. But we do have the effect of the Dark Beckoning Beast. It's got 2 great effects. 1, add another card that mentions a Sacred Beast. And 2, you get a second normal summon of a Fiend monster with 0 attack and 0 defense, which is pretty much the whole Yubel family when you think about it. A lot of things we can add here. Maybe we are going to grab a Chaos Summoning Beast. Does provide a different name, which means it's a little easier to make some cool link summons. Such as, well, not necessarily relevant right now, but Nightmare Phoenix comes to mind. But it looks like we're going to grab Yubel here. And return those to the deck, actually. to make another Phantom of Yubel. The Phantom of Yubel is level 9, unfortunately. So you won't be able to use the effect of opening of the Spirit Gates to add a continuous spell back. Just in case it comes up. A lot of Yubel monsters are 10 plus, but not this one. It's just a Phantom of Yubel. All right, discarding that Dark Ruler no more in order to make Nightmare Apprentice activating its effect. We're going to add another illusion card. Definitely could see how Riley got this far in the tournament with a searchable copy of Diabel's The Original Sin Keeper. Certainly slows duels down. It would be interesting to see if this was a Snake Eye format, but oh, it looks like we are going to say, hey, 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 hey. You're destroying my Yubel instead. So, Phantom of Yubel, going to go ahead and tribute itself to destroy Spirit of Yubel. And that means Spirit of Yubel's effect is going to activate, and we get to special summon Yubel. Standing proud. 16 years of Yubel. Not afraid of any elemental heroes, not afraid of any evil heroes. Maybe afraid of a little banished graveyard. We'll see. But we are banishing Sinister Necrom to bring out evil hero Adusted Gold. Captain Gold has turned evil, and now Adusted Gold has turned into a Link monster, Fiendsmith's Requiem. So you know what to do from here. Fiendsmith Requiem to the graveyard to bring out Fiendsmith Engraver. And then, as I've said before, to Great Allure, crack that backpack out of the stack. And then Fiendsmith Engraver, definitely the monster of the hour. Going to go ahead and pitch that to get rid of Yubel. And there's the handshake. Riley takes it 2-0 over Vulis. So Yubel not able to stand up to rival fiends or evil heroes. Looks like the Supreme King Jaden found his way through Season 3 after all. And his name is Riley. So we'll get to hear from Riley in just a moment here. And it shows you there's a lot of different decks in the format. Just some really cool gameplay there. And Vulis making sure to check that out. Yeah, just going to scratch that out. It wasn't me that won. It's my opponent that won. Putting a little arrow there, initialing, doing everything they can to clean up the paperwork. Don't worry, we got a judge to make sure that everything's good there. Nice little signature, but just some really, really cool gameplay there. And it's really neat to see, again, the evil heroes appearing there. The Frightfurs there, too. We'll get a chance to talk to Riley in just a moment here about their win. But it shows you that, like, even some decks that maybe you thought, oh, you know, Illusion Chimera can't keep up with it. I saw it at the NAWCQ. It didn't do anything. Hey, that was then. This is now. And this duelist is advancing through this tournament with a 5-0 record, I believe, with Illusion Chimera. Yubel, honestly, no slouch either, but sometimes it just doesn't happen, especially if your opponent has everything they need to get through. Certainly some prolonged turns, but no prolonged game state here, because we have made it. Certainly going through. So let's see who we get to talk to. Yep, should be over here in just a moment. Again, thank you for joining us. We're 5 rounds in, only 3 to go. And as we promised, we'll show some decks that are a little bit more on the bubble. A couple of losses in their record, so we can showcase those who are fighting for their dueling career, trying to make that top 32 spot. X1 can make it, but X2 probably can't. So we'll get to see some interesting decks that maybe didn't have the strongest start, but are trying for a strong finish. Certainly a marathon, not a sprint here. Not to make a Noah Lyles joke, right, since we're all Yu-Gi-Oh fans here, but it's true that you've got to be ready to just keep going. Can't get, enamored by one win, and you can't get discouraged by one loss. You just have to keep rolling with the punches here. Good stuff, good stuff. Shows you the impact of even previous sets. I've been jazzing up, glazing all that Infinite Forbidden, but it's not the only good set that came out in the last year, and great to see some reprints, too, of some of these powerful sets when we get to that tin of Dueling Mirrors in the middle of September. Oh, August, you've been a heck of a month for Yu-Gi-Oh, but we are getting to the end here. Although at the end of the month, we do have that Shadow Duelist Nocturne to unmask. It'll be next weekend. Very excited. I have no idea. Really, really, trust me, I really have no idea. Definitely want to know. But in just a moment here, we'll get to sit with Riley. And Riley, we have prepared your throne right here if you want to go ahead and just set your stuff down and pull on the headset. Just good stuff, good stuff. So you got to say, not every day that we get to see the Supreme King Jaden go ahead and go toe-to-toe with Yubel, because those evil heroes, we're seeing them more and more. When you're making an Illusion Chimera deck, with so many different options, how do you narrow it down to this is what I'm going with the list?
That was actually a very difficult decision for me to make. I was struggling with my list probably up until the event started, and I had to decide, like, I mean, I'm already way over 40. I'm at 46, and I had to make concessions with my non-engine and with my engine to fit everything that I wanted in the deck. And without, like, trying to reveal too much about my deck for the rest of the event, I mean, it's just like I just tried to pick every card that I would want to see in my hand, even if it's a little suboptimal, like those Evil Hero cards. They are still really powerful fusion material. So it's like, even if I draw the Evil Hero Necrom, I can Chimera Fusion that away, and then immediately its effect is live. And the same thing with, like, the Fabled Lurie or the Necrom. Like, I can pitch them off of Nightmare Apprentice and still just, like, get full value out of the card, even though I, like, bricked on it.
It's definitely a deck that you kind of have to appreciate all the different lines, because it's just stuff. If you're just looking at the deck list, you're like, oh, what do these cards do? Is this a deck that you've been playing since, like, the Duelist Nexus, or are you kind of more a recent Duelist in this deck?
Yeah, I've been playing this deck since Duelist Nexus. I mean, my locals has a underdog tournament, and when the cards first came out without the Apprentice, they were a little bit on the weaker side. So I was able to, and especially without the new Baphomet Fusion as well, I was able to just do really. I was playing in the underdog event and having a good time, because it was just like a pure deck that just basically would only summon, like, Guardian Chimera and rely on Sword Knight, which was a fun resource loop. And then, you know, obviously the deck got the Baphomet. I played it for a little bit then, but mostly for that format, I was, like, on Infernoble. And then I came back to it just because Apprentice is a really cool card, and then I brought it to the last Houston regional. I didn't do as great, but that was with the Horus cards, and the Phoenixsmith cards feel like just like a much better version of the same deck. They're, like, accomplishing the same thing the Horus cards were accomplishing, but for a lot less investment, and they just do a lot more. So I really like how the deck feels with the Phoenixsmith cards, and the Chimera just blends super well with those cards.
We do have more Fiendsmith cards coming out in Rage of the Abyss. Do you think the deck's going to exceed 46 by the time we get to October?
It might. I'm going to try to, I mean, hopefully, depending on how the ban list shapes up, I might be able to change my non-engine and then make, adjustments there, and maybe not have to play so much, or we'll see.
Oh.
But I am really excited for the Lacrima of Scarlet Sorrow, the new girl. She seems really powerful. The Foolish Burial effect seems like it's going to be really useful, so I am definitely excited for the Rage of Abyss cards.
Okay, cool stuff. Well, that's then. This is still now, so you still got 3 rounds, so good luck for the rest of them. We'll be back soon, so don't go away, because, again, we still do have 3 rounds. We'll see you then. All right, friends, we're not quite ready yet, but don't worry. We will be back in just a moment. We just want to check in with you. Again, we are going into round 6 and 7. Then we'll be doing round 8. We are going to pick some people who are on the bubble. That's a technical term for people who, if they win, they're going to make that top cut. If they don't, well, they're going to be coming back to our regional championships next time when the Rage of the Abyss season starts. But again, don't go away. We'll be right back as soon as we get those pairings. are in a little bit of a different record, right? They might be slightly scuffed there in the sense that maybe they're not, undefeated, but they are fighting for their tournament life here as they try to qualify for next year's North American World Championship qualifiers. And every duelist is important. I think one of my favorite duelist stories from this year's NAWCQ, and you can go back and watch the video on demand, is Marshall, one of our World Championship representatives, right? A lot of different duelists from all walks of life made it. He specifically missed his flight because he booked it because he didn't think he was going to top. So what lesson can you learn from that? Our next great champion could be you, and the only way that happens is if you sign up for your OTS championship, a regional championship, and continue that journey to the NAWCQ, and maybe beyond if you're lucky. Again, Again, thank you as always to Game Guys for hosting just an insane show here. I mean, the venue here is just incredible, as you can see. So we really hope you do come down here if you happen to be in the greater Houston area. We're in Pasadena, Texas right now. And Texas is a very large, nebulous state, and you can kind of figure, oh, okay, that must be close. Well, yeah, actually it isn't too far from Houston. So if you want to fly in, this is definitely a region worth flying in for. Because obviously you've seen the vibe. Here. As we have our duelists, they should be entering in just a moment into the room here. Maybe not, maybe yes. Well, it's going to be Memento versus Mimighoul. So, two very powerful decks that aren't necessarily, at the top of everyone's popularity list when they say, oh, what are the best decks in the format? These are some of the most fun decks in the format that also could do some great work. So, duelists are sitting down there now. And it is going to be really neat to see. Because again, Mimighoul, such a really cool deck that just gets so much done with so very little. And Memento, really much of the same. Obviously, a little hard for them to play through Nibiru the Primal Being when their 5th summon is usually what they're trying to get done. But they don't necessarily have a lot of insulation. But yeah, Mimighoul versus Memento is going to be quite the exciting match, that's for sure. That is for sure. So we're just waiting for other duelists to sit down here. Ah, there we go. Oh, and you get that beautiful field center. Okay, so now we have both our duelists. Again, if you are a fan of these duelists, you might recognize Dino and Kyle. Certainly well-known and well-respected in their local scene. And I believe Kyle was the one that came along with one of our featured duelists before. Robert, maybe even was responsible for building his deck. We'll have to ask him when it comes here. We were talking about it off camera as things continued. But man, just good dueling. This is all you live for. Any given Saturday, any given tournament. You just want to see some cool duels, and hopefully we get to provide a few more as we start to wind down the tournament, right? 8 rounds, just blistering pace here as we reach about 4 p.m. local time. A lot of these duels will be driving home for wherever they're going while the sun is still out. That means it's a well-run regional. So, mentioned saying thank you to our judge staff. Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. You did excellent here. All right, so everybody just getting settled in here. I'm going to go ahead and set aside. You can even see all that beautiful digital watch. Yep, 4 p.m. Wherever you are in the world, from Argentina to Austin, from Japan to Germany, and everywhere in between, thank you for watching. Again, this broadcast really is for you. It's not just to talk about how great our scene is. It's to invite duelists here from all over the world to get to check out just what's cool, what's happening. Maybe inspire them, their official tournament stores to level up and provide some really cool stuff like the scene here. All right, so I think Dino is going to be at the top, possibly having that cool Mimighoul background on their token there. Looks like top's going to go first. It's going to be fun. I'm excited because this is so weird. Both of these decks do just very different things and are effectively going to get on each other's nerves in a way that some decks just never do because, Memento is this powerhouse of just sending cards to the graveyard. And on the other side, you've got Mimighoul that's just like, tee-hee, we're going to have a little fun here. And well, speaking of which, looks like we're going to start with Mimighoul Maker. So we're going to pick 2 flip monsters from the deck and randomly decide one to go to the hand and one will go to the field. All right, so we have grabbed Mimighoul Archfiend and Mimighoul Dragon. So Dragon, of course, is the Raigeki and then passes itself back over. And that's the one that's going to the hand. Archfiend obviously is going to go face down. All right, so going to bring out that Mimighoul. And then you can go ahead and change the battle position. So it's going to destroy all non-Mimighoul monsters and then pass itself back across the board there. So pretty decent start so far. Also means that if you had Triple Tactics Talent or Triple Tactics Thrust, you could activate, and there's the talents. Let's go and see that hand. Ooh, a Talents of the Own, also called by the Grave, Memento Fusion, and I believe Memantotlin's Sleepy, as well as a Forbidden. I'm going to take a look to read the Sleepy. Again, Sleepy. If you have destroyed a Memento monster with a card effect, you get to special summon it. And then once it's special summoned, you get to fusion summon. But it looks like we're going to get rid of the Forbidden Droplets. Very powerful against Memento. Or excuse me, against Mimighoul, because you can go ahead and use that to send cards from your field to the graveyard. Meaning you can get rid of those flip effect monsters before they even happen. Definitely have a lot of matchup experience against Mimighoul. There's some great Mimighoul duelists out there. But speaking of which, we're going to go ahead and combine these 2 monsters. Oh, wow. And so now we've made Moon of the Closed Heaven. Moon of the Closed Heaven is the Light Fiend. So it'll make Fiendsmith's Requiem, tributing it, knowing that you're safe because of the Triple Tactics talent. You can just charge on in. That Fiendsmith's Requiem will go ahead and bring out Fiendsmith's Engraver, which will go ahead and equip itself. And now it's Necro-Equip Princess time, using that monster card on the field and a monster equipped with an equip spell. And so there's the Necro-Equip Princess. Lying down, just taking a little bit of a nap in defense mode. But that's okay. We can all lay down here. Fiendsmith Engraver decide maybe it'll take a little bit of a lie down too. Everybody just get real low. So low that we're going underneath the monster here as we go ahead and open up the extra deck. Wow. Don't get to see a Constellar all the time. That's interesting. So it should be Constellar Ptolemy M7, allowing you to get some of those powerful resources back to the hand. Maybe you want to go ahead and use some of the other effects of your Mimighouls. So Jaden, this is going to be round 6 of 8, and we're cutting the top 32, although we won't be showcasing the top 32. They'll just be getting their invites and a high five as they go on with their dueling journeys. We are going to use that Fiendsmith Engraver, discarding it to go ahead and add the Fiendsmith tracked. Fiendsmith Track going to use its effect to go ahead and search out maybe a little Light Fiend. Maybe the best Light Fiend. Yep, it's Fabled Lurie. Looks like a super rare there from Hidden Arsenal. So, going to discard that. Mandatory effect brings it back to the field. And now we're going to link these two off. And it looks like we're going to make a Fiendsmith sequence here. So continue with the Fiendsmith strategy, using just the Mimigools to open up the salvo there. Make sure that your opponent can't really respond to you. Verifying everything with that triple tactics talent. Certainly a shade of like Gen and Ken, the Dragon Warriors, respectively. But Mimigool just doing an interesting job of very much the same thing. Force your opponent to activate a monster effect and then punish them for it, even though it wasn't really their fault. So Dino, again, just really showcasing how powerful this deck is. Now we've got Fiendsmith Lacrima and the Fiendsmith Engraver back on the field. Could make any number of cards here. Maybe a Fiendsmith's Desiree to protect your stuff. A little light on the Mimighoul action right now. Do not have the Mimighoul Dungeon. Of course, Mimighoul Dungeon combined with a face-down card on your opponent's side of the field does prevent them from normal summoning. As long as they have that face-down monster. Kind of says, hey, you want to open up this treasure chest? I know you want to open up this treasure chest. Do you have more Mimighoul support already announced for Rage of the Abyss? So, quite a bright future for this deck. But looks like we're actually going to link off into IP Masquerena. So, Masquerena on the field. Maybe going a little bit further here, or maybe cycling those materials out of the graveyard for a fusion summon. Oh, wow. We're going to set a card to the field here with that beautiful OTS copy of Triple Tactics Thrust. Now, because Kyle doesn't control a monster, doesn't get to add it to the hand, but can set it. So what powerful card would be useful right now? Oh, wow. It is the Mimighoul Room. Mimighoul Room is certainly going to be helpful here. Well, you special summon a Mimighoul monster from the hand, or deck to the field, or in face-down defense position to your opponent's field. And then changing face-up monster in the field also to face-down defense position. So a little way to like slow things down. But also being able to banish it from the graveyard, targeting any number of Mimighoul cards you control, and then returning the hand for more reuse later. So reuse, reduce, recycle. Oh, there it is. Nightmare Griffin. Worked our way up to be able to have this cool monster that when co-linked, only co-linked monsters can use their effects. I think it's only linked monsters. But either or, definitely a great way to slow your opponent down. We have seen a lot of Nightmare Griffin-based combos in Yubel, but I think this might be my first time seeing it on the Mimighoul side. So they have to be linked, but special summon monsters on the field cannot activate their effects unless they're linked. So you do get that one arrow that Nightmare Griffin is pointing to, unless you set it right in front of there. So using the Mimighoul Room to go ahead and place the Mimighoul Dragon down there. That does slow things down. Certainly you could flip it up, unless the rules tell you can. Since that monster has been special summoned this turn, it's basically locking everything out. Just with 2 cards on the field, it's saying special summon monster, huh? No effects. Nope. So using a little digital pad there to keep track of life points. And we are using Pot of Prosperity here. Banishing plenty of options. Without the Mimighoul Dungeon being on the field, it's not necessarily as scary as it could be. But that's pretty rough. Having your opponent basically block you into something that's really in archetype. Speaking in archetype, oh, it's Memento time. We've got Memento Mictlan. And as well as Forbidden Droplets, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, Memento Fusion. But which of these 6 cards shall we take? A lot of choices there. Do you see the terraforming? So unlikely to take the Memento Mictlan. Looks like we added an unknown quarter-century secret rare. Couldn't quite catch it in the light there, but we'll see it activated soon enough if that was the card he chose. Yeah, you can't flip it though. It was just special summoned. Looks like a reinforcement of the army, perhaps? That would be a way to get into Memento Darkblade. We're considering those options, lots of spell cards, but no special summon effects. Face down monster basically really preventing a lot here, although you could make some links, point your own cards at them, and then be able to use the effects when they're special summoned. And we're going to activate reinforcements of the army. All right, so let's reinforce this army. Probably going to be Memento Darkblade. Of course, not only can you use it to get rid of spells and traps by discarding a Memento card, you also can use it to destroy itself. And since it's not a special summon monster, it will at least get to the next name here. It allows you to special summon a level 3 Memento monster from the deck. And typically your choice there is going to be Memento Anguish. Oh, but it looks like Effect Veiler on there. Didn't stand a chance. Oh, but Called by the Grave. So Called by the Grave, going to go ahead and banish that Effect Veiler, saying, we ain't doing that. Of course, that does mean you get to bring out the Memento Anguish, maybe another monster as well, but you have to be very careful. This is special summon, so Nightmare Griffin, well, it's going to have something to say about that. It's going to have to say linked monsters that are special summon can use their effects, but no other ones. So here's the Memento Gaddock in defense mode. Gaddock normally would be able to add a Memento card from the graveyard to the hand. Oh, but looks like the opponent did activate a monster effect, so here comes the Triple Tactics talent. Maybe taking the Nightmare Griffin here. Maybe he was just worried. He's the duelist to the driver's seat. Looks like now we're going to use Memento Fusion and bring out that Memento Twin Dragon. So it does help because it has a certain dimension shifter-like effect itself. Plenty of banishing about to happen. Of course, it's basically Twin Thunder Dragon in reverse. But it's only those destroyed by battle. So we're going to flip that up. Goodbye, unfortunately. And hello over there. Mimighoul monsters, so neat, right? They have that nasty surprise for you because you opened up the wrong treasure chest. And then they go back to the Mimighoul master. In this case, it's going to be Dino, owner of those cards. Now, when that card is destroyed, it's in the graveyard. That means you get to add up to a few of these cards, right? You get to special summon a level 6 or lower Memento monster from your graveyard. Not a whole lot of good ones to do. I mean, you could put it in defense mode in front of there. So using Gaddock, and can use Gaddock to go ahead and add a Memento card from the graveyard to the hand. And then adding Memento Sleepy to the hand. Oh, a Memento was destroyed, so you could use that quick effect in the hand to special summon it. But because it's not co-linked, it's going to be a little difficult for the fusion stuff. All right, so looks like we're taking just a quick look at the Memento Fusion. Remember, you can use that to banish it from the graveyard to go ahead and destroy a card and then add from your deck to your hand something like Memento Bone Party. To break out those party hats and noisemakers, it's time to destroy a Memento card and then special summon one in defense mode. Looks like we're just showing it to the opponent, not ready to activate it just yet. Make a great use out of that one link arrow, but as those in the chat know, there's a lot of different roads to victory here. Certainly easy from the comfort of your own keyboard and be like, oh, you should do this. But remember, these duelists have been here all day under the bright lights, trying to just keep their cool. Maybe they had to work a double last night, who knows? But these dedicated duelists are doing their best. Speaking of which, Bone Party is going to destroy Memento Sleepy. And so Sleepy is going to party all night. Hopefully our duelists got some rest, but Bone Party's just beginning here as we bring out the Memento Mace. So great use of just this one single zone. taking a quick look there. Obviously some banish effects left, but you probably don't need any piercing battle damage with that Mementotlin Bone Party. Thinking about what to do with the graveyard with only one zone left. Now, Memento Mace can destroy itself, special summon as it may be. It's linked right now, so you could use it to add some good stuff from there. We also got plenty of names there in the graveyard, but maybe not enough for Memento. Oh, there it is, though. Memento Tekutlika combined creation. Basically, a Rainbow Dragon on steroid. Just need to shuffle 5 different names from the hand, field, or graveyard. Using the Mace there to go ahead and add another Memento card here. Thinking about that Memento Mictlan, maybe to set some cards back on the field during the end phase. But there's the Cranium Burst. Trying to make its way over there. All right, think about that Anguich, the Stratos of the deck. But it looks like we're just going to stick with the Cranium Burst, turning the combined creation effectively into an Appaloosa with an extra 1,000 attack, right? 5,000 attack, reduced by 1,000, you're good to go. So 5 names combined, Sleepy, Gaddock, as well as the Darkblade and Twin Fusion Dragon, as well as Anguich to bring out combined creation in attack mode. 5,000 attack here. And when it stands by itself, it's able to attack every monster your opponent controls. So we're going to go ahead and banish the Bone Party. It's time to do a little bit of trampling, piercing battle damage. So again, not worried about it for now. And pretty decent monsters, but it's going to be some major amounts of damage here. At 5,000 attacker, going to go ahead and attack through the Nightmare Griffin. And then does piercing battle damage to go right through the Mimigul Dragon there. So Mimigul Dragon only rocking 2,000 defense, so it's still 3,000 damage. No Memento Mictlan this time. But with the set Cranium Burst, not doing too bad. Means you get to reduce the attack and defense of your Memento Tekutlika combined creation. 1,000 attack and defense again equals 1 negation of a monster effect on the field, and you could do it just once per chain, just like Appaloosa. Didn't slow her down at all. Also, the trap card being on the field means that your opponent has to attack the highest attack position monster with any monster that can. As long as it's a Memento. And 5,000 attack, 4,000, 3,000 attack. Even 2,000 attack can really put your opponent in trouble. So take a look at the graveyard here. Going to go ahead and do a little Fiendsmith engraving here as Lacrima returns. And Fiendsmith engraver thinking about defense mode over here. Then going to go ahead and turn that into a Fiendsmith's Requiem. Going to go ahead and tribute. That is an activated effect on the field. So we are going to reduce the attack and defense of this monster. Does some great stuff, this Cranium Burst. And you're just going to negate the activated effect. You're not destroying the monster. But again, if it's a monster effect activated on the field, and where do we tribute that Fiendsmith from? Well, we tribute it from the field. All right, so we are getting into the Mimigul Dungeon. And so Mimigul Dungeon is going to be helpful here. Mimigul certainly a grindy deck if you give it enough time. Very explosive at first. But 4,000 attack on that combined creation is going to make things kind of difficult. Certainly could slow your opponent down just by merely setting a Mimigul. You no longer will control the Memento Tekutlika combined creation by itself, which means you won't be attacking multiple times. So even a Mimigul stops the bleeding, or at least slows it down. All right, so we're going to go ahead and normal summon the dragon here with its Stratos-like effect. But it looks like we're just going to go ahead and say, hey, no, now it's 3,000. And you're in trouble. Now, because of the placement there, maybe we'll see some interesting shenanigans with, could be a relinquished anima, right? But even the relinquished anima is still not going to be enough. Kind of reminds you of the old days where you had to play through Light and Darkness Dragon. Or if you have any friends that play branded Light and Darkness Dragon Lord. Just have to keep playing through all those attack points until you run out of the abilities to negate. Dino taking a sec here. Is going to link off. He is going to make the relinquished anima. Push just a little harder. Going to go ahead and bring that down. So we went from 5 to 4, 4 to 3, and now we're 3 to 2,000 attack. That might be just enough. A little bit of a smile there on Dino's face, like, okay, I see what's going on. But doing a great job of navigating through his own dungeon here. Oh, but that's all she wrote. Okay, had a decent set of opening plays there, but the salvo is difficult to get through. Again, 5 on the field monster negates. It's pretty good. And a decent monster in and of itself and some great damage. So, looks like we are going on to the next game. Mindful of everything there, but Dino's still having a good time. Shows even if you lose the game, you don't got to be a spoiled sport about it. Maybe there are some people that can't handle it. But Dino seems like he's got great sportsmanship as he accesses his side deck to figure out how he's going to deal with all of the Memento combos. And again, both duels kind of fighting for their life here. Coming in with an X1 record. And certainly an X2 could top. But an X1, it's a little bit safer as we wind down round 6 of our 8-round Yu-Gi-Oh! Regional Championships today. A lot of different options there. You know, I played a lot of Memento myself, and Nibiru, oh man, does Nibiru hurt? It's not the end-all be-all. But it can be difficult because, well, you got to get 5 monsters out there if you want your combined creation. And man, it doesn't feel great when your combined creation turns into the best Salaman-grade M board. A single Nibiru the Primal Being token. But different duelists have different ways of navigating these fine fields. So it looks like we're going to take out some of the Mimical stuff. I think I saw Mimical Room seem to come out. Meanwhile, on Kyle's side, Kyle doing a great job. But has to figure out what's going to go in and what's going to stay out. Certainly different for these two duelists to run into each other. Not that they have any bad blood or anything, but it's just that these decks are kind of at the fringes of the tournament scene. We have seen a Mementotland deck make it to the top cut of every major tournament for the last couple of months. We had one make top 64 at the NAWCQ in Austin, Texas. And not to be outdone, we also had one hit the top 64 at the EUWCQ over in Europe. And even just 5 days ago at YCS Sacramento, we did see some top cut representation of a Memento deck that even went the distance and made it to top 8. So certainly a great deck, but just not quite the most popular deck, right? There might be some duelists at home wringing their hands saying, why would you do this? Why would you play? Well, that's because they're here. You can play a different deck. We'd love to see you play a different deck. But you've got to make the time and go on down to your OTS or show up to the regional championships. Then with those cards in your hand and that game mat on your field, you can play whatever card you'd like in whatever order you want. Right now, this is Dino and Kyle's game. And we're going to the next one. Certainly an interesting hand there. It looks like 2 Infinite Impermanents, a Bone Party. Certainly good starts as we continue round 6 of 8. Now Dino is going to go ahead and begin here with a Fiendsmith track there. Those Infinite Impermanences look good, but they won't stop a spell or trap card. Well, not unless they're set on the field. So as round 6 continues, going to go ahead and grab that Fabled Lurry, discard it, and imagine that. It's back on the field from its own mandatory effect. Fabled Lurry going to transform. Little magic show here. What's better than one Light Fiend? Hey, a bigger Light Fiend, but not by much. But should have to get this combo started. Here's Fiendsmith's Requiem. And now we've got Fiendsmith Engraver. Both of these duelists coming into this round with X1, showcasing some of the duelists that don't have an undefeated record, because they are playing for that top 32 invite. Again, of over 250 duelists showed up here. So we only have 8 rounds today and top 32. Wanted to showcase those duelists that are just on the bubble before it pops. So you can see some great decks, great gameplay, and they're playing for keeps. Whoever makes it here is going to advance. Speaking of advancing, we've turned this into a Necro-equipped princess, sending Fiendsmith Engraver and Fiendsmith's Requiem to the grave. Now we're going to go ahead and cycle that Fabled Lurry back to the deck for later. Give it a little shuffle there as Fiendsmith's Engraver return to the field. We've seen lots of different decks. I mean, the undefeated deck is basically a 60-card trade binder. So this format is not figured out yet. People are having a great time really exploring the depth. Cannot wait till we're all Yu-Gi-Oh! Grandparents. And then we get to play Time Wizard August 2024, because there is so much to mine out of this format. It does look like we're looking at a triple tactics thrust there, perhaps, on Kyle's side. Ready to jump into Memento Town. Does look like we're seeing as many Mimigools here. Though it does appear that the Mimighoul room is in Dino's hands. Going to go ahead and banish the Fiendsmith track for the fusion effect here. And we're going to fuse 2 here for Fiendsmith Lacrima. So now we've got 2 level 6s on the field in defense mode, and 3. A lot of different options you can make here. We've seen lots of different, not as much Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal. Mostly it has been the Triple D Wave High King Caesar. But in this case, just resting on the laurels of these 3 defense position monsters. All right, not feeling too bad. Going to go ahead and normal summon our first Mimighoul here. Activating that effect. No, Mimighoul Dragon, please no. We're going to activate the Infinite Impermanence there on Kyle's side of the board, stopping it in its tracks and preventing any weird Mimighoul activities. Certainly a neat spell and trap search, but, well, it's just not going to happen this time. Still not a great cards in the extra deck there. A lot of different directions you could go with this many materials on the board. Infinite Permanence could spell Doom, so a Beatrice Lady of the Eternal is definitely safe. It's got a little bit of insurance. If not this turn, then maybe the next one. But instead, we're going to link 4. And it's just going to be, it looks like a 4 material Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, 3,200. A lot of insulated plays here. I'm going to go ahead and return Fiendsmith's Requiem to the extra deck. Certainly could take down notes there about the attack of the monster. But that'll be 1,200. Set 2. And that might be all she wrote. Decent board here. Kyle draws for turn. Take a quick break to cut the deck here. We'll see how Memento plays through all of that. Well, first off, Infinite Permanence is a great way to start. Oh, but Solemn Judgment. Half my life points to keep. Half my ability to stay in the game. With 4 material Appaloosa still on the board and a set card. So holding on to that Mementotlin Tatsuno Toshigo. Seahorse, for those who don't speak Japanese. But that still would be pretty difficult, right? 1 effect negation for the summon, or you could let it go through. Really needed to be able to get through. Powerful Appaloosa. Shuffling through the hand. Have to make a move at some point. Can't just keep cycling. So here comes the Mementotlen Tatsuno Toshigo. And perhaps going to try to use its effect here. Oh, and it's good. Little smile on Dino's face there. You know, this is where a lot of effects are going to come out because as the Seahorse destroys itself, gets to send 5 levels worth of memento from the deck to the graveyard. Or less. Looks like we're going to send Sleepy and Gaddock. Yeah, there's the Gaddock. So 3 plus 2 is 5 last I checked. Going to go ahead and bring back Gaddock to the field. Placing it directly in front. And using the effect of Gaddock to go ahead and add back the Sleepy. Now, interesting, we might be playing around Triple Tactics talent. Don't activate the monster effect until it's too late. Don't want that to absorb into you. But we're not done yet. Looks like it's time for Dimensional Barrier. Chaining Mementotlen Fusion to bring out a fusion monster before that card resolves. Let's go ahead and fuse. Maybe for the last time. For the Mementotlen Twin Dragon. 2800 ain't bad. Neither is the ability to keep those monsters, well, from ever hitting the graveyard. But this is going to be a little difficult from here on out. Continue effects, fine. But it's not the continuous effects that we're worried about. And you can't summon any others either. So, no Creation King coming our way. Are going to go ahead and banish the Mementotlen Fusion, targeting the Mementotlen Twin Dragon to destroy it. Try to add some memento cards from the deck to the hand. Well, Memento Mori, we're remembering just another copy of Memento Fusion there. Trying to get set up for later. Sleepy returns to the field. Always keep it at that co-leg spot. We're going to use Mementotlen Bone Party. Again, party all night because here comes Mementotlen Darkblade. So we're going to start to slowly try to whittle down the resources here. Certainly a really cool deck, again, showcasing monsters from throughout the normal monster gallery, right? Darkblade, you certainly remember Darkblade. Gaddock, Ghost of the Attic. Yeah, there's a lot of cool cards that have reappeared through the Memento strategy. Remembering our forgotten friends. Those little normal monsters that don't necessarily fit well in any deck. Well, don't worry, their designs are not dust. They're just Memento cards. Activating that triple tactics thrust. This is going to be pretty difficult. Got to pick one of those cards to go ahead and set. Well, or add to your hand since that Apollousa is there. There's a lot of fun things you can do. Just taking a second here to organize those chin links. Now we'll see what it is that Kyle needed so desperately. Searching through the deck. Get a quick look at the hand just for a little refresher. What was it that I wanted? Ah, there it is. Memento, certainly a powerful deck, has most of its tools on Master Duel, so great place to practice against this strategy. Only missing the Creation King and Sleepy at this time. They can't hear us, but it's almost like they got a little Millennium Eye. There's the Triple Tactics talent taking care of the Apollousa Bow of the Goddess. Probably want to go ahead and let that resolve and hit the graveyard. Very excited. But it still needs to go. Now, the Mementotlen Darkblade will become Mementotlen Anguish. Anguish having a Stratos-like effect, right, when it's summoned. Let's go ahead and grab another Memento. Don't want to be Seahorse, but there's the combined creation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's our 5 different names, including one going back to the extra deck. Always was very curious when you saw some of the early memento cards before any of the monsters in the extra deck existed. Where it said, return these cards to the extra deck. We're like, wait, what? And now we see. So there's the combined creation. 5,000 attack, 3,200 attack on the other. And I believe just a crisp 800. Dino smiling. If only I hadn't brought out Appaloosa. And there's the handshake. Good stuff there. Memento just punching on through. Remembering to go and pass on that card. You know, we've all made that mistake at least once in our dueling careers. Hopefully not. Maybe you're one of the lucky ones. But if you borrow a card from your opponent, it's only fair to give it back. Players smiling amongst themselves, just talking. Now we've gotten some secrets out. I know what you're doing. You know what I'm doing. Going to go ahead and pass the pen down. But showcases, there's a lot of different decks in the format for sure. Not a one-trick pony as these players keep going as far as they can into the tournament. All smiles, though. So let's go ahead and oh, it looks like a Sprite Sprine would have been out there. Now we're showcasing some fun stuff. Now, whatever questions you may have at this point, it's an accepted game state. Players have already dictated the outcome of the game, so from the tournament policy guidelines, that's where we are. Some cool side shenanigans that we get to see there. But just good stuff. Again, you get to see how powerful Memento is. And maybe this was somebody's first experience with Mimighoul. There's a lot of great Mimighoul duelists out there. There's a lot of ground left to be traveled with this deck. All right, now we're going to go and sign that Sacred Slip again. Yes, Kyle winning this duel. Just good stuff from Memento. Showcasing that there's not just one deck in the format. Lots of interesting stuff out there. And pretty soon, we'll get a chance to talk with our wonderful Memento duelist, Kyle, about their success in the tournament so far, their current record, and why they wanted to choose Memento. Because, again, Memento, such a cool deck. Very interesting. Lots of flexibility, lots of monsters. Basically, a deck full of starters. Whether you go Darkblade to Anguish to everything else, or Anguish to everything else, or Mace to Darkblade to everything else. Maybe even like Mace to Bone Party to Darkblade to everything else. It's got a wonderful flowchart feel to it, as you can basically just navigate, well, anywhere you want, and still end up on that combined creation. That was pure Memento. We saw no feedsmiths there. And that meant that, you know, you didn't run into any issues. And your opponent necessarily didn't know what it was they might be running into. You got to keep all your extra deck space, all your side deck options. So don't let anybody tell you different. We've heard this on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series stage before. Anyone trying to tell you how to duel may have a vested interest in telling you how to duel. You figure out your duel. Don't let anyone tell you nothing. Why? Because every champion is their own person. First place duelists, well, usually the only person to listen to is the spirit inside their own Millennium Puzzle. Of course, you should do your research. You should do your homework. You should gather the opinions of everyone you can. When it comes to making that decision, only you can do that. And we'll hear from Kyle soon about all the great decisions he made in that game. Speaking of Kyle, the duelist of the hour, if you want to go ahead and place on that headset, we're already live here.
All right.
And I guess the greatest question we should start is the one that's on the chat on the screen there. We know it's pure Memento. Why did we decide to go pure Memento today?
A mixture of I don't like Fiendsmith as an engine, And the fact that one of the more popular lines is specifically Griffin. I don't like that line. I could have played it. I chose not to, for the very specific reason that the board that you create usually consists of Griffin, then Creation King in Banish to summon off of Baphomet, and then Combined Creation. I refer to him as Big Guy. I don't like that line. It's, in my opinion, too fragile to interruption. For the combo, you specifically use both Bone Party and Fusion. And I prefer to have Bone Party and Fusion be more flexible to dodge Imperms, Veilers, etc. Which, I don't know if you've played Yu-Gi-Oh! Recently. Those are very common.
They are.
Very common.
So you've got effectively your own built-in Link Karibo because of the Bone Party, that when you're doing stuff, and it's so important for Memento effects to resolve, because I play the deck too,
Yeah.
you've got to have it, but your thing is like, oh wait, it's destroyed. It's not even here.
Yes. I'm honestly a little sad. Going second both times, essentially. I did not get to do a little play that I found very, very funny, which is, you might have noticed it on the deck list. We have Winda! Main combo for this build specifically does not deviate from your standard combo you've probably seen before of, maybe SP or Herald and then Creation King and Big Guy. This combo specifically deviates right at the very end. And the point of that is, if I do get interrupted and maybe I can't make it work, I can still do the normal inboard of like maybe Herald or SP, whatever you want to do. You might have seen I did rip the Nibiru. Very glad to see that gone. Oh boy. But the standard combo gets to 3 bodies on board before you summon Big Guy. You link 2 off for Closed Moon. You link a 3rd off into Sequentia. You summon Baphomet by shuffling back Closed Moon and then either Sleepy or Tatsu. And then you send either one off of Baphomet. And then you link 2 into Sprint. Send Falco. Shadal Falco, that's right. It sets itself because it was sent to the grave by a card effect. And then the standard end board for this build is Sprint, face down Shadal Falco, field spell, usually a fusion set because you search it off of fusion. Then the continuous trap, Cranium Burst, which that's another kind of split community thing. Not everybody's on it. A lot of people are.
I'm a Cranium Burst guy, so you don't have to tell me
Yeah,
twice.
it's so strong. And in the Griffin line, you have to forego it, basically. And then you have Command Creation. So going into the opponent's turn, depending on what board breaker they have, you have multiple different options in terms of how you want to play. If they go for Regeki, okay, you lose Creation King, you lose Sprint, you didn't care about him anyway. But you have Shadal Falco that resets itself. And if you really need to, you can use the fusion, shuffle back 2 from graveyard, summon Twin Dragon effect. Pop itself, add 2, usually Mace and or Goblin, depending. Also Sleepy, you can add Sleepy. And then Twin Dragon summons something back, usually Angwitch, which you, once again, you get an add. Now, you have Sleepy. You have 3 materials in hand to summon Sleepy. On top of the Angwitch you have on field, you have the Falco, and you have still the Creation King in Banish that you summon off of Baphomet. So your opponent's Regeki'd you, or they've Darkholed you, or whatever. You still have a way to get to Winda. You have a way to get to Creation King, and you can potentially have follow-up for next turn. If they Feather Duster you, okay. Same thing. You flip the fusion. You fuse off Creation King, and then maybe whatever you have in hand. Usually you have Mace. Same play. Twin Dragon, the whole shebang. We go through it again. And then you end on a board where you still have access via Sleepy in hand to Winda. And the thing about Winda is that there are so many decks right now that specifically cannot play under it. Several of my matchups today have been Tenpai matchups. And I winded both of them, and the look on their face was unfortunate. You always chain it to either summon Chundra or summon Rengoku, and congratulations, you are locked.
No, it's good stuff. Speaking of luck, I got to say, did spending all that lab time thinking about maybe Nightmare Griffin, maybe not Nightmare Griffin help when you saw Nightmare Griffin? You're like, oh, I got one zone right here. That's plenty of room.
Yes. So for those of you in the audience who don't play Memento with the Griffin Lock, the way the combo works, you place Nightmare Griffin in one of the main monster zones, and you specifically pick usually the middle one because it gives you 2 zones of your own to use while giving your opponent literally nothing. And if they do not open Imperm, Forbidden Droplet, Dark Ruler, they're just entirely locked out of special summons. So that did actually come up, and I was ready for it until he roomed something to the zone it pointed to. That was unfortunate, but somehow we played through it. Somehow. The thrust into talents was so vital game 2. I may have been able to do something else depending on what I grabbed, but I am sad I didn't get to summon Window on stream. That would have been very funny. Game 1, I was scared, genuinely. Forbidden Droplet is one of the best cards you can play against Mimighoul, just because it allows you to put whatever monsters they put on your board in the graveyard, get rid of them. So if they do have Dungeon Up, you can do your whole thing. In that case, it would have helped me deal with the Nightmare Griffin just a little easier. But I'd say my opponent was really smart on getting that one in particular. I'm honestly kind of lucky that I went second, just because I was on just sleepy in terms of starters. I didn't have anything else. The second draw was vital, just flat out.
Sometimes it helps. Well, I got to say, with that looming Forbidden and Limited list, you feel pretty confident that Memento is going to be the deck going forward. You still got new support coming out in Rage of the Abyss, too.
Okay, so I think Memento's in a really good place to step up as a tier 1 threat. I don't think it is the threat. There are other decks in format. If Konami happens to miss a few certain problematic cards in the ban list, which they are apt to do on occasion, it happens to us all. You might have something like Branded still hanging around. Nightmare Puppet Lock is as strong as ever. Chimera Fusion is particularly strong. There's White Forest, which I haven't seen too much success.
Here and there, not a whole lot. We did have one make the top cut, as well as Memento at YCS Sacramento. So a little bit, but you're right that it's not everywhere.
Yeah. In addition, we are getting more Fiendsmith cards in the next set.
Rage of the Abyss, yeah.
Which is wild because it turns any engraver, I believe, into a single card Centurion combo. So I would not be surprised if that became a genuine threat. If you have such consistent access to the combo and the ability to just entirely lock your opponent out of playing the game via Calamity, there's just so much potential for nonsense. Anything with Fiendsmith is really good. Right? It's just an insane engine. As well, you have the Shark cards coming, which I'm very excited for. I'm very, very excited. I will be playing that. There are just so many different candidates right now, and if Konami does end up axing the big 3 of Snake Eye, Yubel, Tenpai, there's been this undercurrent of there's so much potential for a really good format if we just get rid of these 3 decks. Just off of they are choking the game out on every single level possible. I really think it's a toss-up. I think if you can successfully predict what is going to be the strongest deck in 2 months or so, buy a lotto ticket. Frankly, your luck is insane. There's genuinely so many candidates, and there are so many people here just absolutely cooking. You spoke with my friend Robert earlier today.
Oh, the stack with all the randomness. Oh,
yes.
The trade binder deck was so cool.
8 engines in a trench coat, folks. This man's insane. And he's undefeated, as far as I know. So, hey, man, he might top with that.
Well, we have a tradition here at Game Guys of featuring the #1 table on the final round, so we might be seeing your friend again soon. Speaking of which, luck, man, good luck, because you've got just 2 more rounds. X1, right?
X2.
X2, hey, that could still make it to the top 32, so maybe we'll see Memento. And then maybe one day we'll have a conversation about 3 or so months where you're like, yeah, Memento's one of the big 3. If Konami will just do something about Memento, then the whole game will just wide open.
I doubt it. The deck doesn't do anything too bad. Yes, there is Griffin Lock, but it dies to Imperm. There is what I do, but depending on what cards you have to interact, there is an opportunity. And the specific build that I'm on only runs 6 hand traps, triple Ash, triple Imperm. So going second is unfortunate a lot of the time. But the point is just to play so much gas that you just muscle through
All
everything.
gas, no brakes. Just crash right through that wall.
Yes. Imperm is specifically for either Griffin, Apo, or Caesar. Normally you can play around 1 on Negate just fine. Phantom of Yubel and Varudus specifically is like a very common combo if you're against Yubel. If you do see Apo, you just negate the Apo, and most of the time you can play through the 2 other effects. Especially if on Summon of Darkblade you discard a card to pop the Nightmare Pain. Most of the time you will see Yubel players try to protect their card for that specifically. It doesn't do anything too crazy. There are just so many options for what you can do. I think it's a relatively fair deck. I'm really excited to see what comes.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what comes on the ban list. I'm really excited to see what happens next because it genuinely does feel like there's so many good decks that are functioning on a tier 2, tier 3 level that are just getting choked out. I cannot wait for the day after ban list just to see what people are on. Because when you see somebody on some crazy nonsense that you've never seen before,
Like Robert.
absolutely, it's just the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the most enjoyable part of this game. It's why we all play. It's so lovely, and I'm glad that it's on the horizon.
Yeah, we're going to get there before you know it. But speaking of getting there before you know it, we still have 2 more great rounds. So we'll go ahead and let our great Memento duelists get back here because you're still going to get those last 2 wins.
Yes, sir.
But again, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this. All right, duelists, we are starting to wind it down here as we are about to enter round 7 of our 8-round tournament. Again, we are featuring duelists. We're kind of on the bubble here, right? We heard from Kyle last round, who was at, well, X and 2. He could still top, but he's going to have to win this round and the next one. Trying to showcase some of those talent that, well, maybe they didn't have the greatest dueling start today, but they're still in contention for that top 32 and an invite to the North American World Championship qualifiers next year. Yes, we are at the beginning of the season, even though we still have that World Championship. And remember, the World Championship celebrations are coming up in 2 weeks. You can go ahead and find on the official Yu-Gi-Oh!-card.com website the Forbidden Limited list for Worlds, because those World Celebration events, you get to play that same format. And there's some interesting changes, right? Dimension Shifter at 2, Snake Eye Ash and Wanted Seeker Simple Spoils at 1. Different stuff. Also remember, there's going to be some TCG World Premiere cards that aren't available in the tournament, like Aerial Eater. So you'll have to use the creativity that we've seen throughout this tournament to pick out some of those different decks and showcase how you would win the World Championship if you were invited to it. Some great prizes as well. Remember, Game Guys is going to be doing one of those. So if you want to win yourself a Doom Caliber Knight or Swords Revealing Light, or just pick up some of those great commemorative sleeves featuring Grandopolis, you know, the cool dragon that has, or excuse me, not dragon, turtle that has Las Vegas on its back. Lots of great stuff there. And that only happens, you only get to win those prizes if you show up. So again, if I sound like I'm trying to, like, you know, throw a lasso out there and reel you into this tournament away from your viewing screen, I am. Because Yu-Gi-Oh!, this great trading card game, it happens only when you guys show up to these events. These events, again, they're not for me. It's not for me to just hang out and just be like, yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was great. No, it's specifically for you, right? So if you want to come here and pour your blood, sweat, and tears into your greatest duels, we would love to be able to cast those. But, well, you're home, so maybe next time we'll get to see you. Again, though... This particular theater, as our duelists are showing up, will be full of these guys, and pretty soon we are going to be getting those deck lists so we know exactly what it is that we're watching. But we are winding it down again. Only 2 more rounds to go. We are so happy that you could join us here, right? Even if you can't be, the next best seat here is obviously at home watching along with the viewers. So, looks like our duelists are going to be Cody, who is piloting a really cool deck list here. It's kind of a Yubel Fiendsmith matchup. It features some really interesting stuff. I ain't going to spoil the surprise. Against his opponent, David, who will be running a very interesting package, only using 2 monster cards. It is a Runic stun deck. So we get to see one deck is all gas, no brakes. The other is all brakes, no gas. And we'll see what happens when these 2 decks collide on the dueling field here in round 7 of the Infinite Forbidden Regional Championships here at Game Guys. So it looks like we are rolling a 7 to start. And that appears to be an 8. I believe 8's bigger than 7. It's been a long day here, so my math may be wrong. Looks like we'll see who gets to go first here. Looks like if you're following along at home, David is going to be on the red chair with the Runic stun deck, whereas opponent Cody is going to be in the blue chair with, again, Fiends and Fiend Services. Now let's start it off with Dark Beckoning Beast. So we're going to go ahead and add one of those great Sacred Beast cards, and we're going for Opening of the Spirit Gate. Going to go and activate Opening the Spirit Gate. Using that effect. Doesn't seem like David's got anything to stop it there. It's always the problem with the Runic deck is they basically have to watch you play that first turn until they get the Runic Fountain set up. So we are going to add Chaos Summoning Beast. A lot of great things with Chaos Summoning Beast. Less played in things like Sprite, obviously, since it's not a level 2. But it does present a different name there. Also a level 1. So a lot of good synergy with things like Relinquish Anima, Nightmare Phoenix. And speaking of nightmares, it's every worst duelist nightmare to stare down the Fiendsmith track and not have a way to respond. That's exactly what's happening here as Cody digs deep into the deck to go ahead and grab Fabled Lure. And likely to discard, Fabled Lure? Yeah, there we go. So, Fabled Lure hit the board there. Going to go ahead and transform. We're going to confirm those link arrows and bring out Fiendsmith's Requiem. Again, Link 1 monsters, some of the most powerful Link monsters in the game. And certainly not to be outdone. Fiendsmith's Requiem bringing out the Fiendsmith Engraver. Fiendsmith Engraver, not doing a whole lot right at the moment, but just taking a brief pause to take a look at the extra deck real fast. Thinking about where we're going next here. Going to use the extra normal summon to bring out that Chaos Summoning Beast. Remember, Dark Beckoning Beast allowing you to bring out one additional monster via normal summon. That is a Fiend with 0 attack and 0 defense, of which Yubel sure has a lot of friends with just that stat line. And then getting that Unchained Soul Lord of Yama by combining those two Fiends and searching the Unchained Soul of Sharvara from the deck to the hand. So off to a great fiendly start. Just taking a brief look over there at the opening of the Spirit Gates. Now, we haven't really got to see a lot of Yubel pop off. We did get to see a little bit of Yubel early in the tournament, but again, very powerful deck. A lot of people saying the favorite for the World Championship, as it is not necessarily as hindered by the combined lists there. The only thing it's missing, of course, is Aerial Eater, that being a TCG exclusive at this time. So until it comes out into one of those World Extra packs that we see in the OCG, they will not be able to use it, and definitely not on the shared format that is the World Championship. Take a look at that fanned out graveyard. Lots of different options here. And speaking of which, let's use Fiendsmith's Sequence to bring back some of these options, including Lurie and Fiendsmith's Requiem. It's going to fuse out the Fiendsmith Lacrima here. Lacrima's effect going to activate, and here comes Fiendsmith Engraver back to the field. All right, so next up on the chopping block, seems like we might be doing the Nightmare Archfiends and Earthbound Release combo here. Something we did get to see at YCS Sacramento. Again, tributing all your opponent's monsters and then dealing damage to them equal to the combined attack. So here's Beatrice, detaching the Fiendsmith Engraver. Got your 2 6s. So using the effect of Beatrice, players are trying to make sure they parse out what it is that happened there. But again, we do have a judge in the room, so no need to worry. And we're going to use that to send to the graveyard Spirit of Yubel, which means we can use the effect of the opening Spirit Gates to literally open the Spirit Gates. And there's the transaction rollback. You know, something's going on now. So possible that David not as familiar with the Yubel strategy, or hasn't played against one recently, but yeah, that's totally on the up and up. Discarding a card to go ahead and special summon that 0 attack, 0 defense Fiend. Now that Spirit of Yubel is back, we're going to go ahead and set to the field, usually Nightmare Pain, the weapon of choice. There it is. All right, so Nightmare Pain face down the field. Going to get flipped up immediately there. And we're going to use that effect to destroy the Spirit of Yubel. Go ahead and grab a great card and get to special summon out Yubel. Certainly great to have Yubel among us again after all these years. And some really cool accessories coming out, I want to say early, maybe February of next year, featuring Jaden and Yubel, as well as Elemental Hero Neos and some other of Jaden's favorites throughout time. So if you're a Slight for Slacker, man, it has never been a better time in your life. And we got those great evil heroes coming out too. So here comes the Infernal Gravescormer, special summoning itself to the field and using the optional effect to go ahead and destroy Yubel. Yubel, eager to hop on the chain link 1 there. Going to go ahead and special summon that Yubel Terra Incarnate. And Phantom Yubel really what makes this deck the most threatening, right? Being able to recycle those resources over and over and over again as you just combine a Yubel monster and an effect monster. And looks like we're staring down the Phantom Yubel right now. But we also might decide to go to Moon of the Closed Heaven because you can use those fusion materials from the graveyard there. So Moon of the Closed Heaven taking up that spot that Fiendsmith's Sequence is pointing to. Not doing a whole lot here. You could certainly use that to link off one of your opponent's monsters, but more importantly, going to bring back Spirit of Yubel. Now again, we talked about this. If you're a Runic player, that is the roughest part of it. You do basically just have to have your opponent just have a completely uninterrupted turn. and then you can jump into the game, especially if you happen to go second. So we're going to destroy Spirit of Yubel again with the Unchained Soul of Sharvara. And check out that Yubel, because it can use its effect again, again, and again. But you also get to banish the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama in order to get its effects. So we're going to get two great things happening here at the same time. First, we'll special summon Yubel, and then we'll special summon a Fiend monster. So we might be going into Varudras, the final bringer of the end times. And I know, Spirit of Yubel, it does seem too good to be true, but it's not. It is a very powerful monster, being able to be reused again and again and again. But before we go in our next bout, here comes the Unchained Soul of Rage. We're going to go ahead and pick up the deck here to search another Unchained card. And looks like we are grabbing the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained, setting that to the field. And play continues here. Everything going the way that Cody wants it to so far. And Varudras, very powerful. Might be doing a rank 10 Xyz. Oh, here it comes. The ability to negate and then for a detached material. Well, that's the first one. If you want to do a second one, you could also destroy. So now we're going to go ahead and recycle these Yubel materials. Go ahead and grab those back. Put them in the deck. We'll shuffle that in just a moment, but here comes Spirit of Yubel back on the field for an encore performance of Yubel. Remember, it can change the effect of anything your opponent activates monster-wise and to destroy a Yubel monster, right? You do what I want, not the other way around. Kind of like some of the cool Dark World cards. Fiends have a way of just saying, that's not what you did. You did this other effect. Now we're going to take Fiendsmith Engraver. Go ahead and put the sequence back. And there's Fiendsmith Engraver. Nice and safe considering everything going on here. But it looks like the change here. Unchained Soul Lord. And the Moon of the Closed Heaven. Going to go ahead and bring out Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. So it appears that we are not fiend locked. So with 3 material Appaloosa, whopping 2,400 attack. You got Varudras. You also have Beatrice. And finally, Phantom of Yubel. Pretty stacked field there. And Nightmare Pain saying, hey, over here, if you want to attack, you're going to crash right into this, and you take the damage. Looks like during our opponent's turn, Cody wants to detach material here to go ahead and use the effect of Beatrice to send another card to the graveyard, perhaps the complementary trap card for that transaction rollback. Transaction rollback again, paying half your life points to banish it. And pick a trap card and get its effect, not its cost, just its effect. Oh, but it looks like we're going to negate that with that Runic Flashing Fire. No, excuse me. Looks like it's the Freezing Curse. Oh, but Varudras just saying, we're going to negate that. We don't need to destroy it. So it'll stay on the chain, but we are going to resolve with effect here. Oh, wow, we're really doing it. It's Earthbound release time. Now we got to see this just blow the minds of so many duelists over at YCS Sacramento. It is wild. All the cool stuff you can do with Beatrice in combination with some of these really cool trap cards. Again, being able to load up the graveyard with just the precise combination of cards you need. But there's going to be those tokens. So that means 6,000 attack worth of tokens. And I believe when they leave the field, you take damage. But what if they left the field so you could take damage? That's pretty scary. Because again, Earthbound release, when a level 6 or higher monster is normal or special summon, tribute a level 10 Earthbound monster, destroy as many monsters your opponent controls as possible. And if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the combined original attack of those destroyed monsters. Remember we just said transaction rollback, you don't have to pay the cost. You're not doing nothing of the sort. And then again, those glorious Nightmare Archfiends. 3 monsters on the field. Just kind of a weird way to get this done, but hey, whatever way gets you there. Because again, 3 Nightmare Archfiends are each at 2,000 attack, 2,000 defense, and each time one is destroyed, its controller takes 800 damage. So think about that. Wrap all that together. You're going to destroy your opponent's monsters. They're going to take 2,400 damage, and they're going to take 6,000 damage. So, yeah, that could be difficult. Now, of course, using the effective unit, the Runic Wings, does allow you to swap in destruction prevention at the last second. Certainly something that Runic duelists are familiar with doing to protect their own Runic Fountain. And so that is going to go ahead and be banished instead. Remember, that's not an effect. A little bit closer to something like one of those continuous conditions kind of, let's say 6 Samurai. 6 Samurai probably the greatest way to explain that. Just a continuous effect that's applied. Well, now that we're not getting slain here in just that single turn, had everything they needed except for the fact that their opponent had exactly what they needed, chaining a Runic spell here and applying a continuous effect. Let's go ahead and draw 2 off the Pot of Desires, banishing quite a few cards and still using those Nightmare Archfiend tokens. Now we'll use Runic Tip. As long as we're using spells, we don't really have much to fear from the Phantom Yubel or the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, and we already know Varudras has done what it needed to do, so we won't be trying that again. So here comes Runic Fountain. And we're going to go and activate Runic Slumber to just protect Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. Sure, why not? That means 3 more cards are banished. And we lost Nightmare Throne, Bestial Magma. It would appear to be a second Nightmare Throne there. Yubel certainly sitting on a blue throne, just like Cody. But right now, may not be the king of this duel, as 3 Runic spells are going to go to the bottom of the deck from the Runic Fountain. And then we're going to draw 3 new cards on David's side. So David already hanging in there, considering that the full combo went off. That's everything there is to being a Yubel duelist there. And yet, still hanging in there. So setting 3 cards, setting a monster in defense, and passing for turn. Now going to go ahead and activate that Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. Bringing back the Unchained Soul of Rage. And Rage able to make those link monsters using your opponent's materials. May not need to do that just yet. Thinking about what Cody wants to do next. It looks like during the open game state, David is going to go ahead and flip up Gozen Match. And we're looking at Wind and Dark. Looks like we're entering accepted game state territory here, friends. Fortunately, we are all about 40, 50, maybe 60 feet from the judges, so we cannot get their assistance now. But remember, it is both players' responsibility to maintain an active and integral game state. Looks like we've got Varudras happening here. Those tokens, well, remember, it is Runic after all, so maybe a battle phase or 2 might get skipped. The duelists are trying their best here. And we're just going to sit back, relax, and watch. All right, so as we proceed through our accepted game state, taking a look here at the deck. As we continue our search, we're going to grab the Samsara D Lotus. And Samsara D Lotus, obviously pretty integral here. Another low-level fiend with 0 attack and 0 defense. And David just staring deeply at those trap cards. Oh, we hear you, duelists, but again, they can't. So worry not, you're just going to have to watch the episode like it's another one of the anime. Yubel striking the field. But Yubel's not alone here. Emerging from the graveyard. Taking a moment to wake herself up. Here we go. A little bit of Yubel damage here. I think all's well that ends well. Remember, we're going to take 800 after these tokens are destroyed each time. And just the damage from Barujas being bigger than these Nightmare Archfiend tokens. All right, so take a little second to set the graveyard aside. Looks like we're going to do a little bit of linking here. Now we've got our SP Little Knight. It's going to try to take out the Gozen match there. Was using one of those sacred materials. Go ahead and banish the Gozen match and open up the field to having more monsters than just one attribute. And there goes Gozen match. And we do have our Moon of the Closed Heaven. It's going to go back into the extra deck, so Fiendsmith and Graver could say hello. Does help that the Gozen match is gone. The powers of light and darkness intertwine. Still a lot of traps left in the graveyard for that powerful transaction rollback. Try this all over again. Cody maybe not used to be this far in a duel without having eliminated his opponent already, but still trying their best. Combining the SP Little Knight and Fiendsmith Engraver to make a Fiendsmith sequence. Then using the effect of Fiendsmith sequence perhaps to shuffle some fiends back. Take a look at that Lacrima before making a decision here, but yeah, here comes Fiendsmith sequence. Say goodbye to Engraver. There's the Lacrima. So we're going to return both of those. A couple of different choices here, but Aerial Eater seems to be our fancy. Aerial Eater able to send another fiend. Let's go and pick up that deck. And oh, I see some Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwoods here. We might be seeing some massive life points here in any other situation. It is cool to summon some monsters your opponent's side of the field and maybe gain some life points off of that. Well, but Cody hasn't decided what is coming next just yet. So it's a great field, but now we're going to banish the Infernal Grave Squirmer. Bring that Yubel back again. Then link summon Aerial Eater and Yubel to make the Moon of the Closed Heaven. And that'll make the Fiendsmith's Requiem. Fiendsmith Requiem, eager to jump on into the graveyard. Let's tighten those straps of the backpack. All right, so now that we're done searching through our backpack, let's go ahead and place that Fiendsmith Requiem over there. And I think we might be using the Fiendsmith Engraver effect to go ahead and throw the backpack right on over here. That's exactly what we're doing. Taking that face down monster, and it was Inspector Border. Inspector Border, not hugely useful when your opponent already has an established board of multiple different card types. Plenty of effects it can use. But speaking of effects that can be used, let's reuse some of our own resources on Cody's side. Putting back the Yubel and that single copy of the wonderful Samsara de Lotus to make another copy of Phantom of Yubel. Phantom of Yubel, just so cool. Again, Yubel has really earned a spot in the pantheon of the Yu-Gi-Oh gods here. Again, not just a cool anime card like Elemental Hero Neos, who also is very good. Don't get me wrong. But in the same way that Blue Eyes White Dragon took both final spots in the 2016 World Championship, the last time North America held the World Championship, I think we're going to have an anime mirror match maybe for our finals in Seattle in 2 weeks. Just some crazy stuff to showcase how good Yubel is. Hey, but speaking of interesting cards, here comes Card Scanner. Looks like we're going to go ahead and keep that Runic tip. And we're going to go ahead and use the Pot of Duality here. Ooh, and Messenger of Peace. Messenger of Peace, certainly a throwback as well. Very popular there because of its sort of optional effect. You know, 100 life points, 100 life points, 100 life points. Okay, now I'm going to attack. Be gone, Messenger of Peace. There are only warriors here. We are going to go ahead and get rid of that single copy of the Nightmare Pain and banishing 4 cards off the top there. But not necessarily as big of an issue when you already have this many resources on the field. Rudross now, well, kind of an empty extra deck here. That skill drain chain definitely helped. Losing just a little bit more life points there. Don't know how many it is that David has left, but certainly not 0, or this duel would not be continuing. I'm going to go ahead and activate another Runic Fountain there. I love the little trade action as we activate Runic Tip. Using Runic Tip to search back in there. Cody just taking a little second there, like, okay, I know I'm going to have to go ahead and banish the top card of my deck here. Just going to go ahead and do it. There goes the Ash Blossom. Now, technically, you want to do order of operations. You really want to let your opponent resolve. I understand the need to just let me just get the banish over with, but you might have informed your opponent of what it is they should be searching now. So be patient, technically, because now they saw that you banished the Ash Blossom, and now they get to make their choice. So make sure to follow those procedures step by step by step. Right, but speaking of steps, looks like we are going to go ahead and get rid of a special summon monster. Taking just a brief moment on Cody's side to decide are we going to react to anything. No, okay, we're getting rid of Fiend's Fist Sequence. David being like, well, I could get rid of this one. Or I could get rid of that one. 2 more cards off the top of the deck. Looks like we locked another Fiendsmith Engraver and Yubel. Slowing down the Yubel shenanigans as most Yubel duelists only use 1 copy of Yubel. It's okay, Yubel certainly had her encore performance, but now it's just a phantom of Yubel, just a whiff of Yubel on the field. David running low on cards here, but not low on options. Gonna go and set and pass. Cody draws for turn. And our game 1 continues. Looks like we're gonna start with terraforming. We have not seen Yubel sit on the throne for a while. Ah, but there it is. Nightmare Throne. Again, it's always weird that the Yubel player ends up in the blue chair when Yubel is sitting in a blue chair on Nightmare Throne. Just destiny. Maybe a little bit of cosplay there. But speaking of which, let's go ahead and get rid of that field spell and banish 1, 2, 3, 4, losing Druid's Worm, Ash Blossom, Dark Beckoning Beast, and another copy of Opening of the Spirit Gates. Using the Runic Fountain for 1. A little expensive there, but trying. Definitely a nail-biter of a duel, right? Both strategies trying to just force each other to lose, which is really any duel, but it's not that these players are trying to win. They are just trying to basically chew each other's fingers off, right? Just painful agony. I'm trying to deck you out. No, I'm trying to make you have monsters on your side of the field that attack mine so you take the damage. Certainly not a linear way to get the game done. It's not just 2 boxers in a ring. Oh, and speaking of boxing, we have lost a tool in the toolbox. Fable Lurie hits the banishment from that Runic tip. We are going to grab that Nightmare Pain. Using the effect of the opening of the Spirit Gates, I feel like a lot of duelists sleep on that effect. Not a Yubel duelist. They know what to do with their 10-star monsters and continuous spells. But most people I've seen are pretty surprised when somebody gets late enough into the game to activate that second effect of opening the Spirit Gates when you control a level 10 monster. And there are plenty in Yubel. Going to go ahead and grab a continuous spell back, which makes it great for discards, great for all kinds of costs. Is there a Yubel White Forest deck? Maybe. Hey, but we'll let the real duelists out there figure that one out. Taking another look like, trap cards. Uh-oh. My only weakness. Remember, Skill Drain is on the field, but Nightmare Pain is still going to redirect that damage. So that's game on that one. Crashing in, and while it was an accepted game state to begin with, finally found ourselves a road to victory as Cody rightly takes the game that he was destined to win. So now you really got to think about it. Both players kind of showed a lot of their different options here, right? They know what it is they're trying to do, and a little slippery on both sides. Did see what appeared to be a Prohibition in the side deck. Can you imagine Prohibition to just be like, hey, no. Did get an update from our judge that was an accepted game state, but again, Cody winning out anyway. But every deck has a right to win. Every character has their own unique style. And someday you'll be in that chair. Someday you'll be dueling in that featured match. And you'll be playing your favorite deck. And I pray to all 3 Egyptian God cards that nobody says that your deck is mad cringe. Because you have a right to play whatever it is you want. And again, we would love to see you on stage here. Right? But the only way that happens is if you enter whatever Yu-Gi-Oh! Event that's closest to you, right? Doesn't have to be game, guys. We understand maybe you're not from Pasadena, Texas, or around here. But these duelists are hanging out with the best of them. We'd love to hang out with you. But again, well, until you're here, we'll have to let them be the ones who steer the duel in whatever direction they want. Now, speaking of steering, we're seeing some of those trap cards examined, maybe being taken out. Looks like Cody is going to turn up the temperature here. Let him cook. As he takes away those trap cards that effectively did get him to victory. Those tokens, those Nightmare Archfiends, that definitely did the job eventually. Just took some time. But as he stirs up the pot here with all of those new concoctions in the deck, as we let him cook, let's see if this goes from simmer to saute or from saute to roast. All right. David likely opting to go first, and a decent hand there if so. Some great spell cards and appears to be a synchro zone as well. So let's start off with Runic Fountain. Go ahead and use that Runic Fountain. Immediately bring out Runic Slumber. Runic Slumber bringing out the Hugin of the Runic Wings. Going to go ahead and discard And it looks like we do have an additional copy of the Runic Slumber there. Oh, there's the Infinite Permanence, but that's fine, because you do get to recycle one of those copies to draw one. And if you're lucky enough next turn, you'll be able to activate a Runic spell and recycle as well. We are seeing, ooh, Pot of Desires. It's going to be expensive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 10 cards. Does it resolve? Cody doesn't seem to be flipping out anything there. So draw 2. Did see a monster there, but didn't quite get a good look if it was a Inspector Border. We're going to see Card Scanner Set and then Runic Tip. You know, an interesting quote I heard recently is, if you're hunting werewolves, why aren't you carrying enough silver bullets? What a great point to be made. That you technically have two choices. You can be afraid of certain decks in the format, or you can prepare yourself for these decks. And sometimes you get into weird situations. It is hard to prepare, but you're not just going to sit there and say, you know what? I lose. Because all the champions are their own person, but they also prepare for many different circumstances. So you could hope you don't play against the deck that beats you, or you can get ready for it. And that's exactly what Cody was able to do as he grounded out against this sort of banish-heavy Runic deck. Now, speaking of which, we are going to go ahead and see. There's that Runic Slumber. And I think we're just going to set and pass. Cody begins their first turn of this duel. And we're going to see another field spell. Cody's sitting on the Nightmare Throne. Cycling through the deck there. Let's maybe take a Yubel from our deck or destroy it. Fun times, though, but we're going for the Dark Beckoning Beast. Dark Beckoning Beast, of course, able to really get a lot of Yubel cards started. But first, we're going to see Runic Slumber protecting the Hugin of the Runic Wings, and then banishing 3 cards off the top. Let's go ahead and cut that deck first. And then count them 1, 2, 3 to the banishment. Goodbye, Ash Blossom. Goodbye, Lightning Storm. And goodbye, Lightning Storm. Wow. Really trying to make sure. Talk about respecting your opponent's playstyle. Cody isn't kidding around, but unfortunately isn't able to use either of those Lightning Storms to get through. And David gets to cycle 2 cards, get those back in the deck, and draw 2. Now we've got the Dark Beckoning Beast. Looks like there's no response there. We do see, you don't see that every day. Possibly just as another name there, but Runic Dispelling. Oh, but there's the Runic Dispelling. So we're going to shuffle that hand and say goodbye to one of those cards. Looks like it's a hand of 4 cards, 5 cards. 5 cards it appears. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's 6. So 3. Take that third one out. And yeah, there we go. Discard it to the graveyard. Triple Tactics Talent. And then banishing. Oh, there goes the Yubel Terra Incarnate. Now, Fiendsmith sometimes can recycle stuff, but that is a little difficult. Let's go ahead and activate the opening of the Spirit Gates here. And we're going back in the deck. Probably, I would imagine, Chaos Summoning Beast. Yep, there it is. Opening the Spirit Gates. One of those powerful cards in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game right now. Also really good in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. If you haven't opened up Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links lately, it's not just anime Yu-Gi-Oh! And it is anime Yu-Gi-Oh! Also. But some really great pocket Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, strong plays, of course, from Yubel. From Sacred Beast stuff, just like we're seeing here. Also Sky Striker, Unchained. So a lot of good stuff. If you recognize half the cards on this board, you can play most of them in Duel Links right now. But we are in a Master Duel, or at least a Master Rule. And so now we're going to see the summon here of the Samusrai D Lotus. Going to go ahead and tribute there. And there is Spirit of Yubel. Spirit of Yubel going to try to activate its effect, maybe? Maybe not. Because there's the Nightmare Pain from the hand. Already had what he needed. Just taking a brief look at Nightmare Pain. The general theory. Yubel experiences pain as love. Yubel wants to express love to you. So you're going to have to attack those Yubel monsters, and you're going to take the damage instead. Nice little mnemonic to remember what it does. Also shares a little love both ways. Yubel destroying some of those cards to add some of those Yubel cards. So far, so good on Cody's side. But David is hanging in there. Still a lot of Runic left to go. And Synchro Zone actually may help here. Something that we've seen main decked in a lot of these Runic stun decks. Remember, say what you will about Runic stun, but 3 of these made the top cut at YCS, Raleigh, North Carolina, during that very short format that was 1 week before Legacy of Destruction was legal. And Synchro Zone technically would slow down Yubels because they are not Synchro monsters. Although that would be cool. Give me like a level 11 Synchro. That'd be cool. But speaking of cool, still have our duel in front of us here. Looks like we're thinking about the Fiendsmith sequence. But now we're going to use opening the Spirit Gates, discarding Spirit of Yubel, and special summoning it back to the field. Well, you needn't worry, there's a judge physically in the room. They're just off camera. Paying just as close attention to the duel as you are at home. We do have Synchro Zone. Synchro Zone is going to slow things way down, since only Synchros are in this zone, and I don't see any cards with white borders on them. So going fast may make us feel alive, but we're not going very fast, so instead we're going to go ahead and Link Summon, using Dark Beckoning Beast and the Spirit of Yubel to make the Moon the Closed Heaven. Now remember, the way the effects work on Inspector Board are one of the most difficult cards to explain to any duelist. You can only activate as many effects as different card types you control from the card types listed on it, which is basically everything except normal and effect monsters. So ritual monsters, right? Link monsters, fusion monsters, etc. So you do get to use effects, but you have to count them carefully. Because if not, Inspector Border is going to surf on it and say, hey, 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 I think you've had enough. 2000 defense isn't too difficult to get through, but when you're not able to really attack, that could be a struggle. Both of these duelists doing their darndest. Gonna go and set that hand. And you are seeing the options just disappear out from under Cody. Right, the Droll and Lockbird and the like. But not to be discouraged, looks like we're going to bring out another Phantom of Yubel. Technically putting cards back in the deck, making it a little harder to power through with that Runic strategy of trying to deck your opponent out. Now we're going to see another Link here. Took a look. It appears the banishment there, perhaps. Oh, we are going to use SP Little Knight to get rid of the Synchro Zone off the field. Is it good? It resolves. So banished. Very difficult for a Runic deck to get that back. All right, draw for turn. Play past them back over there and make sure we cut. Always important. Got to change destiny where you can. Now we're going to flip over. And we're going to try to destroy, looks like the opening of the Spirit Gates. Certainly smart to do so because choosing another card may have meant that opening of the Spirit Gates could have just swept it back up. Like, I'll just take that Nightmare Pain back. Actually saw such a play at YCS Sacramento. And we are going to put these 3 on the bottom. Draw 3 cards. Few Runic spells among them. Use that card scanner. Take a look at the bottom card of the deck. And get to add that back. Certainly really cool to make use of that combination of cards, right? Putting it on the bottom of the deck, you know exactly what it is. Oh, and the Runic Spiting Storm. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards on the field. So we're going to banish 5 off the top. 1, Ash Blossom. Nightmare Throne. Infinite Impermanence, Dark Beckoning Beast, and Harpy's Feather Duster. Oh, just saved his own life there. Now, of course, Hugin of the Runic Wings might have had something to say about it, but now she could be saved for something later. So doing just a great job of holding the opponent at bay here. Lots of Runic spells to be had. Setting some Runic spells just in case, and play passes back over. Drawing for turn. Looks like an Infernal Grave Squirmer just entered Cody's hand. Taking a look at a graveyard full of fiends. And some helpful spells. Man, staring down that Harpy's Feather Duster must be difficult. If only my opponent cut my deck one card differently, I would have drawn that. But no matter. Certainly hanging in there. Going to go and use the effect of the Infernal Grave Squirmer. Special summoning it to the field and destroying Yubel. So Spirit of Yubel is not going to activate here, but the Nightmare Throne is getting a Yubel either up or down of the number 10. Including from the banishment. So Yubel Terra Incarnate reappears on the field. Now the Terra Incarnate has reappeared. Thinking about that Fiendsmith Engraver pretty hard. Yeah, maybe not going to do anything with it just yet. A lot of different options there in that graveyard. I mean, that is like 2 Dark Necropheres as far as I can count. But Labyrinth of Nightmare jokes aside, we will need to pick something out here. So here comes Fiendsmith Engraver, returning the Moon of the Closed Heaven. Very helpful card to just clear bodies off the field so you can go ahead and recycle them with Spirit of Yubel, or excuse me, Phantom of Yubel in this case. But not to be outdone, David is still in there. Going to go ahead and get rid of Nightmare Pain and banish another 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Both Bestials here. Droll and Lockbird and another Spirit of Yubel. Now, it is true, a weird interaction might be coming up where Yubel Terra Incarnate would destroy all cards on the field. Maybe, just maybe. We try to stop that with the Hugin. But since Hugin would be destroyed too, it cannot protect anything. It's got to be instead. Fancy little word for not me, but now me. Flashbacks to Six Samurai format, kind of the first time we had to deal with those type of replacement effects. Although they've been throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, from Felgrand, right, the Dragon Lords. Six Samurai, now a little bit of Yubel too. And, of course, Runics. So not a whole lot of cards in the deck. Yeah, but it looks like maybe time was called. Cody talked with the judge. Seems to be flashing game 2. Talk about number of wins here. Whose phase is it currently? Do you have any fast effects you can activate? Nodding, I got game 1. And that's the Sacred Slip. Cody moves on. Our Yubel duelist hanging in there. Obviously, that set Solemn Judgment would be a fast pass to the last in class, because you do not want to have low life points here, but it didn't matter anyway. Cody won 1 duel. You compare the number of 1 games, and the answer to your question, Armando, is 0. So in a moment here, we will get to talk to Cody about the craziness there, and a little bit of Duel Academy class too. Just really cool stuff there, though, showcasing an interesting build of Yubel that we don't see all the time. Main decking that powerful transaction rollback Nightmare Archfiends and Earthbound release combo that we think first saw on the competitive scene, at least on a high-profile stage at YCS Sacramento. And good stuff. Shows you like why these duelists are still hanging in the tournament. Again, I believe both of these duelists were X2, so Cody still in contention to get that top 32. Make that invite and appear at our North American World Championship qualifier. On the flip side, David might have to win an in and just barely scrape by. Oh, and look at that Yubel. A true Yubel fanatic there. Just some good stuff. But remember, it's one thing to play the game. You also have to play the tournament. Tournament has plenty of rules there, and you got to make sure that you are in congruency with them, right? You're following all of them. Part of that does mean that if a duel goes this long and both decks really aren't doing a whole lot, that's pretty much it. That is the end. And you compare life points, you're like, oh, we're spending so much time trying to finish each other in one turn that we forgot to do anything in the meantime. That's the end of that duel, and that is why Cody advances. Well, at least to the next round with a clean record. So good stuff. Again, we'll have Cody for our interview here shortly. Really, really neat stuff. And we appreciate it, fam. It's been a great time. Oh, man, that beautiful Legacy of Destruction thing. The secret, by the way, is to just enjoy the game. I'm losing. Cool. I'm watching somebody lose. Oh, okay. Well, I hope it went better for them. I'm winning. Cool. I'm watching somebody win. Hey, that's great. And remember, every time you see a duel where somebody happens to be getting the best of you, that's still a great day for them, right? Have you ever said, man, you look like you're having a great day? That's fun, because you're allowed to have a great day. And speaking of great days, Cody, how about you sit on down here? Because we are just about to talk about what a great duel that was. My fellow Yubel fan, let's go ahead and put the headset on so they can hear you down in the chat. So yeah, that was not only a lesson in Duel Academy, but also what to do against, oh my goodness, Runic Stun, right? When you're trying to do a full-on combo. So let me ask, did we learn something about Hugin and the Runic Wings?
Yeah, quite a lot. I didn't realize I could stop basically everything.
So one thing, actually, and the judge should have talked to you about this too, but we want to make sure that you're apprised of this. Technically, instead's very important. When you were going to go ahead and destroy all their cards, technically you can't replace the Hugin. So you still won that game, so that's what's important. But it was kind of an accepted game state because Destiny was supposed to be different. You were supposed to clear that board, get the 2,000 for each of these, and then the 800, 800, 800. So that was actually supposed to be yours, so we were so happy to see that Destiny worked out the way it did. The last game was totally fair and square, though. How do you play when your whole goal as Yubel is to just kind of harass the opponent, and the opponent's like, I don't care. What do you do in that head state?
I just kind of like, honestly, just keep attacking until I eventually just deplete their life points, honestly.
Definitely worked out when you finally got those winning clinchers against the tokens. Let me ask, have you been playing Yubel that way for a while, or was this something you recently saw and jumped into?
I've been playing Yubel since basically it released.
But not Yubel specifically, that cool Nightmare Archfiend Earthdown release combo.
Honestly, I just barely started playing that last week.
It is really neat. Have you gotten to do that against a lot of different opponents today?
This would have been the second time.
Second time. What was the reaction the first time, earlier in the tournament?
That we had to call a judge just to make sure that actually worked.
It is weird. It's wild to be like, yeah, like transaction rollback and throw that trap down. And you don't even like need the transaction rollback all the time because you can just do it.
Right. Well, transaction rollback is kind of needed because it has to copy. It has to copy the effect of Earthbound release. Well,
good stuff, good stuff. Gotta ask, we do have the World Championship celebration coming up where you get to play on the World Championship list. And I don't know if you've been paying attention to the list, but Yubel seems to be the deck that's just like unaffected except you lose Aerial Eater. So you don't have to preview too much, but if you were going to the World Championship, do you feel like Yubel would be like what you picked and stuck with?
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of cool stuff out there. Maybe we'll get to see a win for Yubel. Now, you're X2, is that right?
I am X11.
X11, that's a good record. That means you probably are a lock for the top 32. Did you go to the North American World Championship qualifiers in Austin this year?
No, I did not qualify.
Oh, okay, so this might be like your first chance qualifier, at least in the last year or so, right?
Yeah.
You going to stick with Yubel for the foreseeable future?
Gonna try to, yeah.
Okay, good deal, good deal. Well, since we got you here, do you have any shout-outs for any of the friends at home?
Shout out to Lunar Orchard. I usually get all my dice there.
Okay, cool. Anybody else or just the dice guys?
Game Hunters. I always go there on Thursdays to practice Yu-Gi-Oh. Omega Gaming. I usually go there on Fridays. And Game Guys, of course.
Okay, good deal. Well, we do love hearing Game Guys because obviously we're here. Well, maybe we'll see you on the World Championship celebration stuff. I hear they're going to peek in on some of the satellite shops and maybe there'll be a Yubel duels. Be like, hey. But good meeting you, man. And good luck in that last round. Hopefully you win and in, because, again, it'll be great to see you on the World Championship stage before you know it. Just got to stick with it.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. We'll be back right after this with our final round. Oh, I can't believe it's our final round. But, again, don't go away. We'll be back. Again, standings are going to be kind of incredible here, but this is what's wild. We always pick the number 1 table at the very end, and I kid you not. It's almost like reading the Yu-Gi-Oh! News here. We will be dueling. Now I'm going to save that 1 second. For real, it is Chaos Dragon Link versus Salamangrate. I'm not kidding. And the only way I can prove it to you is by going down to our dueling field, because we are really doing this. We are really doing this. So what that means is our duelists just figured it out. They solved the format. What Fiendsmith? When you have Bestials. When you have Chaos Dragon Link. What Fiendsmith? When you have Salamangrate. Again, I have tried to tell you all day that there are a bunch of different decks in this format. And now the number 1 table is stuff you ain't never seen all day. So you better get hype, because you asked for something different. And these duelists, they weren't selected because of what they were playing. They were selected because they are the undefeated duelists. And they are, again, the undefeated duelists with decks you haven't seen in quite some time. I think the last time we saw Salamangrate on the featured stage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series might have been YCS Richmond 2023 last year in November. It is going to be Salamangrate time. And we're about to see a bunch of effect monsters here, but not to be outdone. About to see just some crazy disaster dragon style light and dark dragons. Oh, we got a Jerry Beats Bitcoin. Look at these true duelists. Roll them die. So certainly going to be excited. Almost an anime duel. It's Soul Birder versus Varus. Guess I'll be playmaker here, and I'll commentate the plays as they are made. All right, Jake Pake impressions be gone. Let's get right into this. Again, this is to determine who will be this undefeated duelist. We're going to start off with the Bestial Lubellion. So, Francisco Javier Vargas on the bottom in the green, and Norman Guardia at the top playing Salamangrate. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and grab that Bestial Saranir. All right, pass turn. All right. Branded regained. Go ahead and banish. Looks like we're going to put that at the bottom of the deck and draw 1 card. Bestial Saranir is out. Now we're going to go and tribute summon for Bestial Baldrake, using Bestial Saranir's effect now that's in the graveyard to immediately place the Bestial Lubellion. And Bestial Lubellion going to go ahead and tribute that Baldrake. And then Lubellion using its effect, trying to place something face up. So it is place. So we're going to effect Veiler that. Nice little conversation. Might be an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in the hand of Norman. But we're going to banish it. Yeah, I told you it was going to be different. Here comes White Dragon Wyver Buster. And here we go with Seals, but it's not going to be Seals and Pass. But we do have the Heraldic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres. Going to go ahead and search through the deck here. And since we sent that White Dragon Wyver Buster to the graveyard, we do get Black Dragon Collapse Serpent. Sky's the limit here. It's so crazy to see Chaos Dragon Link. I'm a passive turn over to the opponent. And here we go. It's Salamangrate time, everyone at home. So Salamangrate Circle. Ash Blossom of Joyous Spring is going to stop it, though. Going to go ahead and dig deeper into the deck, discarding the Salamangrate Foxy with that Signet Mining. So we just know at this point exactly what's being played on both sides. Both players know what's up. So Salamangreat Gazelle added to the hand. Taking a quick look at the Foxy. We go ahead and special summon the Gazelle. Try to do what it does best, but it looks like we are going to special summon the Bestial Baldrake. Bestial Baldrake coming off a Brand Regained because of the summon of the Salamangreat Gazelle. Certainly a wild format. I don't know if you need to do Forbidden Limited List. I'm telling you, there are some decks out there that really have not been featured at our top tables. But again, this is the #1 table. This is table 1. 254 players went in, and the only duelist to be undefeated so far. Chaos Dragonling, Salamangreat. Certainly a little shade of toss format, actually, but back to the future here. Going to go ahead and banish the white Wyver Buster there with the Bestial Druid Worm. Use the Brand Regain to put that card at the bottom of the deck. Draw a new one. True Bestial Master here, actually really summoning Bestials just one after the other. Going to go and bring back the Foxy there and get rid of that Brand Regain. Slowly but surely building up our way to confirm some Link arrows. And we are going to go ahead and make the Salamangreat Balinx. Now we do see, unfortunately, that the Salamangreat Sanctuary is in the graveyard. So not a whole lot going to be done there. Looks like. Taking just a quick pause here. There's a lot of quick effects in both of these decks. Going to go ahead and tribute the seal there. To go ahead and actually bounce the Baldrake back to the hand. Then use the effect of the Herodic Seal of the Heavenly Sphere since it was tributed. To go and bring out Fallen of Albaz. Discarding Bestial Lubellion and fusing Salamangreat Balinx and Albaz to make Mirror Jade. All right, let's see what the Iceblade Dragon can do. Going to go ahead and get rid of Albion there to get rid of the Salamangreat Gazelle. Oh, but we're not out of the woods yet. Looks like Sea Archiver hits the field. Cyberse Monsters doing what they can. Take a quick comparison to the graveyards here. We're going to go ahead and banish. So, goodbye Effect Failure. Hello, Bestial Baldrake that just returned to the hand. Taking a quick look at our Sea Archiver here. As a reminder, Baldrake is basically a deterrent to performing Link summons, right? You can go ahead and tribute something off there. Another copy of Balinx. Going to go ahead and tribute the Druid's Worm. Thinking about anything you could do in turn. Nope, it's gone. Banished. All right, so we're going deep in the deck again here. To go ahead and set that copy of Branded Beast. So cool to see that these two decks were able to just scrape by, or maybe not, maybe just duck, weave, bob, dodge, never run into trouble. We've seen Tenpai, Yubel, Fiendsmiths, Runic, all these competitive duelists out in the tournament. Hey, but here we go. After a Starliege Sephret hits the field, immediately going to Chaos Angel, banishing the Starliege Sephret to go ahead and add another card to the hand from the deck here. Looks like the choice is going to be Bestial Magnemite. And that might be all she wrote. Just enough stuff there that Norman seems to be conceding that duel as Chaos Angel stands alone. And Francisco takes the first one. So if you're a fan of Reigns, certainly eating good today. Varus takes the first game. Let's see if Soulburner can bring it back. Now, anime references aside, both of these decks are very strong. Both of them have seen World Championship caliber play before. Salamangreat, just incredible since its first launch of that Salamangreat Soulburner structure deck. And pretty much just the same. We have seen so many different iterations of Dragon Link as the Forbidden Unlimited list. Kept trying to change what the deck could do. And the deck said, there are way too many Light and Dark Dragons. You'd have to get rid of all of them. And many of them have taken hits. But looks like these decks are still staying strong. So a little side deck action going on here. Some minor changes there. Maybe some extra Bystials coming in. A lot of different options. Seen some really cool side deck choices throughout the tournament there. Well, it looks like maybe a few more choices here from Francisco. But Norman also going into a small Bystial package. Bystial Magnamut and Bystial Druisworm, it looks like those were shuffled in. So it does help. Bystials are great. We know that. It's DD Crow with the attack strength of the Dark Magician. Now, different conditions. We've talked about that before too, how a DD Crow, a little bit more of an accurate dart. Maybe you don't want to spell or trap in the graveyard. Maybe your opponent doesn't control any monsters and you need that quick effect. It does something functionally different. But it is pretty cool to see these Bystials doing work in both decks. Both players showing each other great respect. You don't get that far in the tournament with these decks and not appreciate your fellow duelist. But Norman opting to go first. Let's see what Salamangrates have. And we're going to start off the same way. Salamangrate Circle. Must be nice. Do you get a quick peek there? Almost a full deck profile. Except for the cards in the hand. Looks like the Salamangrate we choose to add is a Salamangrate Foxy. All right, Foxy hitting the field. And immediately being linked off for Balinx. Gonna go ahead and use Salamangrate Balinx's effect. Oh, wow, and it's Parallel Exceed. So, Parallel Exceed storming the field. And bringing with it, there's that Salamangrate Sanctuary. Then activating the effect of the Parallel Exceed when it was summoned. Here comes another powerful Cyburst monster that's going to be used as material. Hey, but don't feel bad. Cybursts are very much known for being material monsters. And speaking of materials, we're going to take away these two great monsters. And it looks like we're going to bring out... Ooh, you don't get to see Cyburst Wicked every day. I'm going to go ahead and reveal the Gazelle there. The Cyburst Wicked, if you go ahead and summon something to where it points, you can banish a monster to search out something like Cyber Synchron. But we might just be using it as protection, right? It does prevent those monsters from being destroyed by battle for whatever it is pointing to. And I think we're going to do it, so here we go. Using Gazelle. Taking a quick little deck profile there again. Let's send that Salamangrate Rage to the graveyard. Excuse me, Roar. Pretty decent field so far. Mostly materials, but climbing our way up there. Now, if you didn't want your opponent to play uninterrupted, there's certainly cards you can run in your deck for that. But we've also seen a lot of players just get an uninterrupted first turn and get back into the duel. I remember the very beginning of the game. You didn't get to play on your opponent's turn unless you set some powerful trap cards. And if it was the very first turn of the duel, you were looking just the same. Modern dueling's no different, as Norman gets a chance to clap back with all these Salamangrate monsters, performing an Exceed summon here of Salamangrate Mirage Stalio. So far, things are looking pretty good with that Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames on the field. But it looks like there's Nibiru, the Primal Being. All that work, and the comet still comes down. No matter what you try to do, you have to remember the end may be here before you know it. Beautiful Nibiru token there, though. Karibo never looking better. But it's not over yet. Start to convert a few different monsters here into the next phase. Bring out that Salamangreat Balinx. Place that at the bottom of the deck. And of course, there's the Salamangreat Roar. Looks like there's Salamangreat Falco approaching the field. Never expected this to be our undefeated table. Just absolutely insane here. We're not done yet. Gonna go ahead and use the effect of the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames to target a card on either side of the field. And we are going to not destroy the Balinx because you can go ahead and use Balinx to protect it. Oh, wow. And that's incredible there. As we move on into Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. Could we be seeing a World Sea Dragon Zealantis? No, not this time. We're actually doing it. Wow, the reincarnation. You don't get to see that happen every day. So again, whenever you go ahead and use that as Link Patrol, you're just going to add a Salamangreat card from your deck to your hand. Sure, you know, in a Salamangreat deck, that's pretty much every card. So let's see what it is that Norman chooses. Seem like the Spinny might be the card that gets selected here. Oh no, instead we're getting Salamangreat Rage. Getting to go first, playing relatively uninhibited with Roar and Rage under your belt. And of course, Roar being able to destroy cards up to the number of lake materials of the lake monster you target. So there could be up to 4 cards destroyed. Move over Fiendsmith, Desiree. There is a new giant lake monster in town. But players just taking a chance to talk through, okay, what is it that just happened? You don't usually get to see Salamangreat all the time. Still staring down a Signet mining what appears to be maybe the Infinite Impermanence. Thinking, okay, I could dig a little deeper or I could just stick with this. My opponent doesn't seem to have much to stop me. An Ash Blossom would definitely hurt though. 2-for-1 special. Gonna set 2. Hold on to the Signet mining. Pass turn. And it looks like we are going to have a Bestial Summoner get rid of Nibiru the Primal Being. It is a light monster. That crusty rock cresting the cosmos is still light. But now Francisco draws for turn. And it's Anti-Spell Fragrance. That's going to slow things down, except there's no spells in Francisco's hand. So what slowdown? Anti-Spell Fragrance, so powerful, of course. Currently limited to 1. Card that has been the bane of many spellcasters' existence. So far, so good. Looks like we're going to perform a little Link summon here. Saranir and Salamangreat Falco combine into Dark, the Dark Charmer Gloomy. So that does mean Salamangreat Falco looks like it's going to get its game on. Was sent to the graveyard, so you do get to set a spell or trap. That Salamangreat Circle being the only target there. It's also Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. Going to use the Bestower of Flames there. Getting rid of our Phoenix and Dark the Dark Charmer Gloomy. But more importantly for Francisco, looks like just wanted to get that Lubellion to the graveyard. Clutching it dearly in hand, and there goes the Bestial Lubellion to the grave. Certainly at the edge of my seat for these two duelists. Dark the Dark Charmer Gloomy does have a powerful effect there. So maybe we're going to grab a Dark here with a relatively low attack. Thinking about it, sky's the limit. There's a lot of options, right? Dark Dragon deck. Well, and there's some lights too. Not going to be that Red-Eyed Dark Metal Dragon. A little too big. Hey, but maybe the baby. And it looks like that is what we're going to grab in the Black Metal Dragon. Powerful 1-star. 1-star being possibly one of the greatest star levels of all time. Used to be 4 for the longest time, then 3 was very popular. We've seen 7, 8, even 9. But now 1 is feeling good as the Black Metal Dragon turns into a Striker Dragon. And great looking out using the linked zone there from the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. That's going to let you get the Red Eyes banishing the Striker Dragon. Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon on the field. Means we might be seeing some more dragons appear. So after that, Francisco considering options in the hand there. No spells, but don't need them when you got a handful of monsters again. Black Metal Dragon will be the monster that he's brought back. Could be doing a relinquished Anima here. Into the linked zone. But swapping that into the Bestial Lubellion. Now, placing a spell face up with the Bestial Lubellion is a hilarious way to get around anti-spell fragrance. Luckily, the duelist cannot hear me. We'll see if that shows up on the board. Looks like it's happening. Also could use Branded Beast, though. This is wild. To have a finals that is from Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains, literally Varus versus Soulburner, in a format like this, I just wasn't expecting it. We were in GX format. This was supposed to be Yubel's time. All the duelists clamoring, bring me the Forbidden List. And here, Francisco and Norman are like, we're just going to play the cards we have, and we're going to win and be undefeated. But there could be only one. We have had a draw at Game Guys before. But right now, going to go ahead and search out Bestial Druid's Worm from the deck, adding that to the hand. 2 copies of Bestial Lubellion in the graveyard. Could there be a third? Well, let's go ahead and bring out that Druid's Worm for now. Bestial Druid's Worm being able to go to the graveyard itself and then send another monster, taking it down with it. So take a look at that extra deck. And it looks like we might be performing a Link Summon here. Really wants to pull that card out. And we are SP Little Knight. So Druid's Worm going to go ahead and try to get rid of a card here. But does Norman have a response? We know Salamangreat Rage and Roar are down there. Looks like they're going to try. Do you spend the gas that's in the tank? Norman having conceded that first duel. That Chaos Angel in game 1 was enough. I think we're going to see the Rage. No, lets it go through. So Druid's Worm sending it to the graveyard. Not banished, of course, because SP Little Knight didn't have any materials that were of the sacred types. But we are going to see a light monster banished, and here comes Black Dragon Collapse Serpent. Wow, we're going the Guard Dragon route. Guard Dragon Pisty approaches the board. Now, interesting that it's over there pointing almost to nothing, but that does allow for the White Dragon Wyver Buster to be added to the hand and then banish the Black Dragon Collapse Serpent. Going to combine these 2 dragons into the erratic seal of Heavenly Spheres. 4 link materials on the board right now. Oh, but it looks like turn play passes. Back over to Norman. Draws for turn and immediately flips over. Salamangreat Circle. Some decent options there. Technically, a card effect's been activated, so SP Little Knight is going to take the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames off the table there, as well as itself. They'll be back, don't worry. But during the commercial break, that is the rest of this turn. Looks like we're just going to take a quick look here. What Salamangreats do I need? What Salamangreats have I not played yet? Searching through the deck. I think I saw a deck lockdown there. Yeah, but deck lockdown's not going to help you just yet. Haven't made that decision. Got to commit. Not easy there. Just about Salamangreat Gazelle. One great Gazelle begets another. Going to go ahead and tribute to bounce that. That does allow for Hermetic Seals to use its effect instantly there. Bring out Fallen of Elbaz, a token, and the Fallen of Elbaz. Who needs super polymerization when you are super polymerization? And here comes Albion. And I think we're going to use Albion to recycle a little. Goodbye, Guard Dragon Pisty. And goodbye, Fallen of Elbaz for Ice Jade, the Mirror, or excuse me, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. So Francisco not giving an inch to Norman. A commanding lead, though he may have had. That anti-spell fragrance hasn't done much except slow himself down, as most of Francisco's deck, as we've seen, is monsters. Gonna go and send Lubellion, the Searing Dragon, there to the grave. Slowly but surely clinching it out. Salamangreat Foxy reappearing on the field. And Salamangreat Spinny. Whatever a Spinny actually is. We're going to go ahead and bring that Salamangreat Foxy back. Yeah, it doesn't go in the field zone. Close enough. Take a look at the graveyard. Some of the greatest Light and Dark Dragon monsters ever printed. But more importantly are the giant ones on the field there. Taking a look at what's face down. We know the Roar is gone. Is the Rage secretly hanging out on this face down card? Maybe. But without a Link monster to use it with, that counter trap may not do much. So here we go. As Norman considers just these last possible options, it's wholly possible that this game might end here. If whatever play he's leading up to doesn't pay off. Salamangreat Falco going to go ahead and return. Salamangreat Foxy back to the hand. Looks like he's staring down 2 copies of Signet Mining that cannot be used this turn. Why? Well, somebody happened to put anti-spell fragrance on the field. But even with the setback, we've seen Norman just set a spell, hang in there until he can get what he needs. Look at the graveyard again there. Looks like we're going to go ahead and Link Summon there into another Salamangreat Balinx. And then Link Summon again, Spinny being banished because of its own effect, into SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight going to go ahead and banish. Goodbye, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. Going to have to do something there, though. Going to set those 2 copies of Signet Mining, hoping to use them later, and give Francisco the impression, hey, I got here for a reason. Look at all these set cards. Maybe I could use them, maybe I can't. We'll discuss that later. Norman got basically what he needs to survive, but it seems like maybe all of the back row is inert. And remember, the Promethean Princess is coming back there as well, locking you into fire monsters. Not necessarily a big deal there. And Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, clearing that field. Norman's going to go in past turn. Draws. Takes a look at the graveyard. Light dragons, dark dragons. What can we do with these? Well, we can eat them with bestials. It's a dragon eat dragon world out there. Albion the Branded Dragon, SP Little Knight staring it down. Not enough to clinch the game just yet. Not a lot of life point damage in this game 2. You can believe this is just game 2. Both of these decks here for the grind. Oh my goodness, banishing a Light in the Dark. We're really doing this. It is Chaos Emperor, the Dragon of Armageddon. It's going to be pretty crazy here, paying 1,000 life points to send some cards on both sides of the field. Remember, the first time somebody brought out Chaos Emperor Dragon against me, and that was too much. But Armageddon, I think it used to be a YCS prize card. What an incredible effect. But again, we might see half our life points paid here on Francisco's side. Looks like we're going to go ahead and use Salamangreat Rage there. A counter trap to try to stop what's going on here. So paying 1,000 life points and, excuse me, half the life points. But because Chaos Emperor Dragon left the field there, it's going to go to the bottom of the deck. So it should be 4,000 life points on Francisco's side. Norman finally took some hits there from SP Little Knight and Albion the Branded Dragon. Certainly paid off. Very difficult there. Going to have to go ahead and activate one of those face-down side-net minings with only one card in hand to give. Can't do both. Well, we could do both anyway, but yeah, you know. We got ourselves a situation here. All right, so side-net mining. Discard the Salamangreat Circle that cannot be activated again. Let's go ahead and search out a Cyberse monster level 4 or lower. Norman furiously passing through the deck to get the option he needed. And it looks like Salamangreat Jaguar. Jaguar hits the field. Going to go and attack over the SP Little Knight. It is probably one of the biggest 4-star Salamangreats in the game. And actually, that is exactly what he needs right now. So SP Little Knight no longer part of the equation. Chaos Emperor Dragon still looming in the distance. There is a version of this, depending on how long this game goes, that paying half those life points was enough to sort of clinch it down. But the Albion and SP Little Knight should have pushed just past that 4,000 mark, so we'll see how it ends up. Again, we have our judge keeping track of life points there, so we needn't worry. But we're going to go ahead and get the Salamangreat Foxy back on the field. And now it's Link summoning time. That beautiful ghost rare Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf. Oh, wow, but it's Fantastical Dragon Phantasme showing up because of a Link monster, drawing some cards and making you put some back, but giving Francisco an opportunity to use another cool dragon monster to reset his hand. Again, if monster summoned to that Link zone, yeah, you could go ahead and, you know, do a little recursion here, get some cool fire monsters back from your graveyard. But we haven't summoned to that linked zone yet. We are going to use the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. Going to go ahead and destroy a fire monster on your field and something on the opposing field. Goodbye, Fantastical Dragon Phantasme. And for your trouble, Salamangreat Jaguar. Going to be coming back soon. Oh, but wait, there's more. Possibly because Fantastical Dragon Phantasme making it just a little difficult there. Where did it go? There we go. So Jaguar coming on back. Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, just really good. A lot of different Link decks out there right now, including Feedsmith. Every now and again, Tenpai. But again, Salamangreat. I mean, this card was built for that format. So it looks like Mirage Stallion going to come back there. Going to summon that in the zone that Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf points to. Get to grab a fire monster. What kind of Salamangreat special we're going to do? Instead, it looks like we're going to grab, looks like Salamangreat Roarer. Oh, nope, looks like we took, I think, can't quite make that out. We do have our Salamangreat there. There we go. So, let's run it all the way back. Set a card. Add it to the hand. All Salamangreats all the time. So no Salamangreat Sanctuary there. We definitely have Roar and Rage, and they will be online pretty shortly there. Setting a card. Keeping a Salamangreat in hand, and play passes back over to Francisco. Norman doing a great job of hanging in there. But you can't just hang in there. At some point, you may need to win this duel. Norman losing game 1, conceding after seeing Chaos Angel. Francisco's got everything so far, all the advantages. It looks like we're going to go ahead and use Salamangreat. Target 2, target 2. The way it works is we're going to, well, get angry here with our Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf, and that is 2 Link Arrows. You can destroy 2 cards. Ah, but it targets. Or does it? Fantastical Dragon Phantasme may not be able to be used, so we might see that effect filler picked right back up. Taking a quick look at the cards here. We can follow along at home. Just double checking our trap cards. You never know. You always could just ask to read the card. So again, Rage. They do get to target. Interesting. So, gonna go ahead and clean things up there. I'm not sure if we ran out of time there just yet, or if we're going to game 3. Stand by. Oh, looks like we are going to the side deck here. So play might continue after a concession by Francisco. Again, sometimes it's difficult, right? We're all just kind of reading lips here, reading cards. But it doesn't look like it's time for the slip yet. I mean, if I were a fly on the wall in that room, I'd be able to know. We'll find out soon enough. Looks like we're doing a little bit of side decking here, though, so I think we are going to a game 3. Take a look at the side deck, considering our options. Got to make sure. What is it they want to take out? It's always difficult. These are the choices. You're going to draw that card you side decked. Because these players are 1-1, so we are going to a game 3. And the choices you make now of deciding what to put in your deck, if you see that card at the wrong time, you know who to blame. Nobody put that card in your deck. You did. But at the same point, if you draw that card at exactly the winning occasion, don't take the Egyptian God cards. Look to within. And be like, yeah, okay, that was pretty good. GG. Just absolutely insane. Again, if you are just joining us, this is the last game of the night. This is our table 1. And your eyes don't deceive you. Salamangreat versus Dragon Link. Just some really incredible stuff here. As we go down to the wire. Do think I saw some Molcharmies. So we might see Molcharmi Purulia. Certainly a very powerful card. And I also think we're siding in Feather Duster, a lot of Ghost second cards there. So it does look like Norman took the second game. Francisco took the first. These guys are evenly matched. Every Yu-Gi-Oh! Caster's favorite joke. Mine too. Mine too. But just great duelists playing great decks on a great Saturday afternoon. Maybe it's Sunday morning if you're watching from overseas. And we'd love to have you. It looks like Francisco starting this duel by summoning Black Metal Dragon, immediately link summoning off into Guard Dragon Pisty, using the effect of the Black Metal Dragon to add from his deck to his hand Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. And banishing that Guard Dragon Pisty. Be gone. Hello, Red Eyes. Going to go ahead and special summon the Black Metal Dragon back to the field with the effect of the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. I'm going to go ahead and combine these two into Radic Seals of Heavenly Spheres. One seal, many spheres. One great board to end on. Also going to be bringing out quite a surprise there. I think that's Dark End Evaporation Dragon from the Infinite Forbidden. Go ahead and say goodbye to those. And wow, is that Borload Furious Dragon from the Fusion Summon effect of that card? Now we are seeing somebody cooking with gas. Not every day that we get furious. Right, we have been rageful, we've been roaring. Well, and now we got something that can target a monster your opponent controls. Oh, excuse me, a card your opponent controls, and one monster you control destroy them. Remember, a card can be banished from the graveyard to target a Dark Link monster in the graveyard and special summon it. Certainly neat to see. Also a very popular card in Duel Links right now. So interesting to see that our split formats are kind of joining back together. We are going to have Bufferlo. He links them into Salamangrate Balinx. Balinx will go ahead and grab the Salamangrate Sanctuary. And then Bufferlo's effect is going to happen. I'm going to discard the Jack Jaguar. Let's make sure we cut that deck. And then drawing 2 cards for the low price of a Link Summon. 1, 2. Interesting stuff here. Looks like a Bestial and a powerful trap card of some kind. And we are immediately slapping. Oh no, looks like we added. Wow, Salamangrate. Gazelle. Right, so. Taking a look at the hand here. For both players, just assessing their options. It's been a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! But this is a great way to go out. Either of these duelists should be proud of themselves for piloting these decks this far in the tournament. Looks like we'll say goodbye to a Salamangrate Spinny there. Norman wants to make sure he makes the right plays here. Let's spin to win. Salamangrate Spinny takes the field again. Now, an Xyz summon. Mirage Stalio. Haven't seen anything from the Borload Furious Dragon yet. Not sure it wants to jump into the duel. It's a primed opportunity. Looks like we're going to go ahead and use the seal, though, instead. Tributing the card. And before the next effect can activate, the Bestial Druid Worm is going to banish it. So we should not be seeing anything fancy from the deck. Just taking a moment to assess our next option. Look at an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Haven't activated the Salamangrate Sanctuary yet. And it looks like we're going to activate Signet Mining, discarding a Salamangrate trap card. Going back in the deck, we do get to see a lot of go second options there. All right. So play continues. And it looks like we're going to bring out Sea Archiver. And off to the next part of our extra deck. Certainly some fancy plays that have been going throughout the tournament here, but nothing quite like this. Oh, and it's time for Will of the Salamangrate. Being able to press on deeper and deeper. It is probably part of the coolest part of being a Salamangrate duelist. Just every card says Salamangrate. Even the ones that don't. We are going to make that Mirage Stalio. A little bit of a reset here. Take a look at the Jack Jaguar and the Mirage Stallion. Actually, I think that might be Salamangreat Weasel down there. Maybe one great Salamangreat deserves another. Going to go ahead and combine these two to make Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf. Mirage Stelio left the field, so hey, Warlord, Furious Dragon, you better use that effect now or forever hold your peace. And looks like the card trying to be targeted is Will of the Salamangreat, but to protect it, a banished Salamangreat Balinx. Do not see that card protecting spells and traps that often. So Jack Jaguar back on the field. Just down to the wire here as we return Salamangreat card back to the extra deck. An Ash Blossom and the Sanctuary. Oh, it's Nibiru time. Before he can even commit. Just some crazy stuff here. And as you can see, whatever deck you want to play, in whatever format it is, as long as you put the hard work in, you too could be like Norman and Francisco, playing decks that have a little bit of age on them, but that just made them older and wiser. Hey, but speaking of the new stuff, relatively recent, only about a year or so old, Bestial Saronir going to go ahead and banish there and attack that token. And at 3,000 direct, sort of a simplified game state here. But with the Salamangreat's Will on the field, this could turn around pretty fast. Seems like the play we're going to make might be an SP Little Knight. No, just going into IP Mascarena. Using Bestial Saronir. Oh, nothing off of Bestial Saronir because of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. We're going to banish that light to bring out Black Dragon Collapse Serpent. Maybe make it a Striker Dragon or a Guard Dragon Pisty. We say that the extra deck is cramped, but a lot of options have been taken away from Dragon Link Duelists, so they're finding great ways to come back in, and wow, that's going to be the game. We'll find out shortly who won. Looks like it might have been to time. Just really good stuff there from both of these players. Either of them deserves to be your champion. But there can only be one. And it looks like it is Francisco. Francisco taking it. See the checkbox at him signing the top of the slip? That means Dragons were able to get it done. So we'll get to hear from our undefeated Dragon duelist today. We've got to find out, how did that deck get into that deck box? Because as you can see, just incredible stuff. You can sit there and say, well, I don't have any new cards from the Infinite Forbidden. That's okay. Play what you know. Do what it is that you know. Oh, it looks like Norman actually is the winner, our Salamangreat duelist. No, maybe not. Maybe not. We're still getting a little bit of chaff here. But from what I saw on the slip that was signed, it looked like Francisco won, so we'll know in a moment. We'll be able to see that player up close and personal. Don't worry, fans of Francisco. The slip is the most important part. So again, we'll have our duelist here in just a moment. But just what a great game. What an incredible set there. And a reminder, play what you want to play. Don't let somebody tell you on a YouTube video that they're running ads on, hey guys, you know what the greatest deck is? It's this one. Because only you are responsible for the deck that you're going to play. Only you're the one who's going to show up to that tournament. They're not sponsoring you. They're not dragging you here to the tournament venue. And maybe they are. Okay, well, that's a different story completely. But if you're just a duelist who's trying to figure out what it is that you want to use, ask the duelist inside of you. What do I do? And, hey, if you got a Millennium Puzzle on, we'll probably say, why don't you play what it is that you want? So we did get a confirmation there. Francisco won. I thought so. I mean, I saw him sign the slip himself. So we did get it. And Dragon Link shows that it's still great. But, man, round of applause for Norman. What an excellent performance of Salamangreat there. Just really cool stuff. But again, a reminder of both of these duelists who have definitely qualified today. We're going to hear from Francisco as he comes around the bend about Dragon Link, because I'll tell you, I was not expecting Dragon Link. Let's go ahead. Wait. Put on the headset. They want to hear this. They need to hear this, because everybody all day is like, oh, man, where's the Forbidden and Limited list? And the moral of the story from that duel is, I don't need a list. I'm going to play the cards I got. So how did Dragon Link end up in that deck box?
I love Dragon Link. It's my pet deck. When I came back to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, I kind of just picked it up. But I can't really, the deck's really fragile, especially in the hand trap heavy format. So I opted to play Bistro Control, which is what I actually played today. So no rocket package, no other field spells and stuff. So there's less choke points for us. The game plan is literally just seal pass and on hand traps and Bistros in hand.
It definitely worked out. I noticed that when I saw the anti-spell fragments, I'm like, we've seen you search your deck several times on camera from up above. There's like 2 or 3 spells in there total.
I think I'm only running the Double Regained, the Chaos Space, and the 1 Pendulum, the Chaos Armageddon. So that's literally all the spells I have.
So today was an undefeated run. Was there any point where you're like, oh no, this deck's a little too strong. Am I going to make it or am I not going to make it?
Well, it's funny because the game plan is literally just seal pass.
Just the 10-buy style, right? It's like, good enough for 10-buy, good enough for me.
But yeah, I was just worried about the Salad matchup because I have very low experience versus that matchup. I know it's very control-y. I know some of the cards. I misplayed a couple times, of course, because not knowing the matchup. I'm like, oh wait, he has this thing that can special itself back. I had Mirror Jade early, thinking he had no way to get another body. I also misplayed. I misplayed a lot. I had banished my Lubellions, forgetting I sided one out, and it ended up working out though.
So let me ask, is this your first time getting this far into a tournament?
Best I've had was top 4, but first time I actually won one. Sometimes you're just lucky. It's funny enough, I was just in bed this morning. I was like, I didn't want to go. This format's not the most fun. But I was like, yeah, budget. I'll just go.
So it's your best timeline, right? There's a version of this where you know what? I'll just watch the game guys stream from here, and you're just like, wait, why is Salamandra up there? I could have played my dragons. Well, now you get to know. Let me ask, did you compete in Austin at the national championship?
I did, but I didn't get much time to play test. I was playing Dragon Link, which I had opted in to play the Albaz package because Albaz put in work today. I was maining it along with 3 of the fusions in the extra deck. If I had more time to kind of play test, theorycraft, I think I would have played the build I played the second day for side events. Because I ended up getting my invite at one of the side events for the regionals they had. And I just playing Dragon Link.
So you already have your invite. You're like, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to get out of bed today, but if I am, I think I'm going to get first place.
It just worked out.
No, it did. It was really incredible stuff, and I think it shows that, we probably will get a Forbidden Limited list relatively soon. But you can just play the deck that you like, and as long as you, know how to pilot it, you can really get it done. So I got to ask, we've got Rage of the Abyss coming out. Is there anything where you're like, okay, maybe I'm going to gravitate towards that, or are you still going to just stick with this Bestial control package?
I'm very stubborn. I'll probably play some variant of Dragons. For Rage of the Abyss, they're bringing out the new Red Ice card, the Full Metal Dragon, which acts as an Omni Negate. And also there's another fusion that's pretty interesting. Works kind of like a Chaos Levianeer in terms of if I fusion a light or dark with it, it pops up to 2 cards.
Really cool. I was really cool seeing the Dark End Evaporation Dragon. I hope I said that name right.
Dark End Evaporation.
Have you ever considered Light and Darkness Dragon Lord? Just as we're talking dragons here.
I did. If Albion could summon it, but because it's a level 10, I can't summon it.
Okay.
Also, ending on just that, I feel people playing around Appaloosa, same thing.
True. They figure it out.
If I end on Seal on that, they can just run over to Seal. So it's a mandatory negate if I activate anything. So
really cool stuff. So we got to know your past, your present, your future. Is there anybody that you want to shout out? Who is it that woke you up out of bed and said, no, you go to this tournament?
Thankfully, my phone that didn't actually charge this morning, so I had my alarm. But yeah, I'll shout out my friends, the Team Greeting Adventure, The Adventure Begins comic store, the Dragon Boys Discord, where we just talk all Dragon Link stuff and just dragons in general. They really great for kind of testing, theory crafting. Also the just all my friends here in Houston, out of Houston, and everyone cheering me on.
All right, well, good deal. Well, congratulations again. What a performance, just some incredible stuff. We'll see if they're just like, oh, well, we were going to do a Forbidden Limited list, but now that we saw this guy, okay, goodbye, Moral Furious Dragon. We got to get rid of all these dragons. Oh, I'm kidding, of course. But again, it just showcases. It really does showcase, though, if you love your deck, just play it. Don't listen to everybody just tell you need to play this, you need to play that. No, just wake up out of bed, charge your phone, and just get to Duel It, because this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. So again,
And luck
really
does not
great stuff.
hurt.
Hey, luck's a part of skill, man. So again, we'll
so
go ahead and post standings soon. So you'll have 5 minutes to verify that you're the best duelist in the room this time. But we hope we get to see you at the next regional. Just good
Thanks so
stuff.
much.
And thanks again for watching. We'll be
Thank
back
y'all
with
for
a
watching.
we'll be back with a little closing right after this, friends. But don't go away.